Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. If you'd like to help support the channel and contribute to the costs of maintaining and producing new content, you can donate via PayPal. Even a small contribution goes a long way and is deeply appreciated. Part 12. I'm on it, Anna said. I'll take us to a nearby marina. Hopefully. We can avoid the gunmen. Oh, right. The guys with guns. They weren't so scary suddenly. What's happening down there? Antoine asked. He's getting bigger. I said stupidly. I saw that, Antoine said. But what is happening? I'm not sure I understood what I was looking at. I kind of wanted to slap Antoine just to get him to stop asking questions. He was going to make my character look stupid because he was trying to get me to give information I didn't have. We were all losing our cool. I took a few deep breaths and tried to act as if I had a grasp of the situation. I don't know what's happening to him down there, but I have a feeling it's not going to stay down there, I said. Is there a life raft on this boat? I asked. I already knew the answer. Everyone did. There was one of those emergency dinghies with a tiny outboard motor on it tied up at the back of the boat, and fortunately, Carousel had seen fit to give it a 500-pound weight limit written in big bold letters on top. We needed something bigger, and there was only one way to get it. I only needed Anna to realize it. Yes, Anna said after a moment of thought. I have one up here on deck. But the bigger emergency inflatables down below. Where down below? I asked. It's in a cabinet down there, she said. It's right by the door. I'll go grab it, I said as I moved toward the door. Stand back. This was pure improvisation. We needed a larger emergency craft. And it was believable that Anna might have one somewhere. But we would have to take a risk to get it. We were going to have to look at what the man down below was becoming. No matter how we cut it, whoever opened that door below deck had a good chance of dying. At least if it were me. There was a chance I could stick around for a while afterward and help out. I crept down below. My cameraman followed. It was kind of sweet of him when I thought about it. I opened up the wooden door. And what I saw on the other side continued to defy my understanding. I was staring into a large mucus-covered throat, and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. It was still unfolding. But whatever it was a creature, an enormous one. Its entrails had folded over the boat almost like a tarp being stretched over sticks to make a tent. Muscle and saliva stretched over the things inside the cabin. I didn't have time to understand what I was looking at, but I knew being inside of a large extra-dimensional creature was generally considered a bad thing. Luckily, the interior of the boat wasn't so big that I had to go that far to find the cabinet next to the door, open it, and grab the large, bright orange canvas bag inside. Bobby said that his team had survived on the river with one of those that they found in an airplane. Not a bad idea to improvise one into existence. The interior of the creature continued to unfold, forming around the boat's architecture, imbuing it with life, sickening wet life. I quickly closed the door, turned, and ran up the stairs, my cameraman following. What did you see? Camden asked. Are you familiar with the story of Jonah in the belly of the whale? I asked. Yes, kind of, he said with a scrunched-up face. It looks like we're about to have a retelling, I said. Behind me, I could hear the door rattling as the throat continued to expand and take up more of the boat. What would become of it? I could only imagine. Would be an enormous head. How far away from land? I asked. Only a few miles, Anna said. She was taking the boat as fast as it could go. But it wouldn't be fast enough. What the hell is happening? Roxy screamed as she stared down at the deck of the boat. Red, gooey viscera was starting to leak up from the cabin below, latching onto the wood as if it were scaffolding. The boat was being incorporated into something terrifying as the biological matter unfolded in space and time around it. Still, Anna pushed the engines to their limits as the red matter started to grow and skin began to form over it. We're going to want to get into the lifeboats very quickly, I said. What do I do? Anna asked, starting to panic as the boat began moving to the will of its new master, some unfathomable creature being wrapped around it. Well, it's not like you need to keep your foot on the gas, I said. Go, go. I could see the land getting closer. and we needed to cover every mile possible toward it before we abandoned the ship, or whatever the ship was becoming. The upper and lower decks began to fill with organic matter, such as muscle and what might have been brain tissue. A hinge-like jaw started to develop on the front deck as a mouth formed. We all scurried to the back of the boat, and Bobby quickly triggered the emergency raft. It inflated quickly and fell behind the boat as we all jumped into the wake. Cassie, though, stayed behind for a moment, grabbing the smaller emergency vessel for herself. She jumped onto it as she left the back of the boat. She didn't manage to stick the landing, though. She fell off the side, but she wasn't lost. She managed to grab up and pull herself aboard the little triangular boat. The rest of us swam toward the big orange life raft behind us. Anna's boat continued powering forward, the motor being the last part of the ship to be consumed by the growing organic matter. What the hell just happened? Roxy screamed again as we climbed into the raft. I didn't have a good explanation. I had seen stuff like this before, but still, I was having trouble converting my knowledge into my character's knowledge. So, I just gave up. My character would be a film buff in his own right. It's like something out of a horror film, I said, an extra-dimensional creature. We watched as the boat powered farther and farther away, and I hoped for a moment that it would just keep going straight until it hit land and blew up. But all that was dashed against the rocks was hope when the boat suddenly dove beneath the surface. We need to paddle to land, Camden said. But he was thinking small. It was Cassie who was ready to meet the moment. She had gotten the motor working on her little emergency craft and pulled up alongside us. Need a lift? She asked. Her boat was barely bigger than a pool toy, but we would take it. In fact, we do, I said as my assistant, who had been there the entire time, staying out of the way, grabbed one of the ropes on the emergency raft and handed it over to Cassie, who immediately started piloting us toward land. We managed to get some good distance that way. First blood, however, was not over. Fortunately, we had learned a lesson from our time on the river and were wearing life jackets. We probably looked goofy, but even Carousel had to respect the flotation device's power. Drowning us would be a lot harder, but it did have other options. Suddenly, a large bulge appeared in the water as something humongous swam underneath us. Does that thing go any faster? Antoine yelled. It's at full power. Cassie screamed back. Then she turned around and looked at us. We don't make it, she said softly. And even though the engine was roaring, I heard her just fine. And she was proven right moments later as a creature whose head was shaped like a boat emerged from the water right underneath us and sent us flying dozens of feet into the air. We had actually made it pretty close to shore, but not close enough. The creature's head hung out of the water, connected to a body of writhing masses that, to my eyes, looked like a cuttlefish trying to imitate a snake. The underlying shape of the boat was still visible in its head, and its mouth opened sideways straight down into what would have been the main cabin of the boat. All we had left to do was swim for it. I knew it would be targeting me because of my low effective plot armor, and I doubted that even with my decent hustle, I could outswim it. The creature dove back down underwater. Curiosity compelled me to get a good look at it. I submerged my head just to get a good look. I prayed that when I opened my eyes, all I would see was darkness. That was preferable. But what I saw was the monster that had once been a man. It was continuing to unfold, but as it did, its form varied wildly. At first, one had taken it for some type of distinct species of eldritch being. But as I stared at it, I was less convinced. The body was so random. So many parts just limply hanging together. Its biological mass grew exponentially, but randomly. Of course, the creature didn't make sense for other reasons. Parts of its body would disappear out of nowhere and then reappear elsewhere as they went in and out of the third dimension. It was like a visual puzzle, and I was trying to see what it might be. But the more I stared at it, the more convinced I was that there was no final picture. There was no one creature that could contain all these parts and explain away what I was seeing. Maybe in the fourth dimension it would look perfectly normal, but to me it looked like a cancerous form of life not meant to exist or be perceived. It had no habitat or evolutionary explanation. It couldn't be explained by science. All it could do was flap its jaws and swim toward me. The creature below me was powerful. Its plot armor had jumped from the mid-30s to 70 as it grew, and it was still climbing. Its name, which had been the man's, was now blank. There was nothing at all in that section. The one trope I had been able to see, the unseen hand, was now gone. Not grayed out like its other tropes. Gone. I could even see the spot on the red wallpaper where the trope hung there for a moment before the tropes were rearranged. I didn't have time to find an explanation for any of that behavior. I didn't have time for anything. The creature was going to swallow me up. And it was large enough that no matter which direction I swam, I would fall victim to its gaping maw. But then I heard that little outboard motor again. Cassie came in at the last moment before the creature swallowed me up. But she wasn't going for a rescue. She dove right in on top of me and grabbed onto me as the monster snatched both of us from the water. I had no idea what she was doing, and she didn't have time to explain. She was doing the best she could to follow the instructions of her soul read trope. And apparently, that meant going down the monster's gullet with me. I expected to die at any moment. The creature had plenty of teeth. Although they weren't arranged like the mouth of any animal I had ever seen. Teeth grew randomly here and there, along with other random blood vessels and huge keratin deposits that didn't seem to belong to anything. And while I felt myself falling down the throat of the beast, grabbing onto anything I could to slow my descent to death, the creature never chewed. It never tried to crush us. What was more, I was still on screen. My cutaway death trope had not activated, and on the red wallpaper, I was merely listed as captured, as was Cassie. Before I could slide too far down into the intestines of the ever-growing tumor that we found ourselves prey to, I managed to grab a hold of one of the giant teeth, one that seemed to grow from the middle of its mouth instead of the sides like normal. As the creature continued to unfold in time and space, its appearance looked less and less anatomically correct, if it ever was, and more like a cancer spreading. I reached out and grabbed Cassie. We could climb to the surface, perhaps. Although I didn't know what good that would do. Once the monster swallowed in a belly full of water, we would no doubt be on our way to its digestive tract. I couldn't possibly know, because all I could see toward the creature's belly was darkness, except for a few lights that still existed that had been in the cabin of the boat, which were still on. Here, climb up, I said. I can push you up to that row of teeth, and you can climb out. I didn't know if it was realistic to say something like that. But we were on screen, so I might as well fill the moments with something productive. I almost managed to sound rugged. No, Cassie said. As she looked up at me, she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a grenade. Where did you get that? I asked because I was stunned and I didn't know what else to say. She had a whole box of them, Cassie said casually. We seemed to hang in the air. The creature must have kept its head above water, following an instruction from Carousel to ensure that Cassie and I could have this conversation without being drowned. Since the beast was unable to fully close its mouth because of its deformity, we had plenty of light. I had a clear view of Cassie as she tried to communicate something to me with her eyes. What was she trying to say that she couldn't? She put the grenade pin in her mouth and pulled it out, but didn't let the explosive trigger quite yet. When you get to the end, she said, you'll finally understand the beginning. She spoke the words like they didn't belong to her, like she was going on faith that her prophecy would make sense. Go, she screamed. What? I asked. No, come with me. I think we can make it if we try. Go, she said again. And then she wiggled free of my grasp and fell into the darkness below. I took my moment to scream after her, confused, not knowing what I was supposed to do, but my instincts took over afterward, and I began to climb my way out of the beast's mouth. By the time it dove back into the water, I was able to barely escape its grasp and swim to the surface. First blood had passed, and the creature began to swim away. All I could do was watch as suddenly the part of the tumor that must have been its stomach expanded rapidly, and red blood started to seep out into the water. The creature, which had long since stopped looking like any sort of animal, and had taken on the full appearance of a tumor, continued to swim, wounded, as fast as it could as it sank into the abyss. For a moment, I was worried it might come back. Logically, it wouldn't. First blood was over. But it is natural to fear such a thing when adrift in the ocean. I tried looking at my stats to check again if I had the dead status, but I didn't. Cutaway death never triggered, which meant that the animal wasn't trying to kill us. It was trying to capture us. Although Cassie had acted on whatever information was available to her and decided to change that. As I floated in the water dozens of feet beneath the surface, I stared at the red wallpaper, and I figured out what Cassie had just done. She had used her undying words trope to let loose one final prophecy. But to do that, she had to die. When you get to the end, she had said, you will finally understand the beginning. This story originates from a different website, and sure, the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. That wasn't just fortune cookie nonsense. What she had just done was something very powerful. She had ensured that I would make it to the end, and I knew it had worked because my plot armor now read 53. It was a potent final gift that she had sacrificed her life for. If only I could know what it was she had foreseen in those final moments that led to that sacrifice, it might be worth it. But even after I was done staring at the red wallpaper, I was left feeling a distinct power, a psychic power, moving over me that I couldn't explain. And I knew in my soul that as generous as that boost in plot armor had been, it would likely not be enough. I swam to the surface, and then, once I breathed in a few gulps of air, I started making my way toward the shore where the others were already gathering. As I climbed up onto the beach, tired and strained, I turned around in the sand and stared back at the ocean. I wondered if the creature was dead or if it was still growing, a cancer spreading in the water. Antoine approached me and lent me a hand to help me up. He seemed pretty shaken up. As I rose, I found my cameraman there, filming, along with my assistant, who stood right behind him. I figured at that point they probably deserved a raise. We had a long time before we went on screen. Long enough that we could take Roxy's private jet back to the city where my office was located. We were able to find accommodations, get showered, and changed before the next scene. I was thankful for it. Whatever aura that monster had emitted was messing me up considerably, but in my gut, I felt like it wasn't the creature alone that was wearing me down. I felt like Cassie's final moments had done something to me. Maybe it was the effect of one of her tropes. But I felt a great weight that I couldn't yet process. What I could do, however, was investigate the tapes on screen to establish what had happened in the first movie. I waited until the cameras were rolling, as we crowded into my office, and I had my assistant hook up all the necessary components to play that type of footage on my TV. And we watched. Nothing was surprising. I had seen the footage before. Footage of an expedition heading out. The first two tapes explain this setup as the expedition began to face problems, with men falling ill from a mysterious sickness and others vanishing into the jungle never to be seen again. Standard stuff, really. Still, the leader of that expedition, Vogler, wasn't discouraged in the least. And he wasn't the only one. Kimberly was in the footage, according to the story. She was Antoine Stone's romantic interest. But more than that, she was a professional rival. She wanted to see the cradle herself. So she set out with Vogler, funded by Andrew Hughes, the eccentric billionaire. It would be a doomed expedition, obviously, once they got close enough to the cradle. But not everyone died at first. No one was explaining things. But whoever the cameraman was continued to circle the encampment and show how many men were left each day. It would be fewer and fewer, of course. And the attitudes of the men would change. A darkness moved over them as the camps began to establish themselves, each suspecting the other of some unnamed treachery. The footage was cut up and couldn't explain everything, but it was truly unsettling to see the men grumble and give each other death stares next to footage of dead mules that could no longer help carry equipment, their throats having been slit during the night. Wagons with their wheels destroyed, sabotaged more accurately. There was a building tension that leaked out of the screen. Yes, that expedition was surely doomed. But at the end of the second tape, hope arrived in the form of Antoine, Michael, Bobby, Dino, Logan, and Andrew Hughes himself, who stayed isolated in his own wagon. Nothing but a loud screaming voice in this footage. Leo evaded all recording. The final of the 3 tapes was even more hectic as the cameramen made their way toward the ancient ruins, where the entrance to the sunken cradle had been hidden. They never actually went into the tunnel, but they filmed other people entering it. Even Andrew was brought into the cradle, although he seemed to be inside some sort of chamber and had to be carried. Bobby went in and came back out dazed and speechless, crying to leave. The footage stopped there. It didn't actually include the final explosion. How could it? It would never have made its way out of the tunnel if that had happened. I didn't know which of that footage Carousel wanted to establish. But we got it all played and it would get its choice. But more importantly, it would get our reaction to the horrors relayed on it. The mysterious fourth tape container, which of course was empty, stayed on my mind. But when I tried to talk about it on screen, we went off screen. So I figured Carousel didn't want that part being mentioned. And while I didn't know why that was, for some reason deep in the pit of my stomach, I felt a relief that I couldn't explain. I didn't realize these tapes were recovered, Bobby said. That's because we had to recover them, Camden responded. We found what was left of your little journey into the unknown. Even with all this, I still don't understand what happened. Why were the men at each other's throats like that? Bobby and Antoine looked at each other for a moment, and then Antoine said, there was a feeling of distrust in the air. Men were tired, sick, wanting to go home, but afraid to lose their share of the loot. They kept their gold in the center of the camp so that everyone could keep an eye on it. And everyone did. They barely slept. I won't deny that there was something otherworldly down in the cradle. But much of what you saw had nothing to do with that. Tensions were ready to boil over long before that thing called from the darkness. It had been a treasure-hunting horror. So that made some sense. What exactly happened? I asked, when we got there. These ruins, I said. Pointing to the TV where we had seen footage of the ruins, they were gone. The whole mountain had fallen down into the earth. I blew up the tunnels, Antoine said. I barely escaped. The others weren't so lucky. I had to make sure that whatever was down there stayed there. I told you that. We had learned that Carousel was largely okay with repetition. If we were redundant, it could cut out the extra footage. I didn't know whether or not that would hurt us when it came to scoring, but I suspected that it wouldn't. After all, the Paragons often did this, and Roxy joined in our discussions, making sure that we got every line of dialogue just right. It was hard to remember which information we only knew off screen, and which we had shown our characters learning. So we had to be thorough. I noticed, though, that one person in particular hardly made a peep. And I wasn't talking about my assistant or cameraman because they weren't even in the room. It was Bobby who didn't speak much. He sat in the back and looked shell-shocked, watching the footage, afraid of what might be on it. What had he seen in the first movie that he was so afraid to see again? We had just witnessed a multi-dimensional cancer grow, envelop a boat, and then chase us around. And yet he and Antoine both had enough fear left over to dread whatever might show up on the footage. Had we even mourned Cassie properly? We needed to film some footage for that. Sure, Anna had screamed her name a few times toward the ocean. But that still felt like too little in the end. The last bit of our time on screen was spent by Roxy trying to get Antoine to write an affidavit saying that her husband was dead so that she could cash in on life insurance and inheritance. To be honest, it was actually kind of funny and refreshing for things to become so petty and mundane all of a sudden. I'm not asking you to admit to murder. Just admit that you know for sure he's dead and you were there when it happened. Roxy said fiercely. The cops are already after me, Antoine said. That's all the better for me. It would make your affidavit more believable, she said. There had to be a trope at work somewhere in there. Because I could feel my spirits lifting off screen. I got to sleep that night. Nothing was going to interrupt me. And I got to think about what kind of creature I had just seen. Was it a man that had been cursed? Or was it never a man at all? An interdimensional tumor was a terrifying enemy. But it had been introduced for First Blood. That was supposed to be our first interaction with the antagonist. I hated to think what would come later when it was all explained. I had a distinct feeling that when I got to the end and learned the beginning, I was going to wish I hadn't. Time passed while I had no scenes. It took us a while to figure out that I needed to be out of the picture before things moved forward. It made some amount of sense. My character was supposed to be a detective type, which meant I might be isolated as I pieced things together in the background. At the moment, Antoine, Anna, and Camden were working together because Antoine's character couldn't be seen in public without the cops being called. He was in a hotel room on the phone with Camden and Anna at the library. They were doing this gimmick where Antoine was pretending to tell Camden what to look for as they researched the clue given to us by the man who had turned into the giant multi-dimensional sea creature, something about a river meeting the sun. I was off screen. but they set up a three-way call so I could listen in. It was pretty funny as Camden looked through the library using his Eureka trope while Antoine pretended to be frustrated while ordering him around. We had to preserve Antoine's credibility as an academic. Camden's character had access to a lot of cool military tech, but it was still the late 80s or early 90s. So, instead of a regular cell phone, the whole unit looked like a large suitcase laptop. It was like something that could be used to launch a nuclear weapon, and apparently, the librarians were growing very concerned about it being used in public. Bobby and I stayed at my office. Roxy had left without saying goodbye. We were off screen. He was getting some rest while I was rewatching the footage. The selection seemed random at first, but as I went on, I started to detect elements of a narrative. Something I couldn't quite put together. There were things that didn't make sense. Luckily, I had someone who had actually been on that voyage to help clarify things. One odd thing about the footage was that it was mostly taken from a distance. None of the players interacted with the cameraman at all, though some NPCs did. As I watched the footage, I finally caught sight of Dina in the background of one of the shots. She was a rare sight, especially as things went on. I couldn't tell if she had even gone down into the tunnels, whereas the cameraman had caught footage of everyone else who went in. The footage I saw of her was supposed to be a panning shot of all the various ordnance at the camp, including explosives and ammunition, but in the background, she was on her knees, looking like she was talking to someone. That was actually pretty normal for Dina. This was a supernatural storyline, so she was probably talking to her dead son. Things could have gone a lot worse, Bobby said as he entered my office. I didn't turn to look at him. I was staring at Dina, hoping to find some clue that I had missed. If I didn't know better, I would say that this entire shot was designed to give me a view of her. I couldn't hear what she was saying. Yeah, I said. A monster of that size could have killed all of us out in the water. I think it was the adventure archetype changing things. We just got a taste of what's to come. Definitely, he said. Then he pointed at the screen full of TNT. I was talking about that. It looks like it was a bloodbath already, I said. Tell me, did Dina ever go into the cradle? Because I can't find footage of her actually entering it. And look up here in the corner. I think that's her. I think she's talking to her son. You see that? He looked closely at the screen. Yeah, that's her all right, he said. She had her own subplot. Wanted to go into the cradle to revive her son. He paused for a while. You know, for a long time I assumed that Carousel gave her subplots like that to taunt her. But now I understand it's just keeping her wound open. In a lot of ways. I think that's the biggest favor it could do, you know, to keep her fighting. I nodded. So she never actually entered the cradle because her son told her not to. Something like that, Bobby said. She was our insurance policy. Maybe if she performed well enough, she could survive to the end even if we didn't. That was a risky strategy. Dina would really have to sell her subplot because she was liable to just be written off right at the last moment, unless you knew what win condition you were up against. Making a call like that could be fatal. I let the tape play so it could make its way to the last footage we had available. I wanted to ask Bobby what had happened in the actual finale, the final battle itself, but I would let the images on the screen be a natural segue. So what's up with your tropes? I asked without even looking at him. I wasn't trying to shame him. I was just curious. He only had 5 equipped. I wasn't going to pretend that I was always perfect about having my tropes equipped all the time. But I couldn't remember the last time I had stripped down to only 5. I got caught in between builds, he said. I didn't know we were in a storyline. Makes sense, I said. I never saw the plot cycle, he said. As soon as I did, I started equipping. But I still ended up with to missing. To missing, you gotta understand. We were literally in cages there. We didn't know what was going on. We figured that after 7 days, they were going to kill us when nobody showed up to save us. We weren't thinking about running the storyline. I looked over at him just to be sure that I had seen correctly earlier. He still only had 5 tropes. Background noise to help him talk to NPCs and get information. Last-minute casting. His recast trope, which gave him increased access to the script in addition to casting him in a random role, which, of course, hadn't actually happened in this storyline. He had from humble beginnings. which would debuff him at first but slowly power him up by the finale. He was wearing his "actually I'm a veterinarian" background trope. And if you can't see it, it won't bleed for some emergency medicine. But that was it. The background trope was free. So, he could still equip 6 more tropes. "You're missing more than 2, I said. His eyes glossed over as he looked at the red wallpaper in a panic. "No, I'm not," he said. "I have 8 tropes plus my background trope. I'm only missing 2. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon.Strange." "No need to get nervous," I said. "There must be an explanation." "Yeah," he said, trying to stay cool. "Some sort of anti-insight trope, maybe. Because I'm technically a kidnapping victim. Maybe the others are like this." "Yeah, maybe," I said. I stared at him and really tried to see his tropes. That type of focus normally bore some fruit, even if it gave you a headache. But try as I might, I couldn't see anything other than the ones I had before. I didn't have an explanation. And I struggled to come up with an enemy trope that would justify that. But I knew one could exist. Maybe something that made insight tropes unreliable. That could explain why I was unable to see most of the enemy's tropes so far. "Yeah, I don't know what's going on," he said. "But you know all kinds of things are wacky. I mean, I didn't get cast into a random role this time. I'm the same guy I was in the last film. Maybe there's some sort of error. I wasn't so sure. My understanding was that there were literally immortal people who lived outside of time in charge of the red wallpaper. But that was a silly explanation to begin with. It could be more complicated than that. WALLFOWRS were complicated anyway. I decided to get his whole story while we were talking. "So you just woke up in the boat and then helped Anna?" "Yep," he said. "Didn't even film my kidnapping. It's like you said, you're a recurring character. You wouldn't need the same introduction as Ramona, Isaac, and Kelsey. A shot of you waking up on the boat would probably be enough," I said. "Although I wish you knew more than that. Does the script tell you anything about what your character's been up to or what happened before you were kidnapped?" He paused for a second and cleared his throat. "Nothing that stands out. I've had a hard time since my dogs ran away. Haven't had the heart to get any new ones. They took me by surprise and kidnapped me because my character lived near Anna. That's about it. That was disappointing." Bobby was always good for some background lore, since his characters were usually right in the thick of things. And he had access to lots of information they would know. The footage finally made it to the last little bit, where the cameraman was filming people as they entered the tunnel leading to the sunken cradle. "So Dina never went down," I said, bringing Bobby's attention to the screen. "You went down with the main group, with Andrew and the others. Leela is a ghost. Who knows where she is? Kimberly's already down there along with this German fella." Bobby watched as the events unfolded on the screen. "Yeah, that's about how I remember it," he said. "The final battle took place while Vogler was trying to get through these big doors that couldn't be opened. There was a whole operation. They were going to try to blow through them with all those explosives you saw earlier. That was cheating. No wonder he got a bad fate," I said. "Nobody likes it when you won't do the puzzle and just try to blow things up." "Yeah, it's always frustrating when that happens," Bobby said. But at this point we hadn't really delved into the actual history of anything. So solving the archaeological puzzle to open the doors, if it was even possible, probably wasn't even an option. "You know what's weird about this?" I said. "Antoine doesn't show up until long after everyone else. He doesn't even go down into the tunnels until long after everyone else. And this is his own movie. What was the thinking behind that?" Bobby didn't meet my eyes as he thought for a moment. "Well, he and Vogler had already had a fight where Antoine pretended to get thrown off a cliff. And then later he sneaked down into the tunnels to try and save everyone. That's why he went in so late. He wanted to create suspense for the audience. Personally, I think he was a little freaked out. The footage here really shows the tone, how it cuts and jumps. Everybody was spooked. No one wanted to go down there. So, Antoine goes down late to try to sabotage things at the last minute and save you guys." "That's right," Bobby said. "And then there's a big fight or something. And Antoine grabs some dynamite, runs to the tunnels, and blows things up, leaving everyone, including his allies, down below." I said. "Yeah, that sounds right," Bobby said. By the time he got there was no saving the others. He did what he had to do. It sounded inelegant, but I could see that it is a compelling ending, honestly. Antoine was supposed to be an Indiana Jones type hero. Having him sacrifice everyone to seal the big bad was an interesting direction to take. So where was Bobby in all this? Okay, but Antoine says that your character left the caves right before the final battle ended. So, you would have been outside at the time the explosion occurred, right? I asked. Bobby nodded. I managed to get free in the commotion and ran like heck to get out of there. I had to, you know. Because somebody had to survive. It may not have been good for the story, but we needed somebody to live to the end, right? But you said that Dino was already outside, so someone was already going to live to the end, I said. He shifted on his feet. Well, I was worried that maybe Dino would get written off, you know, for not going to the final battle, but she didn't. No, she didn't. And you didn't either for running away, I asked. No, he said. I figure that escape was a win condition. That made enough sense. It wasn't like defeating an eldritch creature was a realistic win condition. And we knew for a fact that the sunken cradle was a common storyline that lots of players were sent on when they got to that level range, which meant it had to have some favorable win conditions. Sounds like a pretty tense moment, I said as I stared at the screen while the footage ended and the TV started playing static. It really was, Bobby said. It's hard to believe so many people played that storyline. You know, yeah, well. Let's not forget how many people played through the anthology storyline with the Straggler Forest. They never knew there was a dead cosmic being behind it all. Seems like a common theme, he said with a chuckle. He started to back away. I'm going to go to one of the restaurants down on the street to get some food. You want anything? He asked. You know what? I said. Just get me what you're getting. He turned toward the door. Just one more thing? I asked. While I'm thinking of it. Have you ever looked at the spoilers section for the sunken cradle in the Atlas? Bobby looked back at me. It was like he was holding his breath for a moment. He shook his head. Well, it's the weirdest thing. People remember most of the movie right up until the finale. But then everyone who's ever played it claims that they don't actually remember what happened after that. Bobby looked at me. His facial features frozen for a moment. Sweat beading around his temple. That's one of the strangest things I've ever heard, he said. Yeah, I agreed. Antoine didn't remember what happened down in the cradle either. Spooky, he eventually said. But you remember the finale just fine, I said. Must be another error. He shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, maybe. You know what it is. I think I just have my character's memories, you know. Because of my recast trope. How I can remember things that my characters knew. I bet that's what it is. Kind of freaky if you think about it. Because technically my character's memories are my memories. Maybe I can't tell the difference. That could be it. It's funny how tropes interact, isn't it? I asked. Gotta wonder how Carousel keeps it all straight. We were never meant to understand, he said with a nervous chuckle, and then continued on his way out the door. I watched him as he left. Then I picked up the phone to check on the others. Antoine and Camden were still bickering. They must have been on screen. I leaned back in my chair and reflected on the conversation Bobby and I had. I watched the video again until it got back to the part where I could see Dina on her knees talking to her invisible son. A conversation that would eventually lead to her abandoning the final battle altogether. Maybe it was the generic warning that any cosmic entity would justify. Or maybe it was something else. The next time I went on screen, I made sure that Carousel caught footage of me staring at Dina in the background. I didn't know if it would work because neither Dina nor her ghostly son was an object. And the insert shot only worked on items. But I figured technically the footage was a video, which was an item. I paused the footage and used the insert shot on the frame that best showed Dina in the background, crying, talking to her son. If it worked, it might be useful. In my gut, I felt it was important to know what they were saying. For some reason I couldn't put into words. I felt whoever had shot that footage really wanted me to know. More so than many storylines. The sunken cradle part required a lot of small scenes to put it together. We weren't guided from one place to the next by NPCs as we expected. We had to do it ourselves. I didn't know if that was because there were so many settings or because the plot was more of a sandbox. But when we found ourselves not being led forward, We had to come up with some quick scenes to move the plot in that direction ourselves. On screen, my cameraman was at the back of the room filming our conversation. He had become a very reliable indicator of whether something was important to my personal subplot. He moved the camera back and forth between Antoine, Anna, Camden, and me. Though the scene was so short it seemed a bit unnecessary. I knew I had heard the phrase "where the sun meets the river" before. Antoine said. It was my old mentor who always talked about it. For some reason, I didn't put it together until I found his book and realized that was where it was from. He held an old dusty library edition of an academic text out for me to see and for the camera to pick up. Kuyara. The City of Dust by Gabriel Ibarra, I said, reading it. It must have been easy for them to find, seeing as it had Bones Ibarra's name on it. All that squabbling was just for show, to let Antoine flex his knowledge. The city is referred to as the place where the sun meets the river because there's a waterfall there. Apparently, he continued, it's the most photogenic thing at the ruins because whatever city was left behind is almost entirely gone, eaten away by thieves and erosion. I played my character shaken, but intrigued. That's very interesting. So the man, if that's what he was, told you about this ancient city, and you think that you need to go there, I asked. To what end? To chase the cradle, to save my friends, Antoine said. I'm convinced that's where they're being taken. And if that doesn't work, then for the thrill of discovery, that matters to you, doesn't it? The mystery of Kuyara and its people is one of the oldest in the world. I gave Antoine a sharp eye, as if sizing him up. It's a mystery right up there with Atlantis and every bit as mythical. As it is, I said, I'm under contract to look for answers about Andrew Hughes. My benefactor, Roxanne Hughes, isn't going to be entertained by the idea of running around in yet another jungle unless I can convince her that it will lead to answers about her husband. Antoine said. He took a deep breath. I think I could make that argument. I'll give her a call, I said. We stepped off screen for about 15 seconds before Roxy entered my office. Anna sat in one of my guest chairs. Without a word, Roxy grabbed her by the arm, gently lifted her, and moved her to the same side of the room as Antoine and Camden. Bobby was at the back, doing his best wallpaper impression. Roxy then sat in the chair, threw her jacket over the back, and lit a cigarette with one of those long cigarette holders Cruella de Vil was known for. Then we returned on dash screen. Finally, we had an NPC of sorts helping set things up. You expect me to help you after you've admitted to practically killing my husband, Roxy said, without missing a beat. She wouldn't look him in the eye. She didn't even take off her sunglasses. Not to mention that the creature that murdered poor Cassie was clearly linked to you. I am trying to make that right the best way I know how. More people are going to get hurt if I don't do something, Antoine said. I know that creature is tied to the sunken cradle. It told me as much back when it was human. He put his hand to his torso. I know this is all connected. I can feel it in my gut. And if all you accomplish is extra footage for your expose on my supposed criminality, wouldn't that be enough of a reason for you to fund our trip? She stared back at him. You disappoint me, Dr. Stone, she said. I was told that I would never find you, that you could make it around the world without a whisper and without tripping alarms. But now you need my private jet. How do you think he's always done that? Anna asked. He always had a friend with a private jet or a submarine or a zeppelin. And he's always found answers. If he says that the men sent after us have something to do with the sunken cradle, you should believe him. And maybe then you can find out what happened to your husband. Roxy gently flicked her ashes onto the floor next to Anna. The more I learn about this Antoine Stone, the less I want to be counted among his friends. Haven't you heard? They're going missing, she said. Just like your husband went missing, Antoine said. Somewhere in the thick tunnels leading to the sunken cradle. There are still answers to be found. Now is not the time to get cheaped out. The sooner we leave, the better. If I have to use other channels to continue my search, what we're looking for could be gone out. Besides, don't you want to keep an eye on me so that I can testify about your husband's demise? What better way to stay in touch with someone than to be their patron? Roxy didn't answer for a moment. She looked over at me, and I tilted my head as if to say he's got a point. Fine, but you'd best be ready to leave now because my tolerance for adventure is wearing thin. And I'd rather not be there when all things go wrong. She immediately stood up and began exiting the room. All we could do was follow. Another 5-minute trip in the private jet, plus a change of clothes to make it look like time had passed and we were in yet another part of Carousel. A part that looked like a bayou. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. It was easy enough to get a local NPC to lead us to Dr. Ibarra's home, and when we arrived, we went back on screen. The home defied easy description, as it seemed to have been built by hand, one room at a time, over a long period, and from natural materials, giving it the look of having grown out of the earth and being part of the swamp. Antoine stood at the front of the home, and the rest of us did our best to spread out and pose in the background. The first thing I noticed when he answered the door was that Bones Ibarra had been aged up. He was always in his early 40s or so, but now he was in his late 50s or early 60s. He was tired, having seen far too many adventures, and walked away empty-handed. The 20-something young woman who was hanging off of him as he stood at the door, however, looked quite sprightly. Antoine Stone, he said as soon as he got a look at who had just knocked. I never thought I'd see you again. You almost didn't. Antoine said, look, Bones, I need help. And you're just the guy who can do it. Bones started to laugh. Now that is a greeting, he said. You may come in, and tell your friends they can come as well. But if they stay outside, to watch out for the alligators. They don't respect anyone but me. There was a reason that Animal Whisperer was an adventure trope. How else do you pull off an animal stunt without getting killed? We all piled into the home except for Roxy and her bodyguard, who stayed outside to keep lookout. Perhaps Bobby also stayed behind, from what I understood. If he was nearby, he could just read what we said as it appeared on the script. The thing about wallflowers was that by nature they didn't like to talk about how their tropes worked. So the rest of us were left to wonder. Can I get you a beer, my old friend? Bones asked. Not today. Antoine said. Good. I don't have enough to share. Bones responded with a charming grin. His home looked like it could have been decorated for a themed restaurant, with all kinds of artifacts of a lifetime of exploration hanging from the walls. But with a woman's touch too. Although I expected it was a different woman than the one who still stayed attached to his hip. The paragon himself chose to stand right next to a cabinet instead of sitting in the living room, where the rest of us eventually found a place to settle and my cameraman filmed. And Bones kept looking at the camera, clearly uncomfortable. Are you shooting a movie? He asked. You decide to stop being a real archaeologist. The movies are where the real money can be found. Not like the old holes in the ground that you and I are used to. It's a documentary. Antoine said, not my idea. But they said they'd give me a ride. Bones started to laugh. That's more like the Antoine I know. What was it? 20 years ago. Exploring the jungles of the Congo. Looking for artifacts while our expedition was funded by men looking for some cryptid or another. Men like you and I find the strangest bedfellows, don't we? And the youngest. It would seem, Antoine said, glancing over at Bones' girlfriend. Bones laughed again but kept an intense eye contact, as if this was all just them sizing each other up. I spent my youth searching for treasures that were very old. Now that I'm very old, I do the opposite, he said. Now, what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? There was a weight in the air, and I could see Bones hand-itching to grab something behind the cabinet he was standing next to. I had to imagine there was a gun or possibly a sword hanging there. There was no way to tell in a storyline like this. You know, Antoine, some policeman came around asking about you not so long ago. Brought back a lot of bad memories for me, he said. They told me some very concerning things. Antoine lowered his head. None of what they said is true, he said. All the people from the old days haven't been going missing, Bones asked. You haven't been evading authorities. Well, that's true, Antoine said. But I am not behind it all. Someone's using them to get to me, and if I recall, we both have plenty of experience in evading authorities. Bones smiled but kept eye contact, as if weighing what he was being told. So you come to warn me? He asked. That all your old friends are being taken. Maybe I should go into hiding. No, Antoine said. Maybe I should have warned people. But that's not why I'm here. He took off the camera bag that he was using as a satchel and produced the book they had shown me in the previous scene. You really found a fossil with this one, didn't you? Bones said, dropping his guard for the first time as he reached out to take the book. He began flipping through it fondly, as if he hadn't looked at it in decades. "This is a library book," he said. "You really are up to your old habits. Although I remembered you stealing much more valuable things from much less accessible places. I need you to take me to Kuyara," Antoine said. Bones looked at him, perplexed. "You know," he said, "it has been a very long time since anyone has ever wanted to go to Kuyara. I got one trip funded, but when I returned to them with pictures of nothing but large flat rocks and without any artifacts to put in the British Museum, it was hard to get anyone to fund my return." "Why the sudden interest in that dead end of a valley?" Antoine paused, as if deciding whether to tell. "The people that have gone missing," he said. "The clues led me to a phrase. The place where the sun meets the river." "Well, there are a lot of places that could refer to," Bones said. "The ancients weren't too creative when they named their homes, you know. I can think of half a dozen off the top of my head on 3 different continents." "It has to do with the sunken cradle," Antoine said. "I was told the cradle breathes where the sun meets the river." This caught Bones off guard. He leaned back. "The sunken cradle is in Peru now, you say? I thought it was in the Caribbean. Or so you always told me back when you teased me about its location." "It was," Antoine said, "but that entrance is closed." "Entrance," Bones said, intrigued. "Are you trying to tell me that there are multiple entrances to the sunken cradle on different continents?" Antoine clearly knew how outlandish that sounded. "It makes more sense the longer you think about it," Antoine said. "Why did the legend always say that the entrance was in a different place? Carthage, Mongolia, Siberia, the Yukon, half a dozen places in every great sea or ocean. A rumor that seemed to change with each person who passed it along. I don't know if there is an entrance to the sunken cradle at Kuyara, but I believe someone thinks there is. And they've put the lives of a lot of people I care about at stake. So whatever the truth may be, I need you to show me where it is. I noticed you didn't put the exact location in your book." Bones looked down at his old work and flipped through it. Anyone who desired enough to find that ancient city would have all they needed from within these pages. He said, "I just tried to keep out the tourists. I don't just want to know the location," Antoine said. "I want someone who's been there before. Someone who knows the ways in and out in every direction. Someone like you." Bones laughed. "There is no one like me," he said, "not even me. These days." "I don't believe that for a moment," Antoine said. A smile formed in the corner of the Paragon's mouth. "You know, even if I go with you on this ill-advised adventure, we're not going to find anything there. The ruins at Kuyara have all but sunk into the earth with time. I think I would have noticed if there was anything of importance, especially if it related to the sunken cradle." Antoine nodded. "I thought that once too about the first location. Odds are you're right. For the sunken cradle to have entrances all over the world, it simply wouldn't be possible. And thank God, because I have no intent of ever going back there." Bones started to say something, but he was interrupted because, as he was talking, the sound of sirens could be heard in the distance. I looked outside, and Roxy and her bodyguard were gone. Bobby had split too, or at least found somewhere to hide. "It looks like the widow Hughes has decided to cash in on her life insurance a bit early," I said. I wasn't exactly surprised that she had betrayed us, but it was awfully early. "Looks like we need an answer really quick," Antoine said as the sirens got louder. "Kinda wish I could have answered you 5 minutes ago then," Bones said. "As much as I'd love to give you a tour of my old stomping grounds, I can't risk going to jail." Everyone was on their feet and ready to make a run for it. "We were on screen, so we couldn't have a real conversation. That's disappointing to hear," Antoine said. "Can I ask you not to tell them where we're going?" "Well, hold on there. I didn't say no. I just said I can't risk going to jail. So we better get out of here quick. Honey," he said to his girlfriend, "get the go bags. You need to go to your mother's." She was on it quickly, shoving a duffel bag into his arms that she pulled from a nearby closet, then kissed before she exited the room. And the story. "We're going to have to exit out the back way. Follow me," Bones said. "I assume one of you can pay my fee." "You can assume that," Antoine said as he followed Bones toward the back of the house. And the rest of us were right behind them. "I keep a boat at the docks down the shore. I don't know if we can get there without being seen." Those sirens don't sound too far away, Bones said as he pushed open the back door, only to be greeted by a pontoon boat floating up to the riverbank behind the house. It was our pontoon boat. Bobby was steering it, and Roxy was aboard. Although she didn't seem too happy about it, her bodyguard was standing, holding onto the railing, keeping an eye around the place. This may do even better, Bones said. Are these your people? Antoine and I looked at each other, and we shrugged. Good enough, Bones said as he jumped from the shore onto the front of the pontoon boat. The rest of us followed one at a time as we began hearing tires screech at the front of the home. As soon as everyone was aboard, Bobby had the boat full throttle into the swamp, getting us as far away as we could go. The police who arrived could only stare at us as we drove away. Detective Blackwood was there with a megaphone in his hands, yelling something that I couldn't quite hear. Then he lowered the device and watched us go. As long as I could see him. How did he track us down so fast? I asked as my cameraman repositioned himself to frame the conversation. The boat was quite crowded. He must have been tracking Miss Hughes' plane, Camden said. That's the best I could figure. I looked up at Roxy. Her face didn't let any emotion through. Detective Blackwood tracking us made more sense than her betraying us at that moment. But she wasn't exactly offering up explanations or defending herself. And no one was going to accuse her, even though we were all thinking it off-screen. Bobby slowed the boat down for a while so that we could talk. And I told my assistant to steer. She somehow knew where to go. Sorry, I didn't have time to explain myself, Bobby said. I saw the title of the next scene and knew I had to do something. Well, at least we found my boat, Camden said. Items brought into storylines often appeared randomly throughout the story, and like Roxy, Bones Ibarra didn't stop talking or stay in character when we went off screen. But that was because he was a companion character brought in by a trope, not simply a paragon. You have to understand that regardless of what we do in the party or rebirth, the finale will be heavy with the horror. Don't be tricked by the events that have come before, he said. Do you even know what First Blood was? Camden asked. We haven't forgotten this is a horror film. Many do, Bones said. He then started to talk about his wisdom as an adventurer paragon to support his earlier claim about players getting derailed when they find out that Carousel doesn't let you substitute vine swinging and treasure hunting for the entire storyline. I gestured for him to hand me the book that his character had written, and he did so. I pretended to read it for a while, but that wasn't my real goal. Now that I knew Detective Blackwood was actively pursuing us, I realized we could use him intentionally, leaving clues about where we were going so he could show up at the right moment to help us when the true enemy revealed themselves. It was a classic trope. I figured the book was as good a clue as any. As soon as I found a spot in the conversation to tell the others, they were on board. We didn't need the book anymore. We had its author with us. It took us about 20 minutes driving through the swamp until we found an outlet that brought us to a river. Maybe even the Carousel River, but I didn't know. It became apparent where we were going right as we pulled up to it. It was a small airstrip off the shores of the water. Regardless of what Bones had said, I could really get used to adventure storylines. I was actually excited about what was going to happen next, even though I knew it would be nail-biting and temporary. It felt nice to know our next challenge would be about athleticism and quick thinking. Most of our challenges involved pain. As soon as the boat pulled up to a small slip near the airstrip, we went back on screen. As we offboarded from the boat, I did my best to accidentally leave the book behind on one of the seats, out of place enough that I figured Detective Blackwood could discover it. I hoped that would be the right move. We can fly by my depot before we head down to Peru, Camden said. Get resupplied, get something to eat. I'd sure appreciate it, Antoine said. I have no right to ask you to come with me. His relationship with Camden's character was quite loose. You don't have to ask him, Camden said. And I'm not coming with you. I'm coming with him. As he pointed at me. Hey, I'm just with her, I said, pointing to Roxy, trying to drag her into the conversation to see what she would say. She had changed into the outfit she had worn at the speakeasy, something a lot closer to a Lara Croft than a Black Widow. You're not with me, she said. I'm paying you. This is a business relationship. You'd best not forget that. As long as you don't, I said. We marched further on toward an airplane hangar. Please tell me you've bought a new plane since we last saw each other. Antoine said to Bones. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. No, I'm all about the classics. Don't you remember? Oh dear Lord. Antoine said as we walked into the hangar and saw before us a plane that was at least 40 years old at the time the story was set. That, ladies and gentlemen, is my Munson P-40 to Mallard. The best airplane man ever designed. Sure it is. Anyone who knows otherwise is still buried in the wreckage, Camden said. Bones began to laugh as he started prepping his airplane for flight. It was a strange craft. It didn't look like anything I had ever flown in before. The wings were attached at the top of the plane, but they weren't straight. They made the plane look like it was shrugging its shoulders up to cover its ears. It was a biplane with 2 propellers, one on each wing, and 3 spindly wheels beneath it. We started loading onto the plane and went off screen. As we were getting aboard, Camden pointed to a sticker on the side that said the passenger limit was 8 to 9. I quickly tore off the sticker, and we both laughed. We were gonna have a few more than that between the NPCs and us. Especially if we picked up some of Camden's mercenaries. They taxied the plane outside and then closed up the hangar before we went back on screen. And the takeoff sequence started in earnest, right on time. We heard sirens in the distance. Detective Blackwood was persistent. Antoine, my friend, you must have stolen money from someone very powerful the way they're after you. Bones said, oh, come on. You know, I don't steal money. I steal artifacts, Antoine said. To some men, those are the same thing, Bones said as police vehicles started to pour onto the runway. They're in the way, Anna said. Having somehow ended up in the comfortable seat at the front of the plane right behind the pilots while the rest of us crammed in the back. Even from where I was sitting, I could tell the police vehicles would never let us take off. At that moment, I experienced for the first time the very things we were warned against when the vets told us not to use more than one advanced archetype. It didn't just make the plot unpredictable. It made them too full. From the river, bullets started to fire at the police, dinging their vehicles and causing the officers to flee for their safety. Out on the river, 3 speedboats appeared, filled with the same gunmen that we had been chased by before. Say what you will about these guys, but they've got great timing, Camden said. The plane was hurtling down the runway. The police vehicles were still blocking the path. Bones tried to take off early so as to avoid the blockade. The plane hopped up into the air and managed to jump over one of the vehicles. But there were more behind it, and we just didn't have enough lift. We smashed back down to the ground, almost tipping over. Luckily, Bones was able to right the plane. But we were about to hit another line of vehicles, and there was no way we could get airborne enough to get over them. The gunmen were still firing their weapons at us and the police indiscriminately. I could see Detective Blackwood over near the airplane hangar, watching the action. He was on some sort of radio, no doubt reporting on the plane's identification numbers or something. This is why the Mallard is one of the best planes ever made, Bones said as he steered left, driving off the runway and avoiding the line of police cars. The turbulence was great. Those tires were not meant for bumpy terrain. And we were headed right for the river. We're about to crash, Anna screamed. Somebody had to. No, Bones said. We're about to float. As soon as the plane hit the water, he flipped a button, and I could hear the mechanism below as the wheels pulled up into the plane. As the hull of the aircraft hit the water, it started to skim over the top like a boat. Wait, is this a seaplane? I asked. Best one money can buy, Bones said. A few decades ago, yeah, sure, Camden said. Bones engaged the throttle, or whatever the big pushy lever was that made the blades spin faster. And suddenly we were skimming across the top of the river at full speed. We had lost the police, and fortunately, we were still being pursued by those mysterious gunmen on their speedboats. It didn't really make sense. The last time we had run into them, it was because they were trying to kidnap Anna and Bobby, and we just happened to show up at the same time. But what was the reason for them being here now? Maybe they were about to take Bones Ibarra captive, as they had many of Antoine's other colleagues. It wasn't like that was impossible, but it seemed like a huge coincidence. Luckily, the seaplane was able to maneuver down the river faster than the speedboats, though I wasn't sure if that made any sense. It was probably just action movie logic, where the pursuers were polite enough to stay behind for a while. But we had already had this kind of scene. The boat chase Was Carousel repeating itself? We knew that this storyline was thematically tied to the river, but even then, did we need another similar chase? I didn't know. But we were about to take off, and the bullets flying past us didn't appear to be doing any damage. And then I heard a rumbling in the engine on the right side of the plane. Damn it, the engine cut out, Bones said. I could see him working the flips and dials at the front of the plane, trying to get the engine back online. I need someone to go out there and hand prop it, Bones screamed. He was all business all of a sudden. This seemed dire. Tell me you're joking, Camden said. I never joke about the mallard, Bones said. Does hand prop mean what I think it means? Antoine asked. It does, Bones said, and you'd better hurry. The river becomes too narrow, and there's too much limb cover for me to take off from further upstream. You need to move quickly. Antoine cursed under his breath as he got up next to the exit door and pulled it open. Then he looked up at the wing above, and then back at us. I was really glad not to be him. Sure, he had the stats to do the stunt, but he still had to choose to do it. And that had to be difficult. He reached up and grabbed the edge of the wing, and then monkey-barred his way out of the passenger compartment until his legs were swinging beneath him so that he could make his way out too. The engine that had stalled. Bullets whizzed around him, and Bones tried to steer with his one remaining engine in order to get him out of the line of fire. But with limited success. Luckily, the plane wasn't huge, so he could make it to the engine pretty quickly, dangling from his fingertips as he reached out and grabbed the stationary propeller and did his best to start it moving. I didn't know how airplanes worked, and if this were in a movie, I would probably just accept it. But since I was sitting there on the plane watching one of my dearest friends try to do this, the skeptic in me was just exploding at how unlikely this was to work. Antoine's feet were dragging in the water as he kept trying to move the propeller enough to get the engine started again. But he just couldn't position himself well enough to get it spinning. We're running out of time, Bones screamed. Antoine thought for a moment, and then grabbed down into the lucky camera bag strapped to his side, which didn't have a camera in it, and pulled out his grappling hook, which he quickly tossed the end of into the open door of the plane. Anna reached up, grabbed it, and affixed it to a large metal eyelet that was probably used to attach cargo. One-handed, Antoine tied the rope through his belt loops as best he could, as quickly as he could. As soon as I figured out what he was about to do, I grabbed onto the rope and pulled it taut as he reached up toward the propeller and launched himself at it, grabbing onto the propeller and pulling with all his might in one smooth attempt to get the engine running. To his credit, it worked. The engine roared to life. The problem was he had nothing left to hold on to, and he probably wouldn't want to even if he did, since the propeller was now spinning so quickly. He fell toward the water below, and I quickly lifted the rope to try to keep him from being submerged as he skidded along the water on the seat of his pants, holding onto the rope with both hands. It looked like he was about to try to ski on his feet, but even in an adventure film, Carousel wasn't going to allow something to succeed at that. We started pulling him in as the sound of gunfire intensified behind us, and the plane began to take off. It probably looked pretty cool, but in the moment, it was terrifying. And it's just a puppet trope did nothing to dull it because there were no fantasy monsters or magical cosmic beings involved. It was just a fear of heights and bullets that was coursing through me at that moment. I looked back at the gunmen, and even in that moment of adrenaline, I thought how silly it was that they were there in the first place. What an odd plot device. The entire scene could have ended up on the cutting room floor. If anything, it would only hurt pacing at that point. What had they actually accomplished? A cool action scene, slowing down the cops. Did that justify their inclusion? I rarely had to ask these questions about Carousel, and yet when I looked back at the gunmen and saw that they were on screen, and so was I, something caught my eye that was hard to explain. They weren't pointing their guns at us. One of them pointed his gun off the side of the boat casually, firing right into the water. Another one was shooting bullets up into the air, off to the left, where they would never hit us. In fact, while they all had guns, not one of them was actively shooting directly at us. That was incredibly bizarre. Even if they had no chance of hitting us because of a trope or because of our stats, they would still aim the gun at us. It would be Carousel and the script that stopped us from getting hit. But these guys weren't even trying, and worse than that, they were doing it on screen. It was true they needed Antoine alive for something, Perhaps to solve an archaeological puzzle or maybe just pure revenge. But then why all the theatrics? Why even pretend to shoot? What in the world was going on? This flight, and like all of those we had taken before, lasted for longer than 5 minutes. In fact, it lasted so long that Bones had to land and refuel the plane several times. It was fascinating to watch through the windows, as none of this was on screen. So, we would land in a place like a monster-ridden, apocalyptic airport, and all the creatures would pause and watch us as Bones got out and refueled the plane. It happened several times, giving us plenty of time to plan ahead. Even when we stopped to resupply and pick up a few of Camden's men, thoroughly squeezing us in like sardines. It only took a few minutes, and then we were back traveling through the air with no apparent destination that I could see. I began to wonder if traveling through Carousel by air was like traveling through the river. And perhaps this next location was far away even by Carousel standards. Eventually, we shuffled around until I got a seat next to Bones at the front. It didn't take long for me to start picking Bones' mind. "So you're meta-aware," I said, not asking a question, just making a statement. "It would appear so," he said. "But I can't actually know. Because you can just be scripted to act meta-aware, can't you?" I asked. "It is a conundrum," he said with a chuckle. "You could never really know. But then you'll have to ask who would be scripting me." I shrugged my shoulders. "Given the high population of paragons here, I'm going to bet it's a narrator." "That might be a good guess." I looked over at him until we made eye contact. His face was old, but his eyes were young. And, like paragons were known to do, his gaze contained some message that I couldn't quite interpret. But I knew it was there. "Would you call it a lucky guess?" I asked. He began to laugh. "I might just," I figured. I closed my eyes as the plane hit some turbulence. I focused on the red wallpaper. Carousel had given us a throughline tracker, and while it was useful, it wasn't particularly accurate. It was designed to be dramatic. It wouldn't show you all your progress that way. It could inform you of how far along you were in some cinematic moment, which meant that just because we didn't seem to be on Lucky's throughline, it didn't mean we weren't at some point. We would make a choice or achieve a milestone, and we might realize that we were halfway through the entire process. That would certainly explain some of the strangeness going on. I opened my eyes sometime later, after a short nap, to find that we were flying over a jungle again. I kept looking for an airstrip or road that Bones would try to land on, but that never came on screen. "Now, you say that we are to expect an army at Kuyara. If that is to be true, we must arrive from this direction. The entire valley lies at the bottom of a great cliff. The top of that cliff is our best entry point," Bones said. "But in my heart, I still think we'll find an empty valley." "I hope you're right," Antoine said as he squeezed up between Bones and me and looked through the windshield. "Where are you gonna land us?" "You're looking at it," Bones said. I stared ahead, and I didn't see any landing strip. But then I realized that this was an adventure story, and the landing strip he was talking about was actually another river. One that cut through the highland we were flying over and eventually plummeted off in a great waterfall somewhere in the distance, where I imagined the finale would take place. "Hold on to something," Bones said as he began lowering the plane closer and closer toward the river. There was no jungle left, just flat lands as we got closer to the edge of the highland. And while it could have been a tense moment, Bones landed the plane with ease and even managed to gently lower the wheels and pull us out of the river while he taxied the plane over behind a large boulder. It was a fake-out. With that, the door opened, and we were out. We were headed toward the midpoint, towards some reveal that would give us context for the rest of the film. There were a ton of us, over 10 including the NPCs, which was dangerous. Something was going to happen to split us up. I was certain. Luckily, we were practiced at this sort of thing. We fanned out, staying together but also creating natural groups. Roxy, her bodyguard, Camden, and his squad stayed with me and my cameraman and assistant, while Antoine, Bones, Bobby, and Anna formed a group because their characters had worked together before. If disaster struck, we could split up with a fairly even distribution, but that didn't happen. We were very high up on a plateau of sorts, and we had a straight shot to walk toward the edge, where the river ran down to the valley below, and no one was around to investigate us. This book was originally published on Royal Road, Check it out there for the real experience. Camden had been able to supply us with binoculars. So, as we lay down at the edge of the plateau and stared down into the valley below, we had a pretty good view of things. Bones had absolutely been right about the ambiguity of these ruins. There was definitely a pattern in the large blocks of stone that might suggest human activity, but they were eroded down so much that the naked eye couldn't easily see whether or not they were put there by men or by nature. Maybe if more of the land had been cleared of brush and vines, it would be easier to tell. But that's not what the armed men down in the valley were interested in. There were dozens of them, largely outfitted like mercenaries, but there were others, too, that seemed to be wearing casual clothing. They had likely entered the valley through one of the forested paths that the river took as it forked off from the great pool beneath the waterfall. The Kuyara River, Bones said. The ruins were named for the river because history forgot this place. None of the local tribes remembered the people who lived here. It is a place as ancient as it is remote. I took that as an invitation to sightsee. It was beautiful. The land was lush and plentiful. The valley safe and secluded. I could see a city having been there thousands of years ago. Look there, Anna said. To the right. They have them in cages. Oh right, the plot. I almost forgot. The funny thing about binoculars and Carousel is that they are ridiculously easy to use. Even with just a twitch, they will suddenly pan over to the thing that you're trying to look at. So, all at once, the entire group gasped as they found the cages Anna was talking about. It was mostly what you would expect from a cage built for a human, except that the entire front panel, including the door, was made of solid metal welded together. They have no locks on them, Camden said. They rely on the prisoners not being able to reach around to unlatch them. We should be able to get them out pretty easily. Bottom left, I said. Does it look like that cage was blown up? Several people tried to respond to me at once, which happened less often than one would expect. So everyone took a breath, hoping Carousel would just cut that part out, and Antoine spoke. What could have caused that damage? He asked. It looks like a bomb went off, but surely that couldn't have done it. There were no burn marks. It looked like the bars and metal had been pushed outward from someone inside. All of them, all at once. The thing none of us had said yet, until Anna did moments later, was that Kelsey, Isaac, and Ramona were not the only prisoners. In fact, Ramona wasn't even there. There were dozens of people in those cages. Each one could contain at least 6 people, and there were 9 functional cages left. What do they need all those people for? Roxy asked for the first time, sounding like a normal human and not some sort of antagonistic cliché. She seemed genuinely touched. Evil, Antoine said. Maybe this is a path to the cradle after all. We might get to learn what happened to Andrew after all. It was weird that he could come up with a line like that, but not actually tell me what the cradle was. On some level, I understood there was darkness reeking from this place. And even the least powerful of all of Stephen King's psychic characters could intuit something about what lay beneath. So perhaps Antoine was just going on his gut instinct. I wish that he wouldn't keep propping up the supernatural force beneath us. Keeping things vague could be very useful to us for a while longer. Even suggesting how powerful the entity below was could be dangerous. It didn't matter. Do those prisoners look weird to you? Anna asked. They don't even look distressed. To be honest. They looked bored and apprehensive to my eyes. Not incredibly out of place. It wasn't like they were being tortured, but I expected that Anna was trying to put into words something that she could see on the red wallpaper. Was she trying to sell us that Kelsey and Isaac weren't worried or upset despite being in those cages? That was odd. There could be some sort of aura keeping them at bay. Or maybe they had resigned to their fate. I'd sneak down there and let everybody out, Antoine said. But I'm afraid those thugs might recognize me. I think they might recognize all of us, Camden said. Look over at that table made from the sawhorses. Does that guy look familiar to you? The binoculars took me there. He looked a little familiar. He was dressed the same as the gunmen from the speedboats that had been chasing us. Basic mercenary clothing. But I did recognize him because he wore a scarf. Not that I would have thought to point him out before that moment. One of the large flat stones that littered the area had been cracked open, and the tunnel had been dug down into it. There was no putting it off any longer. We had found an entrance to the ancient impossible myth beneath the surface of the earth. The question was what would happen when we inevitably made our way down those depths. Actually, that was a later question. The current question came from Anna again. "Where's Bobby?" she asked. I immediately stood up from my place where I had been lying on the ground at the edge of the cliff and looked over at where I had last seen him. He was gone. Everyone else was there, though. "Let's search for him," Antoine commanded. One of Camden's mercenaries, in a complete excess of personality, joked that Bobby had probably gone to take a leak. Getting a line at a movie probably upgraded his membership in the Carousel Actors Guild or something. I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about a feeling, an instinct that I had about Bobby from the moment he entered the story. It never sat right with me that he was free in the story. Why had he not been cast as a prisoner like Isaac and Kelsey? In fact, a lot of Bobby's behavior had been off, and while I didn't have a smoking gun to explain it, I couldn't ignore it. "We need to leave, or at least hide," I said. "Hide?" Antoine asked. "We need to figure out where Bobby went before he gets captured." "No," I said. "We need to find a place to hide right now." I tried to act as if I were following some sort of intuition. After all, my character was more psychic than usual because of Cassie's gift. I looked over at Anna, and she was looking back at me. There was panic in her eyes, and even though she didn't say it, I suspected that her "are you okay" in their trope suddenly lost one of her allies from its display. I glanced over at Roxy. Ever since she entered the storyline, I had expected a betrayal, but I knew it didn't have to be from her. "We need to hide now. In fact, we should get to the plane," I said. I needed to express my concerns, even if I couldn't explain them, and a logical person in my position would recommend that we leave, that we fly away. Even though I knew that by this point it was no longer an option. We had to run toward the plane anyway. In the distance, behind the large boulder where we had left the plane, an explosion rang out. It looked like escape wasn't an option. No surprise there. I had been waiting for the real plot to start, and now all I could hope was that we would survive it. Upon the destruction of his plane, Bones immediately started cursing in Spanish, which was one of the primary benefits of knowing a second language in movies. "There are only 60 mallards operational in all the world," he screamed. "How am I going to get another?" "Focus," Antoine said. "Where do we go from here?" We were standing out in the open. If gunmen were approaching us, we would be sitting ducks, or mallards, rather. "There is a path behind the waterfall. This way," Bones said as he began leading us down toward the river at the place where it spilled over the edge of the cliff. When we got to the very edge, dangerously close to being swept away by the torrent, he pointed to a small ledge well hidden behind the falling water. "I think it used to be a staircase," he said, "but now it's a slick water slide. Walk on your toes and try not to fall." "But how do we get down there?" Roxy asked as she stared at the gap between where we were and the rocky ledge below. The ledge was well covered by the waterfall, which meant jumping would be difficult. It was a tricky angle. If we touched the waterfall, it would push us away from the cliff in a free fall. The only reason there would be room at all to get down there was that the speed of the river propelled water outward just enough that a person could possibly climb down beneath the arc of the waterfall. "You do it like this," Anna said as she lowered herself down the side of the cliff right next to where the waterfall shot out and climbed over to the ledge. There was plenty of room there, and the waterfall was just big enough and thick enough that no one would be able to see us from down below. "Quickly now," Bones said. I was next, followed by each member of our oversized party one at a time. Roxy managed to climb down with little trouble, although she didn't look happy about it. Even with the size of the ledge carved into the cliff, it was beginning to be a tight squeeze as everyone found their way down. Bones's characterization of the structure as being a water slide was terrifyingly accurate. One slip and you, and everyone in your way, would slide down. The slide would zigzag back and forth down the mountain until you slipped into the pool below. It really did look like an old stairway cut into the rock that had been eroded. But that meant that these ruins were incredibly old, beyond anything I remembered seeing. "All right," Camden said, "I have a plan." It was nice he did, because I was having difficulty cutting through all the obvious dead ends to decide which dead end was the best. "My men and we'll make our way down into the pool below, and then we'll sneak over toward where they have all those 4x4s parked." He nodded his head to where there had been some Jeep-like vehicles. "We'll make some noise, make a real distraction," he added. Try to attract some of these mercenaries our way. Maybe even start them on a chase. The vegetation is thick here. There's not a lot of visibility from the ground. So if I could get them off in that direction, the rest of you should be able to go down and release the prisoners and then make it out to that big cargo helicopter. I had to whip out my binoculars to see what he was talking about. Somehow, I had not noticed it despite its size, but in my defense, it was camouflage colored. The chopper was similar to a Chinook, capable of deploying dozens of soldiers or, in this case, rescuing dozens of prisoners. I met Camden's eye and nodded. We both knew it wasn't going to work, but it was a good plan from our character's perspective. It was too early and too easy, but it would get us to the next point in the plot, and that was what mattered. "Can you fly that thing?" Camden asked Bones. "I can fly anything," Bones said, "but I will need some time to get things ready. Those birds are not so simple as my mallard." "We'll try to buy you time," Camden said. "I'll go with you," Anna said to Camden. "I've got a little experience with jungle chases." They both knew their role. They were the lowest plot armor characters in the party, not counting the NPCs, who were not long for this world anyway. They had the best chance at drawing a distraction. I had to assume that Isaac, who was actually the lowest level player, wasn't going to counteract anything, given that he was a prisoner already. It was our best bet. I didn't yet know specifically how this would fail, but it would split us up so that we could start separate subplots leading into the finale and hopefully create some action scenes. We still hadn't reached the midpoint twist, but we would very soon, and hopefully, we would learn more about these mercenaries and their actual goals with the cradle. "Did you recognize any of those prisoners?" Roxy asked Antoine. "Were they the people who have gone missing?" "Some of them," he said. "Not all." It was hard to see anything from behind the waterfall unless it was to the far right or left. While I had seen missing posters for all the people Antoine was suspected of helping kidnap, or whatever theory Detective Blackwood was operating under, I had not actively recognized any of them at the time. I was more concerned with looking at Isaac and Kelsey and trying to find Ramona. So that was how it would break down. Camden, Anna, and the 3 soldiers we picked up from Camden's base of operation would go on a car chase through the jungle. Bones Ibarra would try to get their helicopter operational. Roxy and her bodyguard would stay under the waterfall, leaving Antoine and me to go release the prisoners and take out any mercenaries that were left behind from Anna and Camden's distraction. "The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." Of course, my cameraman and assistant would follow behind me, silently filming everything we did until they inevitably got killed. I had to assume. We got no off-screen time. "All right, everybody, good luck," I said. Everyone else shared similar sentiments. And then Anna, Camden, and his 3 employees took their guns and started sliding down the stone water slide as slowly as they could. We could watch their entire progress simply by looking over the edge. The waterfall was so loud that it made sneaking relatively easy, and when they made it down to the pool below, they simply stayed out of sight as they zigzagged through the growth toward the collection of off-road vehicles. All that was left for us to do was wait, and as we waited, I observed our destination as best I could from behind the waterfall. The demeanor of the people in the cages had changed. They weren't calm anymore. They were anxious, banging on the bars, trying to see what was going on. They must have heard the plane explode. Many of the mercenaries had disappeared at the same time, probably making their way up to the top of the cliff if they weren't there already. But still, there were at least 18 guards remaining. It took no time at all for Camden's group to get 2 of the jeeps up and running. Their engines echoed throughout the valley, and suddenly the 18 gunmen below all began migrating in that direction, some quickly, some slowly, as the distraction started picking up steam. "No time like the present," Bones said as he made his way down the water slide, going much faster than Camden and Anna had. He slinked off in the opposite direction toward the helicopter. "We'll try to find a way to signal to you when it's safe," I said to Roxy, "but you need to come when we signal, regardless of whether it's safe, you understand?" "I thought we were here to find out what happened to my husband," she said. "I didn't realize we'd be escaping as soon as we showed up." "We came here for reconnaissance," I said, "and I think we've done that. Now that we know what we're up against, I say we come back with some hired guns of our own and then we can get to the bottom of things. I was doing my best to patch up the small flaw in Camden's plan, in that he had sent us directly toward escape despite the fact that our entire reason for being there was to investigate. Roxy pursed her lips but didn't say anything. "Shall we?" I said to Antoine, gesturing toward the far end of the slippery slide. "We shall," he said as he moved that direction and began sliding down the slick, wet stone toward the bottom. I followed, and my people followed me. The prisoners were straight out from the pool, so all we had to do was sneak forward and run a couple of 100 yards to get to them. From down on the ground, it was certainly harder to see anything. While it was true that there were no buildings anywhere, there was a pattern to how the plants grew. It almost looked like a sort of hedge maze, but instead of hedges, there were trees, weeds, and vines that grew in columns and walls, almost as if the growth somehow mimicked the buildings and streets that used to be beneath them. Perhaps there was still stone underground that altered their growing patterns, creating this maze. It didn't have to make sense. Carousel loved mazes. Lucky for us, we had radios. They were very big radios because of the time period, but they would get the job done. "Are we clear?" I asked. I held the radio to my ear and turned the volume knob down low. "The closest gunman is 100 yards to the east," Roxy replied. I was glad she was playing along rather than acting defiant. "All right, let's go," I said to Antoine, and we turned the corner to the clearing where the cages were and quickly made our way toward the prisoners. "Mr. Stone, I've never been so glad to see you," a man with mutton chops said from within one of the cages when he caught sight of us. Lots of the prisoners had lines like that, and they took turns belting them out. We moved as quickly as we could. "Hush," Antoine said as we approached. "Are you trying to get us caught?" "Oh, pardon me," the man with mutton chops said, laughing. "I'm overcome with excitement, that's all." Antoine shushed him again. I went immediately to the cage with Isaac and Kelsey. I had to assume they knew they were in a storyline now, even if they didn't before, so they would know to play their characters. But would they know that their characters didn't know me? "Oh, thank God," Kelsey said. "I thought we were goners for sure." She was wearing a red leather jacket, one of several leather jackets she had in her rotation. Isaac was still wearing a tie-dye t-shirt and cargo pants. "Quick, let us out," he said. "I can't stand to be in there one more minute." I was a film buff. I knew better than to think you could just let a prisoner free in a circumstance like this and expect no consequences. Either we would start getting shot at soon, or, given that this was cosmic horror, we would regret unlocking these people for completely different reasons. But I still had to do it. I still had to understand what was going on in the storyline, and I hoped I would learn what it was upon releasing our friends. They looked like normal players on the red wallpaper, but then again, so had Bobby. And he had disappeared. "Was Ramona Mercer here?" I asked. "She was taken shortly after you. She should be here." You mean the freak?" Isaac asked. "Yeah, she was here. She broke out of her cage somehow and ran off when the guards weren't looking." I reached for the latch that would release the door. But before I opened it, I looked Isaac in the eye and then Kelsey. "Why didn't she let you guys out?" I asked. And as soon as I did, for a moment, a fraction of a second, Isaac's expression changed to something that looked like disgust or anger. But that wasn't the most significant change. For that moment, he appeared as an enemy on the red wallpaper. I backed away from the cage. Beside me, Antoine had no such hesitation and was about to open up the one containing the mutton chop man. "No, wait," I said. He turned to look at me, but his hand was already on the latch, and it was already pulled. But the thing was, we realized as he opened it, that the latch didn't actually attach to anything. There was no loop for the pin to slide into. He stared at it in disbelief as realization dawned on his face. He looked back at me, and we both knew, suddenly. All the prisoners began pressing against the doors to their cages, and all of the doors opened with a tiny click. "You came for us, Antoine," one of them said. "We've been waiting for you for so long." As they poured out of their cages, they began to surround us, Isaac and Kelsey, as well as all the other prisoners, now read as enemies on the red wallpaper. They weren't described as anything other than their name, and they seemed to have the same tropes as the other enemies we had dealt with. I wasn't able to see any of them but the unseen hand. But that wasn't what concerned me the most. It made sense that Isaac and Kelsey could be infected by whatever eldritch horror pervaded this storyline. But if that was the case, their infected status would light up. Otherwise, they would look like players. They might get an extra enemy trope or something, but they would still look like players on the red wallpaper. But these two people looked like enemies. And while they had all of Isaac and Kelsey's tropes and archetypes, their infected statuses weren't lit at all. It could be the effect of a trope, sure, or it could mean something else altogether. These people were not simply overcome by a mind-altering force. They weren't Isaac or Kelsey at all. The former prisoners began to scream for the mercenaries. Antoine and I turned to run. My cameraman joined us, but unfortunately, my assistant was just too slow, not having NPC cameraman tropes to protect her. The last I heard was her screaming as we made our way into the jungle brush on us. The trap didn't make sense. Or at least I didn't think so at first. What was the goal of having all of those things that looked like people pretending to be prisoners in the cages? What was the point of having all those gunmen on the boats pretending to shoot at us but not actually trying to hit us? Why kidnap everyone that Antoine Stone knew or worked with? I mean, I knew the answer, didn't I? We had gotten a note delivered to us, pinned to a tree with a knife, telling us this was all about Antoine. Maybe it was revenge. Maybe they just needed him for some archaeological puzzle. I could accept that, but the theatrics went beyond that. I didn't have time to think about it as we ran through the foliage, zigzagging our way toward the helicopter. It wasn't that we intended to use it, but we knew that most of the mercenaries were to the east, so we had to go west. We did our best to avoid exposing Bones Ibarra as he prepared the chopper, but we didn't really have anywhere to go, and we didn't end up making it very far anyway. Men began emerging from a large crack in the middle of the stone basin where a tunnel had been dug, presumably down to the cradle. We could run, sure, but I had a feeling this scene wasn't about running. It could only be resolved in a different way. The man, Ernst Vogler, emerged from the tunnel, flanked by two inhumanly large guards whose faces were covered in wraps. A man I recognized followed right behind him. It was Bobby. He wasn't a prisoner. He was one of them. Vogler turned to us and smiled. He was tall and ruggedly handsome, as you would expect an adventurer to be, but he had an aura of darkness around him. I didn't know if my eyes were perceiving it or if my mind was. His plot armor was 53, and he was an enemy just like the others. All of his men were similar, though their plot armors were lower. In fact, Bobby was the sole exception. He continued to appear as a player. Maybe he was cast on the enemy's side to give us clues or help us off-screen. Antoine Stone. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? Vogler said. He seemed strangely friendly for a generic German bad guy. In fact, he almost sounded like a German good guy, a much less common variation in the genre. The way he talked to Antoine was like greeting an old friend, not with anger or vengeance. He genuinely looked happy to see him. Ernst, Antoine said after we stopped running because we had nowhere left to go. Didn't expect to see you again. Gunmen surrounded us from the west and most of the east. I'm certain you didn't. What has it been? To maybe 3 months. We thought you went off the reservation there for a moment, but it seems you only needed a proper incentive, Vogler said. He walked toward us with his arms behind his back like he was some kind of aristocrat. His men followed him, but at a distance. The thing was, the events of the first movie happened 6 months prior, so the 2-3 month thing didn't make sense. What are you talking about? Antoine asked, having picked up on the same discrepancy I had. Vogler looked Antoine over intensely, a look of uncertainty in his eye. Tell me, am I talking to Antoine Stone, the famous explorer, or am I talking to my old friend? Vogler asked. Antoine was confused, and so was I. But I decided to inject myself into the conversation anyway. Is this one of the guys you buried in that tunnel? I asked, just to add some element to the conversation that Antoine and I knew about. That's him, Antoine said, but I don't know how he survived. Vogler looked disappointed. He pursed his lips, but then he took a deep breath and continued talking, ignoring me completely. My old friend, he said, remember our days of glory, our triumphs in 1,000 worlds. Remember our people and our mission. I know you do, because you've brought us another batch, haven't you? At that moment, Antoine lost his composure. He turned to me, beyond confused, but also strangely unnerved. His incapacitation indicator was going off, flickering quickly. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, trying to sound confident. Vogler stepped forward, close enough that he could put his hand on Antoine's shoulder. "You must remember why you're here," Vogler said. "The sickness has never taken you, though it has tried. You must remember, or else you wouldn't have brought us all these new shapes." He gestured over toward my cameraman and me. "Shapes. That's what we were." Any nerd could piece together what was happening with that little piece of information. Isaac and Kelsey had looked exactly like the players I knew, had the exact tropes. But they weren't them. "This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon." The man on the boat had unfolded into an interdimensional monster. I suppose that meant he lost his shape. These were shapeshifters, altered shapeshifters at that. I looked over at Antoine, and somehow only then did I think to ask about one of the most obvious holes in his character's backstory. Something I hadn't even thought to ask about because it wasn't in any Sunken Cradle movie. Part 1 or 2. "I don't know what he's talking about, Riley," Antoine said, struggling as his incapacitation indicator started to light up almost solid. Was Antoine one of them? How could that possibly be true? When could he have been infected or taken over? We had been given tons of information to indicate that Antoine had destroyed the tunnel down into the cradle in the first movie. That, combined with the fact that they won the storyline, should have told me that even if these were shapeshifters, Antoine couldn't be one of them. "You said you've never been into the Sunken Cradle?" I asked Antoine, suddenly feeling the need to take the reins of the film. "I haven't," Antoine said. "I couldn't even make myself go down there. I blew up the tunnel." "I told you that." "Yes," I said. "But that was the second time you went to the Sunken Cradle, right? Andrew Hughes hired you to lead him to the cradle because you had been there before, didn't he? You never told us whether you went down into the cradle that first time." It was possible that Antoine didn't even know. It was also possible that this was a complete retcon from the first film. I remembered from the trailer for the first movie that Antoine's character had definitely endured harrowing experiences during a doomed mission to the cradle some time previous to the events of that story. When he looked at me, terrified and confused, I didn't see any deception in his face. "Brother," Vogler said, "even this mortal admits the truth. When are you going to give in?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Antoine said. "I never went into the cradle." Antoine seemed to realize that his character must have entered it at some point in the past. "Of course you have," Vogler said, "many times. When you brought me all of these wonderful shapes." He gestured toward all the people who had been acting as prisoners. All of the people from Antoine Stone's adventurous life. All the people who had gone missing. The narrative told us the truth from the beginning. Antoine Stone, the character, if not the player, had absolutely caused those disappearances. Carousel practically told us to our faces what was going on, and we never realized it because we thought we knew what was happening already. At some point in time before the first movie, Antoine Stone went to the Sunken Cradle and got infected or replaced, depending on how the lore worked, which is why in the first movie, he was afraid to go back down there. He was having some sort of existential crisis. If I understood it correctly, he had led more and more of his compatriots to the cradle since the first movie. That's why they went missing. Detective Blackwood was right. Heck, Roxy was right. I had never seen anything like this before, not even in Ha My Bridal, where we were mind-whammied into believing that an enemy was one of the players. The concept that a storyline would completely invalidate the main character using nothing but narrative was impossible for me to accept. But I had to accept it. They said that the hardest storylines at the higher levels aren't difficult just because the monster level goes up. They become difficult because the combinations of situation, plot, and tropes are terribly hard to navigate. And this must be a taste of that. Because in a film called Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle Part 2, it turned out that Antoine Stone wasn't actually the main character. I glanced back at the waterfall, knowing that Roxy and her bodyguard were sitting there. It was all starting to make sense, everything clicking into place. Why had the femme fatale paragon shown up? Why had the detective paragon shown up? It wasn't to make things more difficult. It was to shift the story just enough to change who the main character was. Not the explorer, but the investigator. Not Antoine, but me. They knew, and Cassie, on some level, must have known. That's why we had the mystery subplot and the betrayal subplot. It was all leading to this realization, so that when Antoine's true nature was revealed, we would at least have a leg to stand on. I started to back away from Antoine as his appearance on the red wallpaper began to flicker. Was it ever our Antoine? Or was it always the copy? I had to believe that this really was Antoine Stone, the man, my friend. Not the character, at least at first. Carousel wouldn't invalidate an entire player from the beginning, surely. Especially one who didn't have low plot armor. Antoine looked over at me, suddenly starting to realize what was going on the same way I was. He could feel himself changing. Or perhaps he could feel himself being retconned. He quickly reached into his camera bag that he was using as a satchel and grabbed up the knife that had been used to pin the letter we had received and used as an omen for this storyline. He quickly threw it at me, but it missed and hit a tree right next to me, sticking with a thud. And with that final act, he stood straight. And the flickering of the red wallpaper ended. Antoine, the player, had been written out of the story as far as I could tell. And Antoine Stone, the copy, was in control. Within the narrative, he had always been a copy, but within the game, he had just been shifted over, like Kelsey and Isaac. His infected status wasn't lit up. It felt like we were doomed to fail from the beginning. Bobby looked at me, almost remorsefully, as if he knew we were doomed. I backed away until my back was against the tree he had thrown the knife into. I quickly grabbed the knife. It was a final gift from a friend. A gift that had been powered up because of Antoine's outfitting trope. I quickly stashed it in my character's bag. Antoine, tell me I'm wrong, I said. Tell me that this is all a lie. And I knew I wasn't talking to Antoine anymore when he said casually, I really wish I could, you know. It would have been quite an adventure. I wish I had been left to it. He said as he glanced over at Vogler. You know how much I hate being reminded. He and Vogler began to laugh as they embraced. Yes, yes, brother, Vogler said. And when the job is done, you'll forget again. We all will. Now let's gather up these shapes you've brought us. I turned to run. And my cameraman was right on my heels. Somehow, he could turn the camera back toward the bad guys as they were chasing us without losing speed. I thought the whole thing was quite silly, but as long as he didn't get in the way, I was all for it. How did I not realize I was the main character when I literally had a cameraman following me around? I ran, and as I did, I picked up my radio from my pocket and said, We've been compromised. Trust no one. Make an escape as best you can. And do not maintain your prearranged positions. I repeat, change your location and do not get caught. The enemy wears our faces. I thought that sounded cool, but it might come off as corny. It didn't matter as long as it was useful. I ran through the thick hedges and vegetation, knowing that no matter how fast I tried to travel, I would always end up going the other direction, back toward the tunnel, back toward the sunken cradle. I would return there and then so I could learn about the beginning. Racing through the labyrinth of shrubbery and vines was easier than I was used to because I wasn't really being chased. Technically, they were after me, but they weren't really trying to catch me, even though they probably could have. Simply because of how well surrounded I was. It was Carousel's magic doing it. Of course, they were very frustrated at their inexplicable inability to pin me down. I was technically in a chase scene, but I didn't want to get too far away from the tunnel that would lead down to the cradle. So, I was mostly going in circles. If someone saw it from above, it would probably look humorous. But the footage my cameraman captured likely looked intense because the bad guys were shooting at me. Though I noticed, like before, they were not aiming directly at me. It was like they were trying to flush me out like I was some sort of bird hiding in the bush. I got tired of running, so I found a hiding place in some thick underbrush where vines hung like walls woven together. My cameraman slid in after me, and soon after that, I went off screen. From what I could tell, it was a scene change, but it was difficult to gauge from my vantage in the leaves. I took out my radio and switched it to the channel we had decided to dedicate to off-screen communication. Riley, are you there? A voice called out as soon as I clicked it over. This is Anna. Riley, are you receiving this transmission? I'm here. I said. Finally. What happened? She asked. It was just revealed that Antoine's character was actually a shapeshifter the whole time. I said. There was a pause. Is that a joke? Camden asked over the radio. his voice a bit staticky. The way I had said it, so matter-of-factly, it probably did sound like a joke. Especially since it was so unorthodox compared to how storylines usually went. Typically, you found out you were inundated with shapeshifters before you had to worry about one of your own being one. But there were exceptions to every rule. Honest to God, it was some sort of narrative trap, I said. Maybe even a retcon. It was like he was some sort of alien shapeshifter, but he didn't remember. And he only thought that he was Antoine Stone until he was reminded. Something like that. There was a pause on the other end. I looked up at my cameraman as if I was wondering what he thought about the situation. But of course, he thought nothing because we were off-screen. And it was like he couldn't hear me. Can we trust the channel? Camden said. Antoine has a radio. I honestly didn't know if these enemies were meta-aware. I'll get back to you on that, I said. All right. What's the plan? And asked. We managed to ditch them in the jungle trails. Or maybe they just turned back. I thought for a moment. We had worked through a lot of contingencies on the flight, and I wanted to think about which one was closest to this situation. Strangely, they usually involved Antoine prominently because we thought he was the main character. Guys, I said, I don't know how this happened. I bet it was the Paragons. But I think I'm the main character. I waited for them to push back on it. Makes sense, Camden said. You're the investigator. That I am, I said, and in that vein, I think I need to investigate the cradle itself just to move the plot forward. We can't avoid this. But we need to keep players on the outside as an insurance policy. That's the plan they used in Part 1, and I agree with it. So you two need to somehow push forward the Detective Blackwood subplot from out here. Do you think you could do that? The Jeep I'm in has a big radio. I think I could try to reach out to somebody and contact him. Camden said, we'll think something up. You just be safe and call us when you need us. Assuming you have reception down there. Will do, I said. I put the radio back in my pocket and took a deep breath. I was hoping to have a whole posse to go down into the cradle with. But that wasn't what my character was about. He was an investigator. Going in light might be to my advantage. It was just my cameraman and me. But that meant it was time to try to bring him into the fold as more than just an accessory. I looked up at him. His name on the red wallpaper was Danny. I had to wait to be back on screen. Luckily, that didn't take too awfully long. After a while, some of the armed guards crept back by, not standing a chance of finding us. As soon as they were gone, I looked up at him, and he was filming me directly, which felt a little extra invasive in those close quarters. I think I have to go down into the tunnels, I said. I need to find out what this is all about. I need to see what has been happening, what these people, if they really are people, are up to. You don't have to follow me if you're afraid. Danny quickly turned the camera as best he could to catch his face. Probably the first time he had for the entire film. That's where they took Justine, he said. Down under the tunnel. We need to go save her. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. I almost asked who Justine was. But then I realized that was my personal assistant's name, who had been grabbed up a few minutes earlier. This is Self, I said. And we have to be quick. There's no telling what happens to us if we get caught. Sounds like my kind of mission, he said with a smile. It was great and all that he was willing to go down into the earth with me. But we still needed a way to get there. There were so many of those guards out there. They weren't exactly trying to stop us from going down into the tunnel, but they were in the way. We snuck out of our hiding place and went from running through the labyrinth to sneaking. Something that we were also pretty good at. We never even triggered a chase scene. But at the end of the day, there was a large clearing between us and the large stone tablet that had been broken open to reveal the hole dug into the earth. It would be hard to sneak out in the open. Make a break for it, Danny asked. Now that he had started talking, he wasn't going to quit. If only we had a distraction, I said, but unfortunately, I didn't have one. Anna and Camden were already on a mission. And Bones Ibarra was in hiding somewhere, and I wasn't sure whether we could count on him or not. I didn't know how his trope worked. After all, he was a companion NPC, technically. Did he just fade away since his player got retconned? I feared it would be far worse than that. Follow me, I said. There were no bushes in the clearing. but large tents were set up for various paramilitary activities. It was all set dressing, but it was just enough that we might be able to make some or all of the distance to the giant hole in the ground without being seen, or at least not being identified. Most of the shapeshifters, if that's what they all were, including Bobby, had congregated in a large field having some sort of debrief meeting between the hole and the large pool beneath the waterfall. The men were pretty much distracted except for the one giving the pep talk in a foreign language, maybe far more foreign than I could imagine. So it was possible most of them wouldn't be looking in our direction. It would have worked most of the time. The problem was that even the lowliest of shapeshifters was pretty darn high-leveled, and I had no idea what the sensory capabilities of this species were. We snuck from tent to tent, quickly making our way toward the hole. "The coast is clear," I said. "Just 20 yards. We have to run like hell. We both have flashlights." Camden had equipped us with all the basics, so even if the tunnel was dark, we would be fine. One last sprint and we would be good. So we ran. And just as we did, I saw a man with a clipboard who had been just out of my view walking toward me. All he had to do was lift his eyes from the clipboard, and he would see us and sound the alarm. But he didn't, because something caught his attention. There was loud splashing coming from the pool by the waterfall, and it had to be loud to not get drowned out by the sound of the waterfall, even as far away as it was from the raging stream. I looked up and over. It was Roxy. And she wasn't just splashing up toward the clearing where all the men were. She was screaming at them. I couldn't quite tell what she was saying at that distance, but it had something to do with her husband, or possibly offering them as much money as they could imagine to explain what was going on. She was saying something about Antoine as well, but he wasn't there, and neither was Vogler. From what I could tell, she was being a spoiled, thoughtless, entitled woman, something that probably only existed as a caricature, and she was doing it for us. From her vantage point, she must have realized we needed a distraction. She was sacrificing herself, getting all the men to look her direction, including the clipboard guy. I didn't know if she was scripted to do that, or if she was doing it out of the goodness of her heart, or if she just wanted to win. But I could have hugged her just then despite the betrayal. Danny and I skipped right across the clearing and down into the tunnels without getting seen. And then we began to descend, and it took forever. There was clearly some sort of mechanized platform that would lower someone into the earth, but it was already at the bottom, so we couldn't use it. We ran downward. It was actually quite easy. We even went off screen while we were doing it, and for a very long time, all I saw was dirt. No sign of any ancient civilization or alien technology or whatever this storyline was about. When we were on screen next, we were still moving quickly, and I figured we needed an explanation for why we were throwing caution to the wind, running downhill in the dark. So I said, "If it's like with Justine, they're going to take Roxy down here. So we need to get to the bottom of this tunnel and find a place to hide once they do. If this thing has a bottom." Danny said in response. He had a point. It took us another 5 minutes to even find the next level. I turned on my flashlight to look around, and once there, I saw the platform, which was just a simple flat standing area surrounded by guardrails. It was probably quite useful. I looked around and saw tons of crates with stamps on them from where they had been imported from. I didn't know what they were, and I didn't have time to search because we heard voices. "Over here," I said as we jumped behind some of the crates. Overhead lights, which hung from the ceiling, suddenly turned on. So I clicked off my flashlight. Antoine and Vogler were walking toward the tunnel with a map in their hands when a voice came over a loudspeaker installed in the ceiling of the room. Again, it didn't speak a language that I understood, but I understood what it meant. They were reporting on Roxy, quickly. Vogler folded up the map as he and Antoine got onto the platform and pressed a button to start it moving toward the top. It was such modern technology for ancient aliens, if that's what they were. The problem was, which I was too late to spot, that as the platform began to rise, Antoine could see over the crates we were hiding behind and see us. Normally, when hiding in Carousel, you could play it fast and loose, but not always, it would seem. He whipped out a revolver from his camera bag, aimed it at me for a moment, and then began to shoot rapidly. I quickly ducked down as the bullets began to fly. He had emptied the barrel before Vogler stopped him. His shape could be useful, Vogler said. Yes, Antoine said. But so could his death. What was that about? Did we have some sort of antagonism between us? Or was it all for show? Antoine looked down, bewildered, at the gun in his hand, wondering how he had managed to miss every single shot, or if the missing was on purpose, as with the others. Why did he fire all of his bullets uncontrollably? Of course, the answer was obvious to me. It was the revolver we got from my bridal party that had the blind fire trope, which prevented you from ever hitting your shot and forced you to fire all the rounds at once. I had felt its effects as it forced me into incapacitation. But that was the worst of it. The question was, why did this copy of Antoine use it on me? Did he not realize it was a gimmicky gun with a meat ability that would keep me safe? Or did he know what it was and simply want to get a nice little scene for Carousel? By the way he looked at his gun, I thought it was the former, which told me two things. First, these enemies were not meta-aware, so they couldn't see the tropes on weapons, and second, leading from that, when a player got copied, it was actually the player's character being copied, not the player themselves. But hey, all I had was my best guess. The next time I was off screen, I made sure to radio that to Camden and Anna. The funny thing was that the radio only worked down here on our special off-screen channel. Even Carousel felt it needed to throw us a bone. However far down we had gone, I was finally able to examine the underlying structure of the cradle. When exploring alien architecture, one often ends up describing it using insect comparisons. Is it like a beehive? Or more like an ant colony? Did termites dig it out? Do the hallways and passages open wide enough for a human to pass through? Or were they made for slithering things, whatever these creatures were, eldritch entities or otherwise? I thought the same framework could apply, and fortunately, when I finally saw the underlying structure, it resembled a parking garage more than anything else. Although the early sections of the cradle had been recently excavated, the areas we encountered later didn't need any digging. I had only scratched the surface. We attempted to evade capture by delving into large, empty lots that could easily have stored valuables the size of ships, but were only half full of various junk. As much as I wanted to investigate the junk, mostly I wanted to find a way to get away from the action for a little bit. As the main character, finally having my day buff cancelled out, my exploration ability would be the best it had ever been. To that end, I knew that wherever I went, I would find something worth seeing. Normally, it might be a hassle to find the right rooms, the important plot devices, and significant settings in this storyline. They would come to me. And so they did. After passing by mountains of garbage, I eventually felt I was far enough away to stop and sift through it. The piles around me that I had first described as junk were anything but. The crates that had been stored in were so decayed that they almost looked like giant stacks of trash. But that didn't mean they were. The next time I was on screen, I had Danny point his camera at one of the piles as I sifted through it gently, revealing a statue of a cat made entirely of gold. This does not appear to be recent craftsmanship, I said. I didn't have the words to sound like a proper archaeologist, but even just staring at it, I could see it was thousands of years old, and it wasn't alone. I began to brush away the wooden debris, revealing that these stacks had collapsed into literal piles of jewels and precious metals. There had been scrolls perhaps, at one time, but they were gone now, with only the faintest traces that they ever existed. Why would they store all of these treasures away in a remote part of the cradle? I asked. Why would they not maintain the storage and preservation of these objects? Who are they to begin with? After a while, I was genuinely in awe of what I was seeing. This was an incredible fortune just sitting out in the open. And as I moved from pile to pile, I realized that not all of them came from the same place. Some looked vaguely Egyptian, while others seemed Greek, and some appeared Chinese. As best as I could tell, still, there were other piles that I couldn't recognize the style of. Even if you put a gun to my head, all of this was just lying in some vast cargo bay, and guarded and uncared for. Eventually, I opened one of the crates, which was to say that I brushed the crate away as it turned to dust and fell onto the floor. And I saw something I had never properly seen in a storyline before. It was my silver dagger, the one that I had forged from a silver spoon in Stray Dawn. It had a trope attached that let me detect sharp edges and prevent me from accidentally cutting myself. I had brought it into nearly every storyline I had been in since the werewolf movie, but I had never been able to use it because it always disappeared from my pocket. At the end of the day, it was hard to take weapons into storylines and even harder to take silver ceremonial-looking daggers. So Carousel would always pilfer it and place it somewhere in the storyline that I would never find. Except in this storyline, I did. I grabbed for the knife. It was nice and long and thin. The funny thing about this blade was that I could actually store it in my pocket without worrying about cutting myself when I reached to grab it because of the trope it had on it. I kept it in my hand as I moved forward. I doubted that these things, whatever they were allergic to silver. That would be too convenient, but it was still nice to have it. Suddenly, I heard a noise in the distance and saw the flicker of a torch. Danny and I moved quickly to be out of sight as we watched three men as they searched the perimeter, probably looking for us. I couldn't tell because they weren't speaking English. It was good to know that these things couldn't see in the dark. In fact, they seemed as limited physically as any human would be, which was odd. The scary thing about a shapeshifter isn't that it can do what a human can. It's all the things it can do that a human can't, like turning into a giant beast or your best friend. And so far, the only hint I had seen of these enemies' power had been when our captive had unfolded himself into some sort of giant aquatic tumor. I had not seen them change shape from one human to another. As one would expect, I had my nose stab in the dark trope equipped, which meant that even with their meager torchlight, we were fairly safe at a distance. It prevented important plot events, like death, from happening in poor lighting. I decided to move in to get a closer look at the man when I realized that one of them didn't look right. His arms were a little too long, and his left leg dragged behind him a bit and didn't seem completely connected to his body. I stared at his face and realized that I was looking directly at the very same man whom I had seen unfold into the aforementioned tumor days prior. From what I could tell, he seemed to be in good spirits, but when he had turned back into his human form, he wasn't quite perfect. Suddenly, he stopped and got the other men to stop as well. The one carrying the torch turned it back toward the direction they had come from, as if that would somehow direct the light from the fire, and funnily enough, it kind of did. Carousel was always having fun with the lights. Still in content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. And it was only when he did so that I realized that our formerly tumorous friend had something trailing off his body. I didn't know what it was, and I can't describe it well, but it was almost as if he were leaving trails of his essence behind him as he walked. My eyes didn't want to report on this information, but I forced them to. There were little cracks in reality seeping out of the man's misshapen body. Was he falling apart? Was he dying? No. It turned out he was setting a trap. As I looked down, I saw that I had nearly run right into it. Some small portion of the man's essence, like a ghost of a tentacle, was inches from my left foot as I hid behind some of the debris that had been stored on this level. He was sensing my presence, maybe my breath, maybe my warmth. He had sent out feelers. Was it too late for me to move? I didn't know. But I had to try. I slowly and carefully moved backward, urging Danny to do the same. But something in our movement wasn't right. Maybe it was too loud. Or maybe we accidentally stepped on some little trail of fifth-dimensional nonsense. But the man let out an inhuman screech, and his compatriots began to run in our direction. The chase scene indicator lit up, and we began running into the darkness. It was a bit of a low-tech trap for a being from beyond, but what could I expect? Carousel had to give the players some kind of chance. Whatever the case, I was scared out of my wits, so that made what I did next a little easier. I pulled a small bundle of placard from my pocket and handed one end to Danny as we each hid behind crates on opposite sides of the row and waited. Whatever these things were, they really did have human weaknesses, including our perceptual pitfalls. We left the line slack when the man with the torch ran past it, but then quickly picked it up and held firm when the next man right behind him tried to get through. The second man fell onto the first, and they both ended up on the ground. The truth was, I couldn't take any risks. If these were proper Nazis, I would have punched them out like Indiana Jones. And that would be the end of it. But what they were wasn't even in my vocabulary. Whatever they were called, they still seemed pretty human. Maybe they could die that way. 2. If they couldn't be killed easily. The sooner I knew that, the better. I worried that I hadn't seen enough of their monstrous forms to justify dispatching them. Logically, my character would know that whatever these things were, they had to be taken out. But movie rules usually dictated you have to confirm that a person is a monster before you can kill them. Wearing a human face is a very good defensive decision for all sorts of creatures. I didn't have time for that. I quickly picked up the torch that the first one had been carrying, held it to the man, and proceeded to stab my silver knife wildly. And fortunately, my own trope could work against me if I didn't do this in the light. I was quick and efficient about it, not gruesome. A few quick stabs apiece, and the men stayed down, dead, though their forms began to collapse a bit, confirming that they were indeed monsters. I quickly wiped the blood off the silver blade and extinguished the torch like a cigarette, which somehow worked. I hoped I wouldn't get punished for going lethal so soon. Surely I wouldn't. But if I didn't worry, I wouldn't be me. Next, I had to take care of the original fifth-dimensional being, wherever he had gone. Danny and I slowly made our way back toward the front of the room where we had seen him last. But it appeared he had gone, probably to go get more men. We needed to leave this place. The exit wasn't far away, but suddenly I heard a clamoring behind me as a pair of strong arms wrapped around me from behind. All I caught was a glimpse, but I knew who it was immediately. It was the two men whom I thought I had just killed. One of them had grabbed me from behind, and the other one had grabbed Danny. They were laughing with each other. I knew I had killed them, or at least done enough to kill them if they were human. But it made sense they would have some trick up their sleeve. And it could never be that easy. The one holding Danny threw him, and being a cameraman, Danny instinctively protected the camera as he rolled away. Afterward, the one who had grabbed Danny took out the torch that I had extinguished and lit it again, revealing to me that not only had he survived the stabbings, but there was no evidence he had been stabbed at all. So that was what kind of shapeshifter we were dealing with. Not some type of lizard person, something else altogether. I wasn't exactly surprised, but I thought we would get more than a few minutes of freedom. It turned out I was very wrong. It also turned out that while these men were capable of surviving a stabbing, they were not happy about it. I looked over at where Danny had rolled and found that he had disappeared. No doubt he was off screen somewhere in the darkness, filming me. The shapeshifters didn't seem to mind. Their focus was entirely on me. One held me firm as the other walked closely to me and held out his fingers, all bunched together as if he were trying to make a point. His hand got close to my head as his fingers began to unfold. Just as the tumor had on the boat. They didn't turn into anything in particular, but I couldn't see very well. They began to envelop my face. As confusing as this process had been for my eyes, it was far more confusing for my skin, as the man's hand, or what had been his hand, started to unfold into my nose, mouth, over my eyes, through my skin, as if it wasn't even there, expanding, suffocating, causing intense pain in ways I had never experienced before. Was he assimilating me? I couldn't tell, but whatever he was doing, it was painful, and not only painful but lethal. My status indicators began lighting up one right after another, and all I could do was panic. Despite whatever advantages I had received, it was clear that I was able to be killed even before the finale, before second blood. I didn't expect it to happen this soon. I could feel him in my lungs. I could feel him wrapping himself around my heart. I could feel a breeze somehow coming from his tendrils. I pushed back. Sure I did, as best I could. Antoine had brought his willpower as magic trope, but all that did was allow me to resist foes in exchange for great pain and suffering. And that's what I was doing, suffering. I began to black out, and in that moment, I heard a voice. "You have to survive," Cassie said from somewhere. "You have to go deeper into the cradle. You have to save them." It was a ghostly voice. It was a dream. It was a visit from the dead granted by Cassie's get-up trope. I was blind. I couldn't breathe. And yet somehow her message gave me power. Or maybe it only reminded me that I had power, that vague psychic kind. So I stopped merely pushing back with my willpower and started pushing back with my mind. I wasn't even screaming words at it, just ideas. Back away. Retreat. Don single quotes. Detouch me. These were some of the powerful concepts I was trying to drive into the mind of this ancient monster before me. And somehow it was working. Not well, not even sufficiently. but he began to pull his arm back enough that suddenly I could see again. I took a deep breath as soon as his hand gave me even the slightest passage of air. He had this stupefied look on his face, confused, as if he didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, I heard something rolling across the stone floor. I looked down out of the corner of my eye and saw a white stone. No, not a stone. With a sudden surge of inspiration, I pushed back against the man restraining me and shoved my knee into the guy who had just shoved his hand through my face. He backed up just a step, but in doing so, his foot landed on that round object that had been rolling toward him. It was a cue ball. The man tripped and fell backward onto the ground. Just as he did, a woman came from the shadows with a large spear in her hands. Looking me in the eye, I held onto the arms of the guy behind me and twisted my body as she rammed the spear into his head. Then she grabbed what appeared to be a large splinter of wood and stabbed the man who had unfolded his hand into my face right in the throat, leaving the wood there in the gaping wound as he lay on the ground. She looked up at me. I was still recovering my breath, trying to figure out if my face was intact, and it was, mostly. A few cuts and scrapes were there. I could see her by the torchlight. "Ramona Mercer," I said. She nodded and then asked, "Who are you?" I noticed that Ramona had strapped herself down with several sharp slivers of wood. We were still on screen, so I thought I would be the gentleman and return the two pieces she had used to save me to her. So I bent down and began removing one jagged stake from the neck of the man who had just tried to impale me with his multi-dimensional essence. "Stop that," she said. "Won't take it out." She slapped my hand away from the wood before I could remove it. "We might need it later. There are tons of these guys," I said. She shook her head and stared at me as if formulating what she was trying to say. Her dark hair covered her face, making it hard to read. "If you take the weapon out," she said, "they might forget they're dead." Look, I know it doesn't make sense, but it's true. These things are only held back by what they can't remember about themselves. I looked down at the men. The forms were still largely human, but the one who had unfolded his hand, it simply looked like he was missing a hand. I remembered how Vogler had talked to Antoine, insisting that he remember the truth. I had assumed that Antoine's character had suffered amnesia or an identity crisis. It was a plot mechanic worthy of an adventure story, the ancient being taken with the human way of life, choosing to forget what it really was. But what Ramona was suggesting was something more, something I wasn't familiar with. "Are you saying that they're playing dead?" I asked, glancing up to see that Danny was back with his camera. "Good timing on that guy. Everything they do they're pretending," she said. I looked at her curiously for a beat off screen. As soon as the cameras went off, she jumped into my arms, and we embraced for a while without saying anything. She had picked up the cue ball from the ground where it had rolled after tripping one of the shapeshifters and held it out to my face, rubbing it against my cheek as she kissed me. Imagine my surprise when I finally make my escape, and I see a bag with this floating in the water, following me along as I go with a note from you. "So that's where that went," I said. "We had abandoned it so long ago, it seemed, but it had stayed on its mission, traveling the Carousel River until it found her. We had a lot of catching up to do, and from what I could tell, we had about 30 minutes off screen, but we had to walk and talk. We didn't want to be here when a fresh group of shapeshifters showed up. I thought we were just going to die," Ramona said. "Honestly, I was a little annoyed that they kept drawing it out. I didn't even know that you could be kidnapped into a storyline without it triggering." "Yeah, we're learning a lot these days," I said. "We have a lot to go over, but it might be wise to just stick to story-relevant stuff." In fact, it wasn't until that moment that I realized there was a real chance that she herself was a shapeshifter. She looked perfectly fine on the red wallpaper. If my theory about shapeshifters not being meat-aware was correct, she had to be safe. But of course, how could I know for sure? I might just have to go on trust for a while. She had saved me, after all, and if I didn't extend her just a little bit of rope, she might never forgive me for it. We left that place together. The deep space parking garage transitioned to something that looked like the inner workings of a giant, abandoned airport. She kept dragging me further forward. "Bobby was acting weird," she said. "I thought maybe he was affected by some trope or something, but he wouldn't talk. And he was not reacting appropriately to the guys pointing guns at us." "Yeah, I'm going to have a chat with Bobby, I said. He was cast as one of the bad guys. Heck, I think he might be playing one of the shapeshifters. I'm not exactly sure how it works. How do you know so much about these things anyway? She stopped, grabbed onto my arm, and looked me in the eye again. The weirdest thing happened to me a little while after the plot cycle hit First Blood. It's like something woke up in me. It goes away when I go off screen, but in the next scene, I'm pretty sure he's going to want to say hi. I asked. She nodded her head. It's Alastair Mercer, she said. Or at least that's what he calls himself. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. On second thought, maybe I trusted her too soon. And you said it was inside you. All she could do was nod her head slowly, throw her hands in the air, and continue leading me toward her hideout. Where are we going? I asked. A place he thinks they won't find us, she said. He's one of them. Kind of. I don't fully understand it. He'll be able to explain it better. I was in for an awkward conversation, that was for sure. It just so happened that it took us almost exactly 30 minutes to get to Ramona's hideout because we went on screen as soon as she opened the door. And the phrase "open the door" in this instance was used to mean she turned a knob that looked like the kind of knob you would find on a porta potty, the kind with little finger indents, and pushed a little against a large old stone wall we had arrived at somewhere deep in the compound. And while the wall only moved an inch or two, I swear the crack that opened up was about the size of a doorway. It should have only been enough to peek through. And yet the closer I moved to it, the bigger it got. If I moved my head away from it, it became a crack again. Are you getting this? I asked Danny as he followed us. I'm getting it, he said, doing the same trick where he would get close and then back away. Try zooming in, I said. He zoomed in, and as he closed in, the footage on the crack in the doorway didn't get bigger because we weren't actually getting physically closer to it. I looked up at Ramona, who was still standing near the doorway. Are you done playing? She asked, dumbfounded. I said, sure. And I followed her through the doorway into a room that looked to my eyes like some sort of loft apartment filled with furniture that had long since rotted, and that had never looked like normal human-oriented furniture to begin with. The room was dimly lit, but I couldn't see any light sources. Danny followed me inside, and Ramona shut the door behind us. The entire wall opposite the one with the door was made of glass like a window or maybe a TV screen, but either way, it was dark. I couldn't see anything on the other side, and in my gut, I didn't want to. Is this some sort of sleeping quarters on an alien spacecraft? I asked. I don't know, maybe, she said. I haven't thought about it. You can ask Alastair. Since she had not brought up the concept of Alastair on screen yet, my character wouldn't know about it. So I looked around the room, which had 2 stories with a ladder that connected them. Who's Alastair? I asked. I waited for her to respond, but she didn't. I am Alastair Mercer. A voice came from Ramona. It wasn't her voice. It was deep, gravelly, and eerie, with the ghost of a Scottish accent to top it all off. Or at least I once had his shape. Who said that? I asked. Because of course I had to ask. My name is Alastair Mercer, the voice repeated. I am Ramona Mercer's ancestor. You have nothing to fear. I got closer and closer to Ramona as I noticed she kept her mouth open whenever Alastair spoke. Where are you, Alastair? I asked. I'm right here, he said. And since I was close enough now to look directly in Ramona's mouth, I could see that there was another mouth in there, right behind her teeth. Speaking when Alastair did, I didn't have to pretend to be freaked out. I immediately jumped back so fast I almost hit Danny. She had just kissed me with that mouth. It's okay, Ramona said. Honest. Everything is okay. Surely you've heard the rumors about my family. Everyone knows about those Mercers. Rumors that your family is haunted by a ghost, I said, still freaked out. Yeah, I heard that. But this is something else. The Mercer poltergeist, she said. It was always this inhuman force that protected us. But when I got near the cradle, well, it turned out that it wasn't just a force. It was something else. Oh, great. Now we were getting competing backstories for the Mercer poltergeist. This was not the invisible death machine I remembered. Ramona opened her mouth, and Alastair began to speak. As soon as Ramona drew near to the cradle, I remembered that I was not simply DNA. I was not the sinews and flesh that made up her body. not simply the guardian of my descendants. I remembered who I was and what my kin had set out to do. I had tried so hard to forget. This was going to need a bit of explaining. I got brave so that I could get close again, and this time, when I saw the mouth inside Ramona's mouth, it didn't look exactly human. It had teeth and a tongue. Maybe it was Ramona's tongue, I couldn't tell. The fleshy tissue was black as night, but it did read on the red wallpaper. Shapeless one is Alastair Mercer, aka the Mercer Poltergeist. He was a level 100 NPC. I stared at the red wallpaper for a few seconds, and maybe because I was freaked out or lost focus, I whispered the words Shapeless one. Alastair gasped, which made Ramona gasp. Where did you hear those words? He asked. It was an accident on my part. I wasn't perfect at staying in character, but I was a little psychic and pretty quick on my feet. I heard them in my mind. I said, "Is that your title?" The Shapeless One. I am a Shapeless One, Alastair said. My people do not remember our true names any longer. We do not remember what we were called, but we cannot forget what we call ourselves. The room was gradually getting darker. It wasn't something happening in the plot. It was Carousel setting a mood. I was sure. Shapeless ones. So you come here to Earth looking for shapes, I said. I heard what they were saying. That's what they called us, shapes. Alastair was silent for a moment. I apologize for what my people have done to you and yours. I assure you that the vast majority of my kind are a peace-loving and considerate folk. Under normal circumstances, we would have left your world long ago. We evolved past the need for a physical body. We used our shaping technology to give ourselves form for the purpose of research and exploration. We always returned the shapes we took back to their natural place of origin once we were done with them. This is disgraceful. I was really freaked out about the mouth in a mouth thing, but mostly, I was curious. I needed to nail some things down. They called us shapes. Were they possessing people? Or were they just copying people? It was a distinction that I thought I had straight until I saw the mouth in Ramona's mouth. So what does it mean to steal someone's shape exactly? I said, motioning for Danny to zoom in on Ramona's mouth. What have you been doing to my people? The room darkened as the shapeshifter prepared to speak. What had Riley been talking about? Bobby Gill pondered as the plane's twin propellers pulled them across the sky. No one remembered the finale of The Sunken Cradle Part 1, not a single player. How could that be possible? Bobby remembered, didn't he? Or were those really the monster's memories? The monster whose memories went back as far as Bobby was willing to look. To when the Earth was nothing but a dirt ball. Best not to think about that. He couldn't risk it. He couldn't take a chance of getting lost in his mind again. The creature had such a treasure trove of knowledge, of history, of advanced alien technology, of science and math and wonder. But a trip down memory lane could cost Bobby dearly. One false thought, and he could get lost forever. It had never been like this before. As a recast wallflower, he was used to being thrown into minor roles all at once without warning and having to draw on an assortment of his character's memories and the script. He had to investigate who he was and what his character's function was in the movie. In those storylines, searching for his character's thoughts took work. It was like trying to remember your friend's name from 3rd grade. Possible, but difficult. But this was something else altogether. The Shapeless One Bobby was cast to play remembered so much. An endless eddy of flowing knowledge, both technical and intimate, alien and human, that he felt he could so easily drown in. Carousel was really putting him to the test. He expected no less on his quest to recover Jeanette. As if it wasn't enough to be squeezed into this tin can of an airplane, listening to the others theorize and ferret out the truth. He had to deal with the real possibility of falling into his character and never getting back out. He reminded himself that he was Bobby Gill, husband of Jeanette Gill, and his mission was bigger than this story. The finale of the first Sunken Cradle movie. What had happened? Bobby began to remember stumbling out of the darkness and seeing his friends struggling against a litany of enemies, fighting across a battlefield of ancient mechanisms like something out of a steampunk adventure story. He could have so easily gotten lost just staring at it. But he wasn't in control, was he? No, Bobby had been replaced. These memories weren't from Bobby at all. An alien had stolen his shape, and he had lost his ability to help the others. He was nothing but a set of memories held in the mind of an ancient, unknowable thing. And yet it was that very cosmic being that was obsessed with Bobby's life. He could feel it pushing through his memories, pushing through his thoughts, his heart's desire, until it eventually found his mission, until it found Janet. After that, Antoine had realized the game was lost and decided to blow the tunnel, curtail the natural ending, and save the story, sealing the fate of his character's friends without ever knowing the nature of the danger itself. But Bobby, or the thing that carried Bobby's memories, had already run out of the sunken cradle looking for Janet, confused at why it couldn't find her, at how it didn't even know who she was or how she fit into this little fake reality. The monster wasn't meat-aware, but his love for Janet had still overwhelmed it. Bobby's love for his wife had literally overtaken a great eldritch horror and turned it into a lovesick puppy. So how could Bobby blame himself when that same love held him captive? But that memory was from another time and another film. After Antoine beat the story, Bobby woke up back in his real body. Not a shape-shifting ancient entity, but just a man with no memory of the final battle, standing out in the jungle waiting to collect his tickets. And while he had no recollection of his shape being stolen, he did remember looking at the script and noticing one subtle change. It said simply bonus sequel in the same place where it would normally list the name of a possible scene that could be unlocked for an endgame that could be chosen. At the time, the words bonus sequel had meant nothing to him. There were always strange words like that all over the script in his head, and if he focused on figuring out all of them, he would be useless to his team. But now he understood that when he, Antoine Kimberly, and the others had run the sunken cradle, they had left it unfinished, in a way. They had left an unanswered question. And now narrative forces were pulling them toward that conclusion. And Carousel was the one to blame. Bobby was certain. At first, he had given credit to Lucky for masterminding this devious trap, for taking him up on his offer to help finish the Sanctuary through line. It had seemed such a deep cut to go all the way back to the sunken cradle. But that wasn't Lucky's doing at all. Bobby could see them. The rapid changes to the plot, all the rewrites. He could see Lucky and the other narrators trying to fix what Carousel had done. Love this novel. Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. He had never possessed such a powerful ability to access the script as the version the Quiet One had given him. He could go backward and forward. He could look at every detail, shooting scripts, NPC scripts, drafts, and rewrites. All of it was accessible to him in his mind. Wallflowers really were quite powerful in the endgame. Bobby wondered if he'd ever find a way to actually earn a trope like this instead of taking a shortcut. Probably not. Lucky had been employing paragons to try to mitigate the difficulty of the sunken cradle part 2. To change the main character. What a cheat that was. Carousel had reckoned Antoine as the main villain as a punishment for fleeing the first film. That reveal would destroy most teams. The main character being revealed as the villain. This would have been a fun twist under normal circumstances. He looked up at the others. Antoine was doing breathing exercises, and Riley was chit-chatting with the pilot, one of Lucky's paragons. How hard had they worked to worm him into the story through a companion trope that was meant for NPCs? It must have been all hands on deck if the scribbling on the script was any indication. Bones Ibarra would occasionally glance back, and Bobby swore he was looking right at him. But he couldn't be sure. Even if he knew what Bobby was, he couldn't say it. It was funny. They always thought the paragons were somehow secretly in control of things. And while that view had diminished since the discovery of the consortium, none of his friends could ever guess that they were hardly more than message board moderators in the scheme of things. They could not prevent what was going to happen. They could not save the team from the dangers of the sunken cradle. Only Riley could. And if he didn't figure out how to pull a win, then nothing Bobby could do would be able to help them. Riley Lawrence was Carousel's little pet project, and the narrators knew that, too. That's why they worked so hard to make him the main character. And Cassie must have known something about it, sacrificing herself in a storyline that naturally had a fate worse than death's, so that her tropes could help empower him. How had she figured it out after being given so little information from her soul read trope? Cassie was plenty clever. But all of that usually got thrown away the moment she had a chance to sacrifice herself for someone. Luckily, that habit had come in handy for this storyline, and she'd been able to create a prophecy that might just help Riley get to the end of the story. Bobby gave her a silent thank you as he looked around the plane's cabin and hoped that others would be willing to do their part. Bobby was willing to do his, no matter how gruesome it turned out. He went on screen as the plane started to descend toward the second entrance to the cradle, to the place where he had led the others as part of his betrayal. There was going to be a sequence where the landing was difficult, and they would lose the plane. It was natural. If there were too many exits, the storyline would be too easy. Except the darndest thing happened. They didn't wreck. Bones landed it on the river. Bobby flipped through the pages of the script in his mind and tried to get as much information as he could before it was rewritten, when all the subtleties would be erased. It became clear that Bones Ibarra had just activated a trope that allowed him to pull off a feat of great skill, but guaranteed his death the very next time he attempted something similar. The trope was simply called One Last Trick. Adventurers had such a variety in their trope selection. They began disembarking the plane, and Bobby hung back. Unsure of what to do, he was forced to continue playing the antagonist. So what would a bad guy do here? Well, these bad guys were shapeshifters. So that implied a basic enemy among us style betrayal. The problem was, he wasn't actually a shapeshifter himself, and he was afraid that if he feigned being one, Carousel might just give him a hand or a tentacle. So Bobby pulled back as the others lay down on the edge of the cliff to spy on the encampment below. He flipped through the script looking for something for his character to do. It wasn't a long list. He was just a minor character in the end. His role was completely redundant. In fact, it was practically finished. He didn't have to appear anywhere else in the film after his status as a shapeshifter was revealed. And once his role was complete, he would have the ultimate insurance. The ability to activate his a meaningful sacrifice trope, allowing him to leave the story altogether and even find the sanctuary on his own if he was brave. He was off screen, so he pulled out the ticket and stared down at it. Some of the flavor text said, "Sacrifice without lasting stakes is not enough." That was the conceit of the trope. Bobby was given an out when his role was through, but he could pass it along to someone else if he chose to. It was a heavy choice to make. When this was all over, Bobby knew the others would hate him. He had put them at risk, a far greater risk than even he knew. What had he really done, though, but pull a simple thread? He put the ticket back into his pocket as he continued flipping through different subplots and hazards listed in the script until he found one that concerned him. It was perfect. The very plane that they came in on was a hazard. If the players tried to escape in it, anyone on board was guaranteed to die. The script had a whole list of reasons, of movie logic, of why this had to be so. Apparently, the plane had too much screen time. Its narrative tank was empty. It was a fascinating line of logic, but Bobby didn't have time to worry about it. The reason it was so interesting was that it gave him an opportunity to help the players while also seeming to harm them. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a stick of dynamite that he had taken from Anna's weapons stash on her boat. He quickly lit it by smashing two rocks together near the fuse, which worked wonderfully even though he was off screen. Another benefit of being a wallflower, Carousel didn't demand so much footage from your activities. He quickly wedged the dynamite between two pieces of metal on the plane's frame and quickly ran to his next necessary scene. It would be difficult to help the players in this storyline if he got caught doing it. All of this might be for nothing. He would have to be sparing, even if he couldn't help them in the story. That didn't mean he could just run off to Lucky's sanctuary just yet. He had one move left to make, and it would only work once. "We never harm our shapes," Alastair assured me. I detected defensiveness in his voice. Maybe I had offended him. I couldn't afford to be too gentle. I was the private eye in this story, after all. This was my first real lead on the story's core mystery. No more disguises or tricks. I needed to get information, partly for me and partly for the audience. Your kind chased us down with guns, kidnapped people from their homes, and you've done something to them, taken their shape. What does that involve exactly that you would need to use such force? I was breathing hard from a fear way down in the pit of my stomach. I tried to play it off as anger. The tactics used recently by my brothers are appalling. "Yes," he said, "but I assure you, your people are resting in the gallery, safe from violence, safe from time. We only borrow their shapes. When we are finished with them, they will be freed. It is our most dearly held custom. Safe from time." I asked, "How does that work?" Alastair didn't answer for a time. Ramona did instead. He's showing me images, she said. Her eyes glazed over as she stared ahead. The people, they're frozen, not in ice, but frozen still. Suspended animation. That could change some things for the plot. It meant that this mission might have quite a few rescue targets. This is a lot to take in, I said. The age of the ruins connected to this place. Heck, the age of the cradle itself. It must be tens of thousands of years old. What have you been doing here? We spread life, Alastair said. Not for tens of thousands of years. Not for thousands of years. For eons. Since our cosmic genesis allowed us to. I felt my voice catch in my throat as I said, "You spread life to Earth." At that question, Alastair began to laugh. The sound echoed around the large empty room until it was lost in the darkness. "Why else would we call this place the cradle?" he asked. "We spread life to Earth, to many Earths. We build colonies of life wherever we go. Sometimes the shape is human, sometimes not. This story was multiversal. That meant we needed an explainer for the audience. Many Earths?" I asked. "You mean planets, like in outer space?" "No, child," he said. "One planet. Many worlds. I envy the simple lives of your kind. To know nothing about the world. To be capable of happiness. That is my people's flaw, after all. Envy. We desired to live lives different than our own, if only for a little while. It was that core desire that ruined us, in time. Yeah, well, ignorance is bliss," I said. "But if you don't mind, I could use a little less of it." I saw a man I knew to be Antoine Stone, who, without warning, suddenly seemed to realize he was one of your kind. "I want to understand what happened. Shaping sickness," he whispered. "I heard that mentioned." I said, "What is it? More importantly, how could we use it to our advantage?" As we explored the many versions of this planet and all of the life that inhabited it, we took many shapes and lived many lifetimes. Our abilities, combined with our shaping technology, are perfect. When we take a shape, we take every bit of it. We are folded down until we replicate every neuron, every strand of DNA. All of that shaping, though, takes a toll. Over millennia, our memory began to fade. This is what we call the shaping sickness. It is to forget what we truly are. We would forget that we had taken the forms of humans and other species. We would live lives, die, rot, or be turned to ash. All the while forgetting that we were not humans, we were not rot, and we were not ash. Many have fallen to the sickness, forgetting to return home. My brother, who took Antoine Stone's shape, fell as well. He does so constantly. They must always remind him. Receiving exposition in a dark room could be creepy sometimes. I needed to think. I turned my back to Ramona and put my face in my right hand as I processed what I was being told. So all of Antoine Stone's contacts, his past partners and fellow explorers, were they kidnapped too? Or, Ramona shook her head. "Alastair has watched Antoine Stone," she said. "He would bring groups back to cradle a few at a time. Scientists, benefactors, even royalty. If he could, he would trick them back to the cradle so their shapes could be taken." I had to show a physical reaction to this. While I had figured a lot of this out, it would be pretty mind-bending for my character. "Then why blow up the other entrance to the cradle?" I asked. "He didn't want to return," Alastair said. "I watched him then. I am watching him now. He wanted to fall to the sickness and find happiness. When he left, he had to be lured back. None could find him if he didn't want to be found." That explained the convoluted chase and kidnapping schemes. But it also introduced new questions. "How were you watching?" I asked. "If you've been stuck in the shape of DNA or whatever for generations, how do you know what's happened at the cradle? This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere." Alastair chuckled. "My form can exist over great distances in shapes your mind cannot comprehend. Part of me resides in the cradle, a remnant of one of my descendants. My eyes and ears. There was no good place to stare at on the cosmic being hidden within Ramona. I tried my best to give him an intense look anyway. "I saw footage from the other entrance to the cradle," I said. "There was a woman who appeared to be talking to herself. A woman who refused to enter the cradle. Would you know anything about that?" Both Ramona and Alastair were quiet for a moment. "She was the mother of one of my descendants," he said. "She brought his ashes to the cradle after he died. hoping he could be brought back. The material in those ashes that came from me woke like a spirit when she neared the cradle and answered her. Forgetting they weren't her son, I couldn't help it. I wanted her to be happy. I wander the cradle still. I can see some of your companions through him now. There it was. Ramona said that Alastair had appeared to her after First Blood, which would have been right around the time I used the insert shot on the film reel of Dina talking to her son. Had I been responsible for Alastair's inclusion in the story? That was such a powerful trope when used early in the story. Who do you see? I asked. One of them is Anna Reed. I recognize her, Ramona said. Can you talk to them? I asked. If they are of a mind to listen, Alastair said. Something told me they would be. Tell them how your kind work, I said, about the shapeshifting, the nature of it, so that they can understand. Tell them you are with me. I will do as you've asked, he said. But you ought to know that their capture is imminent. And my brothers have in fact captured another group that appears to be law enforcement. Detective Blackwood wasn't as sneaky as I thought he should be. But then he might not have been trying to sneak. If they're captured, I asked. Where would your people take them? I'll show you, Ramona said. And then we went off screen. Somewhere in the distance outside. I knew that Anna and Camden were getting the focus of the story. We're going to have to spread the rest of the exposition out over the next few scenes. I said. We can if you want, she said. But I already got a lot of it on screen when he told me. But I'm not sure it looks right. It's probably a tough acting job, having a conversation with the man in your mouth, I said. Yeah, we kept speaking over each other, she said. I would have laughed, but I was emotionally raw. So the next place is the gallery, I asked. Gesturing for her to take the lead, she nodded. I haven't seen it yet, but I know where it is. Good enough. Is there any chance that your passenger is a bad guy? I asked. She looked at me. Not quite sure how to answer. I wouldn't press him on it, she said. He's better than these other guys, but only a bit. Great, I said. Yeah, I know what that means, she said. You may have to leave me behind if he tries to interfere. She quickly moved to the door, opened it a crack, and we both slid through, followed by Danny and his camera. He's not an enemy. He's a non-player character. So there's no telling, I said. It's no big deal. I understand how it works, she said as she started leading me down a giant, dark hallway. The inner part of the cradle is this way. You can kind of feel it. She was right. I could feel it. It was a dark, pressing aura. Something that I found difficult to describe but similar to some past experiences. We carried on nonetheless. It might have been 45 minutes to an hour before we were back on screen. Whatever Carousel had been paying attention to, it had gotten a lot of footage for it. Eventually, we went back on screen. As we approached the interior of the cradle, time and space stopped making sense. Not that they were on their best behavior beforehand. I can only report on what I understood to be true, not on what I perceived. And what I understood to be true was that although we walked down one hallway through a gargantuan city of an underground compound, there were actually dozens, if not hundreds, of other halls, streets, and pathways in that exact same location. My mind was only capable of perceiving the one we were walking on, but I heard other things, and I could see the edges of reality in the corner of my eye. Like 1,000 pots converging on one. Try not to trip, was all Ramona said about it. I think I'm already tripping, I said. Is your camera picking this up? I asked Danny. It's picking something up, he said. I'm trying not to look at it. We were on the outer edges of a kaleidoscope that wouldn't stop spinning. Not only could I see fragments of other dimensions popping up all over the place as I walked forward, but I could also feel them and even smell them. What is this? I asked finally. Many worlds, one cradle, Alastair answered. And I understood what he meant immediately, because the large glowing building at the center of it all did not have fragments sticking out of it. It was a complex of great hallways and giant buildings that strangely reminded me of a museum, but much bigger. The ceiling was made of glass, and all the rooms must have had walls that were hundreds of feet high and even more feet across. I could see the top of it like I was above it, but I wasn't above it. I was on a flat road walking toward it. I tried not to worry about it. It was not built for humans. We need to hide, Alastair said abruptly. They should be right behind us. It was easy enough to find somewhere where they couldn't see us. While I did recognize this place as being a city, a massive city, it was, for the most part, deserted. An appropriate setting for an archaeological story. The walls were mostly barren, but I could tell that they had once been painted in vibrant colors. Most other signs of life had passed too, literally crumbling to dust in the streets of the cradle. Still, the impression upon me could be felt tangibly. This was a city of gods. I could almost imagine Zeus and Poseidon walking past each other here. We hid behind piles of rubble from some long-forgotten construction project. "These walls are made of marble," I said. "How in the world would they move these slabs in here?" I didn't get an answer because right around that moment, a small group of shapeless ones in the form of mercenaries was leading Detective Blackwood and 3 of his officers through the very same street we had been walking through. In fact, it looked like they should have been able to see us when we were walking earlier. But they apparently couldn't. The path we took and the path they took overlapped in space and time. But they weren't the same. That was going to make a chase scene that occurred here impossibly confusing. I had a feeling that if we ran down the wrong path, we might not only be lost, but we might not even be on our version of Earth or Carousel. Rather, Detective Blackwood took his captivity on the chin. He didn't look afraid, and he did the best he could not to be freaked out by the place he was walking through. "Your friends have been captured too," Alastair whispered. I did my best to assist them, but it was inevitable. I stared at the group of shapeless ones who marched Blackwood through the streets. One of them was having trouble maintaining his shape. He was stretching out down the middle right where his spine should be, and if I caught myself staring, I noticed that my vision went on for a great distance straight into his body. That hole in his back was hundreds of feet deep. As he walked, he continued to unfold, the crevice that had replaced his spine getting wider and wider, his human face paralyzed in fear. His plot armor was ticking up by the second. No wonder I wasn't able to see any of their tropes. It looked like they had plot armors close to ours, 40s maybe 50s. I thought this story would be manageable, but their plot armor, like everything else about the shapeless ones, was only for pretend. "I don't like it here," Ramona said as we snuck through the halls of the inner cradle, following along as best we could. The group escorting Detective Blackwood had gone up ahead, and now there was another group of shapeless ones who had grabbed Anna and Camden. We followed them. "I don't like it here," Ramona repeated. "Calm, child," Alastair whispered to her, loud enough for me to hear. We continued onward. We didn't have time to talk about our feelings, but I could see the effects of this place wearing on Ramona as she walked forward. The cosmic being bound in the shape of her DNA was leading her well enough that she could close her eyes as she walked. And I followed her with Danny the cameraman on my tail. This isn't real. This is a movie set. The thought repeated over and over in my mind. It was a thought that didn't belong to me, but I clung to it nonetheless. I was thankful I had brought my "it's just a puppet" trope, and somehow the fact that it was activating so often, without me understanding why. Was it self-distressing? What was it that my human mind was struggling with? What was the trope helping me avoid? We went on screen sometimes, but only enough to establish that we were following along. The architecture eventually stopped imitating the kinds that humans made. The outer area of the cradle had been magnificent, as if every street corner held another wonder of the world that would make the Great Pyramid seem mundane. But here in the interior, the laws of physics were breaking down, and I was afraid to look. "What are those things?" Ramona asked when we were on screen next. She couldn't ask me because I couldn't possibly know. She was asking the shapeless one inside of her. "That is our vast collection," Alastair said. "We have gone through great lengths to preserve life from the many worlds we have visited." I looked around at the great expanse around us. Nothing but a stone floor and white walls could be seen anywhere. Next, I followed the direction Ramona's eyes kept darting to. She was looking at the walls themselves in horror. They were hundreds of feet high, and I noticed that as I looked at them, my eyes would skip over from one end to the other. I had difficulty focusing. It was that same trope trying to stop me from being afraid. It wouldn't let me see. This is not real. It's just part of the set design. The thought echoed in my mind, and it was working as best it could in the circumstances. But now I felt like I was walking blindfolded through a house of horror. It felt cowardly. There was information here, and I was missing it. I needed to see what was causing Ramona such pain. What was causing my trope to trigger with such intensity? I forced myself to focus on the walls. I didn't allow my eyes to dart away before they could comprehend what I was looking at. It took me several minutes to break down what I saw, and even then, I didn't really perceive it so much as I simply understood it. I had to create some abstraction. I had to boil it down into a more digestible form for my mind to be able to wrap around it. It was only then that I realized that the giant white walls stretching hundreds of feet into the sky weren't made of any material that I was familiar with. They weren't marble or slate. They certainly weren't painted white. In fact, there were no walls at all. My brain was tricking me. That and the trope I had equipped. But if there were no walls, what was I seeing? This is not real. This is just a set design. Look at it, I screamed to myself. Look at the walls. What is that? I forced my eyes to focus and my mind to sort through what I was seeing, giving me some semblance of information. Those weren't walls at all. They were cracks, like glass breaking, but with no glass. Sharp shards of nothing, thousands of them, millions of them. Like the gaps in knowledge that happened when I saw the shapeless ones transform, where they seemed to go in and out of reality. These walls did the same thing, because they weren't walls. They were tears, and inside of them were living things jammed in like a kid shoved into his locker. I cursed the moment I understood what I was looking at. These walls were filled with people, squeezed into cracks in reality, their faces pressed up against nothing so thin I could barely understand them as being people, packed in so much that my mind could barely sort out what it saw. They appeared both flat and bent out of shape with no regard for comfort. What is this? I asked when we were on screen. Are those living things? Hadn't Ramona asked that herself? All I could call them were things because while my brain recognized some of those shapes as being human, they weren't exactly human-shaped anymore. I could see organs. I could see blood. I could see tissue run out and turn the wrong way. I could see bone and brain matter. And yet there were no injuries. As I moved my head from side to side, my view of these poor things packed into the walls shifted. As if I were looking at a hologram. Inside those interdimensional cracks, even a whole, complete human would look inside out and mix around from the wrong angle. I was seeing through their skin. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. This is our collection. Alastair said, as if it were obvious. Collection, I said. There are people in there and there are all manner of living things in the gallery, he said. Humans and other intelligent species. Plants. Animals of all kinds. Preserving life is one of our most noble duties. I moved my head from side to side so I could take in the full breadth of what I was looking at. And as I did, my viewpoint changed, and my ability to see the living things packed like sardines into singular places in space improved. They had built the architecture of the inner cradle out of their collection. They are stored in pocket dimensions, which have no time. The voice in Ramona's mouth explained. They do not feel pain, nor do they perceive their circumstances. I continued to look, and the more I did, the more I understood the jigsaw puzzle of living things, stacked and crammed into a space that should not have been enough to contain them. This is not real. This is just a movie set. The voice of my trope rang out in my head again. And this time I chose to listen to it. I couldn't look at them anymore. Their faces were frozen in anguish and fear, preserved for eternity as part of the collection of these horrifying creatures. How had I forgotten that Carousel would do this? That it would attempt to take creatures of great dread and turn them into pulp fiction monsters. I couldn't believe that it had stuck this terrifying species in a light-hearted adventure movie. I can feel them, I said, unable to stop myself. I can feel them crying out their last thoughts, frozen in there like I'm walking right into them. The aura of terror that exuded from this place wasn't just from the cosmic entities, not just the shapeless ones. It came from their captives. The more we moved forward, the less able I was to ignore it. Every step I took, it was like I was being slapped in the face by the psychic pain that these captives were feeling. I could almost hear it. My brain kept listening, as if it expected words, as if it expected screams, but none came. Alastair had said there was no time in the pocket dimensions the captives were trapped in. But if there was no time, light would be frozen too, and they would be invisible. If there was no time, how was I feeling their psychic anguish? The pressure was beginning to be too much. These are not real. It's just a movie set. I had to tell myself that over and over again. The storyline didn't stop just because I wished it would. We had to move forward. A funny thing happened once I realized what these white walls actually were. Suddenly, the glowing building we were in didn't appear to be glowing anymore. The light I was seeing was an optical illusion created from thousands upon thousands of cracks in spacetime. The room got darker, and all I could do was try my best not to stare at the walls as we walked through the gallery toward the center of the cradle. Eventually, the space around us began to close in as all things converged on one final destination at the center of everything. The walls, which weren't walls, moved closer together, and we found ourselves having to work harder to hide from the groups we were pursuing. Luckily, we found a great many stone benches set around that area, almost as if this were some sort of church with room for millions to attend. The benches were too big for a human, but they were perfect for hiding behind. As we moved closer, keeping an eye on everything that was happening, I noticed that the sky above opened up. I was conscious of the fact that there had to be a stone ceiling. We were underground. After all, once we got to the center of the cradle, that notion seemed to be disproven. Above us was the bottom of a bottomless hole, and while I couldn't see the creatures that swam inside of it, I could feel them in my mind, and I could feel the wind coming off of them. "Do not stare into the heart of the cradle," Alastair said. "My brothers and sisters maintain their true forms above us. If you catch sight of us when we are shapeless, you will not be able to see us truly, and what your mind cannot see with your eyes, it will attempt to see with your imagination instead. And the horrors you will inflict upon yourself as you attempt to reconcile the sight will drive you mad." I gave one last glimpse up at the empty space and realized that my eyes simply moved from one side of the heart of the cradle to the other without picking up any information in between. It was the same thing that had happened with the walls. Something was there, and my "it's just a puppet" trope was forcing me not to look at it. But unlike with the walls, I wasn't going to insist on seeing it anyway. Ramona could barely look up. She could barely keep her eyes open. Danny had one eye closed and the other firmly locked inside the viewfinder of his camera. Funny enough, that was probably great protection against whatever cosmic horrors floated above us. My nerves were raw. My body was about done in from the stress of simply existing in this place. But I had work to do. Ahead of us, there was a large platform with a crystal funnel above it. There were probably better ways to describe it, but that's what it was. It was a large funnel-shaped crystalline structure directly beneath the heart of the cradle. The shapeless ones in the forms of mercenaries, including Vogler and Antoine, were down below. Body was there too. At the back of the group, they were operating some sort of technological interface that was so advanced it didn't even look like a machine. They were interacting with it on a level I couldn't even perceive, and I was too mentally tired to try. I couldn't say what the parts of this machine were, but I understood well enough. And as we moved closer, I could hear what was being said. "You can't get away with this," Detective Blackwood was saying in his fiercest voice, even as cool, calm, and collected as Blackwood had always been. This place was wearing on him, and he wasn't just acting. The psychic trauma of existing in the cradle was destructive even to paragons. "The truth will get out one way or another," he declared as his voice broke. On the red wallpaper, a small plaque with the words "win condition," "expose the truth" appeared. So that was his entire role, to give us a winnable win condition. It wasn't like he was going to be able to do much more than that, because soon after he declared that the truth would get out, he was shoved into what I could only describe as a sort of cosmic car crusher. It was big enough for a cement truck. Its components were honed from metal, but there were no moving parts. He took a moment to look around. There wasn't a lot of information to be had there. He immediately tried to get back up and walk out. But even as he did, something strange happened. Every step he took forward appeared to be cancelled out. Even as he broke into a sprint, his ability to leave the area was nullified as space itself began collapsing around him. At first from the front and then from the sides, until all he was a crack in spacetime, frozen. Nothing but a psychic scream that the shapeless ones couldn't hear. Moments later, whatever was left of Detective Blackwood appeared to stretch and phase through space itself until it was somewhere else in the gallery. I couldn't say where. I didn't manage to breathe the entire time it was happening. These entities that we were up against, dressed like mercenaries and explorers for the benefit of Carousel's little homemade movie, were unstoppable. The technology was incomprehensible. I couldn't imagine how we were going to win. All I could do was watch as the needle on the plot cycle moved to second blood after Detective Blackwood was sealed away between the dimensions. But the needle never moved on, because second blood was not over. You told me that your people let your captives go, I said the moment I was next on screen after seeing Detective Blackwood reduced to nothing but a small slit in spacetime. That means that we can release people from those prisons. Any shapeless one would be able to release them simply by creating a pathway between this dimension and the dimension that they've been stored inside of, Alastair said, as if he were talking to a child. In a way, he was trying to calm me because I wasn't hiding the fear in my voice as well as I hoped. That meant rescuing Anna and Camden didn't require an all-out assault against the group of shapeless ones that had taken them captive. I would have to wait, to bide my time until I could release them. Or at least until Ramona's cosmic hitchhiker could. Vogler was very businesslike as he instructed his followers to place Anna into the same compactor that Detective Blackwood had disappeared into. There was nothing that could be done. She took it bravely, or at least as well as could be expected. Camden was angry and fighting against those who held him, but even when they were pretending to be measly humans, the shapeless ones could hold him back pretty well. He did manage to hold onto Anna for at least a few seconds, grabbing onto her character's small satchel before they yanked it out of his hands. It took less than a second for Anna to be reduced down into the space of an unfolded newspaper. But unlike with Detective Blackwood, she didn't disappear afterward. Instead, the crack in reality she was shoved into was shifted onto a sort of pedestal on the large array of the machine. They had plans for her. They must have had plans for Camden, too, because he was shoved into the compactor right after her, and suddenly, there was silence. The men who had sounded like rowdy mercenaries just moments earlier had gone eerily quiet as they turned toward the gigantic crystalline funnel a few meters away from the compactor. There was an open space at the bottom of the funnel, with a large white circle that appeared to be frosted glass rather than the normal stone flooring that covered the rest of the inner cradle. The whole setup looked more like an altar than a piece of technology. One of the mercenaries operated the machine's controls simply by holding out his hand and unfolding it into a vast network of moving light. Not unlike the tendrils that had been shoved into my face by a shapeless one earlier. Moments later, the unmoving mechanism came to life as energy flowed through the funnel's crystalline structure. And something began to happen that my eyes refused to see and my mind refused to process. But I understood well enough what was happening. The funnel was bending spacetime as one of the creatures in its natural form began to move down from the heart of the cradle into the crystalline funnel. A process that looked like a cross between going hyperspeed in a sci-fi show and one of those time-lapse videos of slime mold solving a maze. One of the eldritch creatures was being reshaped right before my eyes. I had seen these creatures pull themselves together to heal wounds and restitch the fabric in their copied clothing. But this was different. This was cosmic origami. Whatever these shapeless ones were composed of was being folded over and over again. And it took a long time for me to even confirm what shape was being made. Until that shape started to look like a human. It was Anna. At first, she looked like a cartoon or caricature that was mostly two-dimensional. But as the folding continued, her proportions filled out until she was mostly human, then mostly Anna. It copied everything from her, every strand of hair, the cut-off jeans, and the blouse tied in a knot that her character wore. It copied the satchel she wore too, and the shoes on her feet, for a while, at least. It copied the position her body had been in when she was shoved into a lesser dimension. Her hands were outstretched, her mouth wide in terror, her eyes darting about looking for someone to save her. But then, as the folding continued, the shapeless one took over her form more completely and gained control of her facial muscles. As the transformation completed, finishing her limbs, making sure they were all three-dimensional like they should be, the look on her face was one of pure ecstasy. I could see her laughing before I could hear her, as if her lungs hadn't finished being formed in time. But once the job was done, I heard laughter, Anna's laughter. It wasn't a cruel or clever laugh. It was pure joy and mitigated happiness. Once the process began to wind down, the shapeless one moved her hands across Anna's face and through her hair and down over her breasts, past her waist, grabbing at her thighs and her knees. This cosmic entity was completely enraptured by her new form, and the other shapeless ones cheered her on like we might cheer for someone who won a beauty pageant or beat cancer. The copy of Anna blushed and smiled and walked off the frosted glass platform, joining her fellow shapeless ones in their revelry. But that wasn't something I could afford to pay attention to, because something had changed while the shapeless one was being shrunk down into a human from their infinite form. Their plot armor fluctuated. It didn't just go down. It went to 0. It disappeared altogether. And as it did, my Trope Master ability, for the first time in this storyline, started to kick in. I saw them, 1 or 2 at a time, flashing on the red wallpaper. Never all of them at once. I read as many as I could. These creatures were cosmic level, which meant they had dozens of tropes. The fact that they were shapeshifters and could adapt to a wide variety of narratives probably added to that number. In the end, I managed to catch a glimpse of quite a few. I had good practice reading quickly. Normally, when I use Trope Master, I might only get a glance out of the corner of my shapeless one. Plot armor, variable, stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings, tropes, hidden in plain sight. This villain will appear as an ordinary NPC until they don their disguise. Which one do I shoot? Players will not be able to differentiate this creature from other players by use of tropes or common sense. Clever plans and lore understanding are viable alternatives. Evil never dies, it only changes form. Ghost in the machine. This entity will reform as long as there is any vessel within which it is able to. Carousel's uncertainty principle. This villain's lore and weaknesses only become true once they are discovered. Dark aura. This being has an aura with wide-ranging effects, from fear to some combination of status ailments. Aura will bypass all stats on first exposure. Your blood runs cold. Seeing this enemy will cause great mental distress, debuffs moxie and savvy, an affront to nature. This creature is revolting to see for the first time. One glance will leave the viewer incapacitated with revulsion. Hostage taker. The villain will not outright kill the player in combat until the final battle, instead attempting to take them hostage for his specific purposes. Fungible enemy. This enemy is composed of countless largely interchangeable units whose numbers will not diminish until the scene is concluded. The unseen hand. This enemy is guided by a greater force. This guidance may be a part of the lore or the meta, humanizing monologue. In the final battle, the villain will attempt to gain sympathy by revealing his backstory or motives. Players not resilient to this will be debuffed. Villain's moxie is buffed during this speech. Bottomless bag of tricks. The villain has so many different in-universe abilities that they can employ new abilities in the finale without needing to establish them in the narrative. Fate worse than death. This creature does not want to kill its victims, though they will wish it had. Victims are written off. It's all riding on this. The players will win or lose in the finale. They cannot be definitively defeated until then. Self-restraint. This villain intentionally limits their own power for this storyline. Relatable need. Despite this enemy's inhuman nature, their true motivation is not beyond human understanding or manipulation. Live and let live. This enemy does not need to kill you to get what it wants. Eventually, all I could see was Anna, a player with a bunch of grayed out enemy tropes. But while I was able to stare at the deluge of information, I did my best to try and understand what narrative weaknesses they might have, because surely they had no other kind. There were so many plots inherent to these creatures, things that they had excelled at. I could hardly fathom a straightforward plan of attack. Usually, you could look at an enemy and understand the inherent gameplay of their design just by looking at their tropes. But these creatures were prepared for anything. The thing that jumped out at me the most was the relatable need trope. At the end of the day, these were individuals with hopes and dreams and desires. And what I had just seen from both the tropes and from the look of pure joy on Anna's face was that these creatures did care about something. Maybe they cared about it enough that I could use it. It was only a few moments after looking at all of the tropes I could find that I noticed that my incapacitation status had gone off. Just one little glimpse into their tropes, and I had nearly overloaded my mind. I felt a wet trickle move down my lips and quickly realized that my nose was bleeding. I had to hope that the information was worth it. Camden was next. One of the shapeless ones in the heart of the cradle was moved down from that place above and began to be folded into the shape of my childhood best friend. Interestingly enough, the process looked a little different. It was done in a different order. That was strange. I figured all humans must be alike, but maybe to the machine, There were fundamental differences in how to fold a Camden Tran versus an Anna Reed. His body formed first, but then it stopped abruptly when it came time to fold his hair, his fingers, and his lower limbs. Then his mind seemed to kick in. His eyes began to move around as the rest of his body continued to take shape around him. His military fatigues and all the various weaponry that he carried on his person were being folded and rearranged as the cosmic entity became him. But then something unexpected happened. This unfinished copy of Camden opened his mouth wide in an attempt to scream. Not out of pain but of equal urgency. He started trying to walk across the platform to get off the frosted glass. But he found himself unable to move in the same way that Detective Blackwood had been unable to move in space when he was in the compactor. Camden's copy was trying to signal something to his comrades. He was moving his mouth, but no sound was coming out. His eyes were darting around as if they contained some message that no one could understand. "Is there a malfunction?" Vogler asked. The man who was operating the machine had no clue and simply raised his arms in confusion. All that could be done was to wait for the transformation to be completed. And so they did wait. 10, 15, 20 seconds. They waited until the silent screams of the Camden clone started making noise. Abudabum in her back. The cosmic being screamed through its unfinished face. Its vocal cords not yet formed enough to make good speech. But now this version of Camden had feet and shoes and could walk forward slowly as the machine allowed him. His eyes were still wide. And he screamed that same unintelligible phrase again. What was he trying to tell his men? The process was almost finished when I could finally understand what was being said. It came out clear and obvious. How had I not understood him before? He put a bomb in her back. The Camden lookalike screamed. His eyes locked on the cosmic copy of Anna. As soon as she understood what he said, she reached into her satchel, opened it up, and pulled out an amalgamation of a mason jar duct taped to several sticks of dynamite, along with a few other things I didn't recognize that looked like improvisations on Camden's part to make the bomb look more deadly. Camden, the real Camden, had snuck an improvised explosive device into Anna's bag. She must not have even known about it, because if she had known about it, the shapeless version of her would have to. That was why the clone of Camden was acting with such urgency. At some point in time in the shaping process, he received the memory of Camden putting the bomb in the bag and was trying to inform the others. The bomb, as near as I could tell, was made out of the shapeless one's own matter, and yet that didn't seem relevant to its potency at all. It triggered with perfect cinematic timing. The explosion rang out fast and in complete devastation, shredding the fake Anna as well as most of the mercenaries around her and blowing the others away at such a speed that their pretend human bodies would take considerable damage. The shockwave moved through the room, spreading carnage over a wide distance. If they were human, they would all be dead, but because they were only pretending to be human, they were also only pretending to be dead. In fact, I saw the death delusion trope appear for a second during the explosion, which was usually for ghosts who didn't know they had passed on. Soon, they would remember that they were not blood, guts, and viscera painted on ancient cosmic machinery. I needed to capitalize on the time Camden had bought me. It was time to act. I fought through the pain and fear as I jumped up and ran toward the center of the cradle, conscious to avoid as much of the carnage as I could as I moved forward. "How do we release them from these dimensions they've been trapped in?" I asked. "I told you, it is quite simple. Let me demonstrate," Alastair said, muffled within Ramona's person. As we approached the pedestals where two breaks in reality floated like windows hanging in the air. One contained Anna, and the other Camden. Ramona herself ran as fast as she could behind me. She was struggling with the psychic damage of being in this place, with the cosmic horror of these creatures, and with the garden variety horror of the slaughter around us, but she powered through. "Do I need to climb up on this machine?" she asked as she arrived right under Camden. Her question was answered as the puppeteer bound in the shape of her DNA took control of her right arm and yanked it forward toward Camden, hidden in his flat crack in space-time. It wasn't like with the other shapeless ones. Alastair was slower. He had to be more careful as he unfolded himself from within Ramona's DNA and reached his fifth-dimensional tentacles out from her hand toward Camden's prison. But it was all for naught. A loud whir came from the other side of the machine. Had one of the creatures already reformed? The amount of damage they had taken had at least made me think we'd have a few minutes These cosmic beings could be forgiven for forgetting what they truly were after getting blown to pieces. But unfortunately, one of the creatures had escaped the blast for the better part. It was the one who had taken most of Camden's shape, but not all of it. He had somehow managed to get off the end of the platform before being fully formed. And as he stood up and stared at us with pure hatred, it looked like his stitches were coming undone as Camden's body began to elongate. His arms, his legs, his neck, all extending out. The bomb had done some damage to him, but most of that had disappeared as the shapeless one began to shift. The first time I had seen this in the ocean, when one of these creatures had engulfed an entire boat and grown parts I associated with sea monsters. I had assumed this was some sort of natural state for the creature, or perhaps a curse by a Lovecraftian master waiting in the depths. Now it seemed obvious what I was looking at. This shapeless one was just remembering things it used to be. It used to be large. In a past life, it used to have long claws and jaws, each more terrifying than the next, in numbers that didn't quite make sense anatomically. While the abomination before me still resembled my friend Camden, it also resembled many of the scarier things. "We need to run," Alastair said. "We do not have time to release this one." He began folding himself back into Ramona's hand. Even though she strained to force him to do otherwise, it had no effect. "We have to save them," I said. But it was no use. He was right. The transformation of the Camden shape was nearly complete. It only took me one look at the final product, the cosmic Frankenstein of Camden, for me to be incapacitated. The reptilian claws and predatory teeth put together haphazardly stopped me in my tracks. Even with my "it's just a puppet" trope doing its best to convince me not to be afraid, the Camden shape rounded the corner and then launched one of its overlong arms at Ramona. Suddenly, an old trope kicked in. I could feel exactly where this creature's claws were. The silver dagger I had found in Stray Dawn was telling me where the danger was on a level that would rival a spider sense. The trope attached to it was called selective sharpness, which prevented me from accidentally cutting myself and also gave me awareness of nearby sharp objects. I reached down and grabbed Ramona's right knee and pulled her forward, causing her to fall backward just in time for the claw to graze her forehead, leaving the thinnest evidence of damage. If I had hesitated even a moment, she would have been dead. We were technically in the finale, but unlike most stories where we got a break from the carnage after second blood, the fight seemed to continue from one beat to another. I quickly grabbed for the knife in my belt, and as the horror began to withdraw its claw, I managed to reach out and block any rake-back damage that might have occurred to Ramona or me. Quickly, I helped Ramona to her feet. I wasn't used to looking like a badass, but I must have in that moment. I didn't know if there was any explanation for that in my character's background as a documentarian, but maybe I would throw out an explainer about how I was a fencer in college. I pulled Ramona away from the console of the shaping machine as the Camden shape roared into the air. 1,000 different voices all at once. All the things that it ever remembered being screaming at the same time. It then prepared itself to surge forward. Out of the right side of my eye, I could see that Danny, the cameraman, had already gotten his distance. I looked at the creature as best I could, and I tried to draw on the trope from the silver knife to figure out where the blades and sharp objects would be so that I could dodge them. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. The trope sent me back with a resounding, simple answer: everywhere. The sharp objects were all over its body. As the creature moved toward us, there was no dodging, there was no escape. Fortunately, we were not its first target, and fortunately, Camden was. The creature moved its claw into the void that contained Camden. Its arm traveled a further distance than my mind could comprehend as its claws pierced into the perfectly still face of my friend. It would seem that Alastair was right about how easy it was for a shapeless one to interact with these lower dimensional voids. Because this monster killed the man whose face he stole like it was nothing, he then pulled his long claw out of the dimensional void. The prison Camden had been put in didn't change. Even as the prisoner inside had been practically beheaded, his skull had been shredded. I gave my character a moment to scream, to cry out for his friend, but in my heart I swore revenge. At least I could tell myself Camden wouldn't feel a thing inside that nearly timeless void. Now the Camden shape turned toward Ramona and me. We ran as fast as we could. The selective sharpness trope was still telling me there was no hope of dodging, but we tried our best. Trying to climb over all of the body parts left over from the bombing was difficult. Even more concerning was that, slowly, some of those body parts began to unfold and then refold back together, while they looked like they were apart. That was a trick of that caused by the higher dimensionality of these creatures. In reality, they were all still connected. I looked around for something that I might be able to do to help us survive. For a moment, I considered trying to lure the Camden shape into the compactor to trap it inside a sliver of spacetime. But seeing as these creatures were able to simply reach into those voids with ease, they could simply reach out of them just as easily, I had to imagine. We ran, and the Camden shape followed. In fact, he remembered that he wasn't human just enough to lift himself into the air and float toward us as a heavy wind began to pick up all around us. I glanced back at him. He had come unraveled even further from when he was Camden. I could barely see him on the red wallpaper at all. His plot armor had grown so high. I didn't imagine we could ever defeat these creatures if they could turn into monstrosities like this. But then, I didn't have a grenade launcher. Someone else did, though, because all I saw was a flaming orb shooting out of the darkness right over my head and making contact with what was left of the Camden shape's chest. The monster didn't exactly blow up as its brothers and sisters had. It wasn't truly pretending to be human, so it didn't have to pretend to be fragile either. But the grenade did something. The monster had to lose all focus on us as it absorbed the blast. Its shape changed rapidly. As it was focused on dissipating the energy of the bomb rather than attacking, it became gelatinous, like a floating nexus of goo. As the blast wave moved through it, all traces of Camden were now gone. But as far as distractions went, the bomb did a great job. The giant green creature fell to the ground, and whatever it was, it forgot that it was a shapeless one for at least a moment. It began reforming within a few moments. But it wasn't in a hurry. I did my best to peer into the darkness to try to figure out who had just intervened on our behalf. And when I saw who it was, I stopped in my tracks and grabbed Ramona's elbow to stop her from moving forward, walking resolutely out of the darkness. Dropping a smoking grenade launcher was a man I recognized. His name was Antoine Stone, but something was very, very wrong with him. It looked like he had lost weight. His muscle mass was down. A gray tone moved under his dark skin. The only thing that was the same about him was his smile. "Ramona Mercer," he said, out of breath. "Care to introduce me to your friend?" I had seen Antoine Stone get retconned into having always been a shapeshifter. On the red wallpaper, it looked like my old friend. He was a player. He had the right plot armor and all the right tropes. He was dressed correctly. There were differences, though. This Antoine had grown a beard. And his hair had grown out, too. His clothes were ragged and worn. Having been sweated through several times, Antoine Stone, Ramona asked, "It can't be. They took you. They took your shape." Antoine let out a weak chuckle and then said, "I'd like to think they just borrowed it." I wanted to believe this was him. It made sense on some level. Retconning a player out of existence through no fault of their own was a cheap shot. Even for Carousel. And Carousel had once convinced me I was in love with a homicidal bride. With how the shapeless ones worked, it made sense that Antoine, the real Antoine, would be here somewhere. "If you're the real Antoine Stone," I said, "tell me how you escaped those interdimensional prisons they put people in when they steal their shape." "I didn't have anything to do with escaping," Antoine admitted. "All I remember is getting shoved into that machine over there. And then it was all a blur. Time slowed down and sped up all at the same time. I couldn't have saved myself in a million years. No. I was rescued. I wanted to just accept it. I wanted another ally that badly. But my character would be skeptical. And I should be skeptical too. Because Carousel could definitely pull another fast one. As far as I knew, there was no restriction preventing more than one shapeless one from taking the same shape. "And who exactly saved you?" I asked. "An old benefactor," Antoine said. As he said it, I heard a clang of metal against the stone floor from behind Antoine, then another, and another, as something moved forward out of the darkness. And when it revealed itself, I gasped. It was a large cylinder. I had never seen it up close. The front of it was covered with thick glass, and inside was a green liquid. But it wasn't alone there. There were human body parts. Organs to be more exact. Most of which were not connected the way they should be. Instead, they were connected to machine tubes, I saw multiple livers, kidneys, and at least 2 hearts. Along with what remained of a human torso, there were no lungs. Just an open rib cage filled with mechanical parts. On the right side of the cylinder was an ordinary human arm, but on the other side was a robotic 3-fingered pincer. 4 metal legs came out of the bottom of this cylinder, and a human head came out of the top, one I recognized. It was Andrew Hughes, the eccentric doctor. He looked worse for wear, as he too had grown a beard, and his hair was long. "We will gladly tell you everything we know," Andrew said, his voice sounding strange, with a slight mechanical twinge. "But we need to leave this place before they remember what they are." Ramona was quick on her feet, running back to the pedestal and willing her cosmic parasite to reach its tentacles of light up and grab Anna out of her imprisonment. There was no use grabbing Camden anymore. For a moment, all I could do was stare at Andrew. On the red wallpaper, he was a player with normal tropes, but he had the wrong plot armor. Last I knew, Andrew had 36 plot armor, but this version before me only had 34, if memory served. That was the exact same plot armor he had entered into Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle Part 1 with. Carousel couldn't keep it simple, could it? "You look like you could use a smoke," I said. He laughed a mechanical laugh and then said, "You have no idea how right you are. Quick, hand me her bag," I said as Ramona lowered Anna down from the temporal prison she had been locked in. Ramona quickly took the bag from Anna, pulling it roughly over her head and shoulder. She threw it to me, probably glad to be rid of it. I was hoping that when I opened the satchel, I would find the original bomb that Camden had put inside, with a convenient off switch, so I could use it later. But what I found was that the explosive he had hobbled together had no such convenience. By my recollection, it would blow up in about 2 minutes. I tried not to inspect it too closely because I suspected that the wires and fuses Camden had used to construct the munition might not actually work in real life, and I didn't want it caught on camera. As gently as I could, I slid the bomb onto the floor of the dimensional compactor, which I assumed was the correct term. "Can you make this thing work?" I asked. "Certainly," Alastair said as he enfolded himself into nearly invisible strands that engaged with the machine in a way I didn't understand and caused the compactor to instantly activate, trapping the bomb in a nearly timeless void. The crack in spacetime quickly moved over onto the pedestal near where Anna had been. I helped grab Anna and bring her to her feet. She had only been stuck in that lower dimensional trap for minutes, and yet she seemed disoriented and worn out as I pulled her up. Her eyes floated to the ceiling only for a moment. I could practically feel the pain she experienced as that single glance incapacitated her. Out of sheer stupidity or habit, I also glanced up, but luckily, my eyes skidded from one side of the abyss above to the other because of my "it's just a puppet" trope. "What about them?" I asked. "Are they going to cause a problem? Can they? I don't know. Can they see us? Do they have eyes?" Ramona looked at me and opened her mouth a bit so I could hear her cosmic passenger's voice. "In our shapeless form, we do not experience time or space in a way you would understand. They do not perceive this moment with the gravity that you do. Their minds are expansive, contemplating stimuli from dimensions you know not. They give no more care for us than you would a single leaf in a forest blowing in the wind. It is a numb, depersonalizing existence." I glanced once more at the collective of impossibility above me. "No wonder they prefer being human," I said. "It is no wonder at all," he said simply. "Who knew that cosmic entities of vast, godlike power were capable of feeling sorry for themselves?" "Let's get out of here," Antoine called. "They're starting to reform." I looked one last time back up at the crack in spacetime that Anna had been trapped in, which had now largely been displaced by the one the bomb was trapped in. Hers was fading, filling in like how water that had just broken through a dam might fill a valley. I made sure that there was a shot of me staring at those prisons and contemplating, because if I ever got put inside one, if I ever had to find a way to escape it, Carousel would need a shot of me looking up at them. It would need to be able to show that the gears were turning in my mind. When Alastair had pulled Anna from the prison, it almost looked like he was breaking a seal between 2 dimensions. Mostly, I just hoped that I would never get put in one. I wasn't sure I would ever get out again. We ran as best we could, following Antoine. Andrew's mechanism couldn't move him very fast. It was more of a brisk walking speed. We went off screen. I assumed Carousel would know how silly it looked. US trying to run away from cosmic horrors at a leisurely pace, accompanied by the click-clack of metal feet. Antoine walked ahead of Andrew, but Ramona and Anna stayed behind next to him. I decided to move up and talk to Antoine. We were off-screen now. So if my theory about the shapeless ones not being meta was true, then this Antoine wouldn't be able to break character if he was a copy. Riley, he said, just a heads up. Kimberly is back at the hiding spot. Kimberly, I asked, does she remember? No, he said. She doesn't remember anything that happened after running the Sunken Cradle Part 1. She and Andrew both. They think that you're here running a rescue. They think that we failed that storyline. Oh great, I said. And that's not the half of it, Antoine said. You wouldn't believe what happened to me after we were caught. I was ready to believe a lot of things, but I let him explain it to me. It didn't take that long, as I had already figured out. It turned out that his character had been captured before the first movie even took place. So when he was retconned after we were captured outside, Antoine woke up months ago, being rescued from his dimensional prison by Andrew. Much as they had explained, it turned out he had been busy over the last few months doing everything he could to set us up for success. The thing is, most of what I did was off-screen. I know this sounds ridiculous, he said, but I swear it's true. There was this machine that they had that was going to destroy the world, and I had to sabotage it. And Carousel didn't film any of it. At least he was being productive. Sounds about right, I said. I had a similar experience once. I had to electrocute a conglomeration of demonic restaurant furniture. That caught him off guard. He actually managed to laugh. So what's the plan? He asked. How do we win? Is it just a straight-up escape? Because I don't know if that's possible. Man, the way out is so much longer than the way in. I glanced back at Anna and Ramona. They should really have been a part of this conversation. I was hoping to have a plan by the time I had to talk about it, but we were already in the finale, and I felt like we were merely reacting to the enemy. Still, I didn't have a plan that I was confident in. We have a while before we go back on screen, I said. Let me get my bearings, and then we'll have a talk. The place that Antoine and Andrew had been holed up in was the same kind of place that Ramona had taken me to before. A large two-story apartment that had long been left to rot. Apparently, the shapeless ones never took the shape of a night watchman who could check on the abandoned property within the cradle. When Antoine opened up the door just a crack, but somehow still enough for us to walk through, Kimberly was there to greet me almost immediately. She hugged me and started telling me how glad she was to see me when I noticed something strange. She was infected. I panicked, fearing she might have the off-brand rage virus coursing through her veins. What's wrong? I asked. I'm not really infected, she said. I don't think there's anything to infect us in this storyline. I didn't even have time to celebrate getting to see her again. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Explain the red wallpaper then, I said. I think I'm pregnant, she said. I looked down at her stomach. I didn't see any indication of pregnancy. I was absolutely dumbstruck because, as far as I knew, no one could actually get pregnant in Carousel. My heart raced because horror and pregnancy were ugly bedfellows. I was at a loss for words. How are you freaking out more than Antoine was? Kimberly asked with a smile. When we were running the storyline, I used my pregnancy trope to try and buff my grit, that's all. I guess Carousel took me seriously. I found the least trashy pile of furniture to sit down on as the revelation washed over me. That really was just like Carousel. This storyline took place less than a year after the first. If Kimberly had been in one of those timeless voids for a while, that would explain why she wasn't further along. Does pregnancy cause the infected status to go off? I asked. It had never before. It showed up when I got morning sickness, she said. There's nothing to worry about. Carousel is having its fun. Honestly, I wasn't sure why it overwhelmed me so much, but I felt like I was feeling the stress of so many consequences. How many choices had we made that were finally coming back to bite us? And now this little, seemingly innocuous trope was the final straw of Carousel's grand mockery. We sat and talked for a while. I was afraid to tell them the truth. That this wasn't a rescue. That they hadn't lost the storyline. And that whatever they weren't real. They couldn't be real. Carousel wouldn't let us have our friends back for free. This was just to mess with us. That's why it only chose Kimberly and Andrew when weaving its story. The two players we had just lost. It was amazing to see all the random things that had come into play all at once. Was this storyline specifically chosen because Andrew and Kimberly had participated in it? Or was that a happy coincidence for Carousel? It at least made some amount of sense now. We lost Kimberly and Andrew once we hit the river. And now we had found them again. But not in the way we wanted. Andrew was a terrifying amalgamation of technology and biology. Kimberly was stressed and worn ragged, and now with child. Which was not a blessing in a horror movie. And there were other reasons that Kimberly's presence stressed me out. Reasons that I couldn't say because I didn't want the others to panic. Kimberly, while not having her true plot armor since this was a snapshot of her from months ago, still had her tropes. Including one called the Hall of Fame, that made her the center of attention when it came to the story's meta elements. So, I had to factor that in. Would her presence harm whatever plan I made? Was my narrative prominence going to be diluted because we had a celebrity eye candy in the mix? And at the same time, I felt guilty for being so upset about seeing an old friend again, even if it wasn't truly her. Luckily, the conversation had been pretty light, even optimistic. While I was sitting on that pile of trash panicking inside. We have food and water if you need it, Antoine said. It looks like you need it, I said. Yeah, well, we didn't know how long we were going to be down here, so we had to ration. He gave me some sort of preserved military food that was better tasting than it looked, and a bottle of water. It was no surprise that they would find supplies in the cradle. The shapeless ones were collectors of many things, after all. Have you seen Isaac or Kelsey? I asked. No, Antoine said. I've seen a lot of people my character supposedly knew, though, but it was all shapeless ones in disguise. It turned out we discussed things further. And it became clear that the three of them had learned a lot about the shapeless ones, but not nearly as much as the rest of us had. We had to fill them in. They didn't have a walking exposition parasite like we did. Who's Kelsey? Kimberly asked after we had finished discussing the lore of the interdimensional creatures. Anna, Ramona, Antoine, and I all exchanged glances. At some point in time, Anna and Ramona had figured out that Kimberly and Andrew weren't exactly up to speed, and we had all silently agreed not to tell them too much. How would they react to know that they were nothing but vestigial echoes of their real selves? She's just a character in the story, Anna said eventually. This version of Kimberly had not yet met Kelsey, who was rescued about 2 storylines after the original Sunken Cradle storyline was run. After that, we rested as best we could. I wanted so badly to talk with Kimberly, and even though her personality was the same and she recognized me the same, I couldn't bring myself to see this person as Kimberly. I couldn't let the fire inside me go out to eventually rescue her. Was this whole thing about Carousel teasing us? Why else would Kimberly and Andrew be here? And better yet, are there copies of you two running around? I asked after a long silence. Who? Antoine asked. Kimberly and Andrew. I mean, they did kidnap you. Did any of them take your shape? Kimberly and Andrew exchanged awkward glances as Andrew had to reposition his entire body in order to see her. When I was captured, they took one look at me and dismissed me, Andrew said, with a tinge of anger in his voice as he recalled the memory. They didn't even try to kill me. They simply let me loose in the darkness of the cradle, assuming I would die. I looked over at Kimberly. They froze me inside one of those things. But I don't know if they copied me, she said. I haven't seen another version of myself anywhere. The one who captured me said he wished I weren't pregnant. I thought he was being gross. But I don't know now. I was a little annoyed at those answers. Not because they weren't useful, but because they were. Which meant that all the anger I had felt toward Carousel showing us our dead friends just to be cruel deflated instantly. Kimberly and Andrew weren't here to mock us. They were here to teach us something. They didn't like your shapes, I said. I would hope not, Andrew said. Andrew was basically a very early in development android with none of the quality of life features one might hope for from being fused with a machine. Why would any of the shapeless ones want to turn into that when they had alternatives? Kimberly. Well, she was beautiful and talented, but she was also pregnant. Something that the shapeless ones might be able to perceive immediately. And from what I knew of their people, Turning into a pregnant woman as your base shape would probably be a nightmarish situation. The shapeless ones couldn't actually heal from physical damage. That wasn't their ability. All they could do after being injured was revert to the original shape they stole. They would never pick a pregnant woman as a shape simply because if they ever needed to reshape themselves, they would turn back into a pregnant woman. And if they had already had their child, which would just be an extension of themselves, how strange would that be? I spent the rest of the break doing my best to ignore our circumstances and just get to spend a little more time with our friends. That piece of information was valuable. The shapeless ones don't want injured shapes. It seemed obvious. And I guess on some level I knew it before, but I hadn't thought about the implications. That's why they hadn't shot their guns at us. Because they didn't want to give us an injury that they wouldn't be able to heal. Now, how could I incorporate that into a solution for the storyline? That was the question. Unfortunately, I wouldn't get much time to think about it because not long after that, the door of the apartment opened and someone stepped through. We were still off screen, so we were safe. And the person who stepped through turned out to be one of us. Or at least I hoped he still was. "Hello," Bobby said as if he didn't have a lot of explaining to do. "We don't have long." He looked nervous and stressed out of his mind. He was holding his right arm like it had been injured, possibly from dodging an explosion that he might have seen coming in the script. "Where have you been?" I asked. "Please tell us you have something we can use to win." "I hope so," he said. "I hope." He continued to talk, stammering about something or another, but I wasn't listening. I was far more interested in looking at the red wallpaper because suddenly I could see that he didn't just have 5 tropes, as he had seemed to before. He didn't just have 8, as he had claimed. I could see all 10 and his background trope. "Bobby," I said, interrupting him. "What did you do?" It took the others a moment to realize what I was talking about. He was our ally, so we could see his tropes, and they all took a moment to read through them. He stood there as we all stared vacantly at him, reading. "I'm sorry," he said, but I could barely focus on talking to him. I heard a ringing in my ears, and pressure was building in my head. Most of his tropes were quite normal, but 2 of them gave up the game entirely. I had assumed that the enemy had a trope that stretched out the choice phase. It turned out it was always him, the quiet one type, rule insight debuff archetype, wallflower aspect, stat used. It's easy to tell when a character is about to do a heel turn when they can't keep their mouths shut. But who could expect it from someone who was rarely in frame, whose lines were never the focus of the story, whose motivations were never the priority? Typecast. The player must stay in character as a secret villain or else all of their tropes will be unequipped. Setup. The user can enter storylines to manipulate their starting position in a manner related to their role. The user will be cast as a minor antagonist. Their schemes succeed or fail based on the true antagonist's stats in addition to their own. Before the storyline begins, the user may circumvent the omen and manipulate the setup to include fellow players as victims, or otherwise placing protagonists at an extreme starting disadvantage. The omen must be triggered by other players. The more difficult the startup for the players, the lower all enemies' plot armor and stats will be debuffed too. The user receives direction from the script to enact the antagonist's will. Allies will have reduced insight into the user while this trope is in use. The true measure of a protagonist isn't that they do good or bad, but that they push the story forward. Just don't push it further than you can handle. A meaningful sacrifice type, ruled buffer type. Wallflower aspect, recast stat used. Sacrifice without lasting stakes is not enough. If the user has fulfilled their on-screen role as it was originally written before they were recast in that role, they can leave the story without any ill effect or risk of death. They can just walk away. If they stay instead, any character they sacrifice themselves for will not die even if the storyline is failed, and will have buffed stats for the rest of the storyline. Trust is difficult to earn and easy to lose. I read over his tropes multiple times while he tried to explain himself without actually telling us much of anything. He had placed Kelsey, Isaac, Ramona, and himself in this storyline, setting them up for the rest of us to run it and hopefully win. But why? Why this storyline? Why choose one of such difficulty? If he had a trope like this, he could have easily used it on the lowest level storyline he could find and sat there safely, waiting for us to show up. But how would he know that we were going to show up? Surely the trope wouldn't give him that information. The only way he could know that is if someone told him. Have we been running Lucky's through line this whole time? I asked, interrupting him as he was apologizing without even explaining what he was apologizing for. He stopped stammering and looked at me. Double quotes, yes, he said. Really? I think this storyline was designed to complete the whole thing in one go. He seemed to hold his breath as he waited for what I was going to say. In one go? I asked. Why in the world would you think we could survive a storyline that was supposed to effectuate an entire through line in one go? Did you even think that maybe by agreeing to take Lucky's through line, you could have made things more difficult for us on the river? The magic of Carousel was sweeping yet needling. It was mysterious yet purposeful. Had we been led to familiar grounds because of Bobby's actions? Was he pulling on a thread that we never saw? The tracking device we made from the cue ball changed direction abruptly once. Was that Bobby's doing? He didn't respond at first, but I let the silence hang in the air until he eventually spoke. Of course. I thought it was going to affect you. Everything is about you. My face slipped, and I stared daggers at him. I'm not being facetious, it's the truth, and you know it. We follow your every command, you know that, he said. Your slightest hunch was enough to get us to escape a castle on the deadliest river in the multiverse. You let Antoine pretend that he's in charge. But it's you who's in charge. Anything we do is going to involve you eventually. So yes, I thought that if I pulled hard enough on the thread leading me to my wife, eventually you would get swept up in it. In fact, I was counting on it. So was Lucky. He was only interested in you guys anyway. I was filled with a rage that didn't exist in me before. Back when I thought the forces leading us to run this deceptively impossible storyline were just bad luck or Carousel messing with us, I could accept it. But looking at the trope that Bobby had equipped, I now had someone to blame, and I was angry. You don't usually get to be angry in Carousel. You usually didn't have a real target other than the enemies. He made a deal with a narrator. All right, I could be angry at the consortium. Do you have any idea how screwed we are? I asked. This is a sequel, right? We've never played the original, most of us. And those of us who didn't get enough information about it to matter. You brought us here, of all places, out in the middle of nowhere, for what? To get to some sanctuary where everything is hunky-dory. I stopped short before mentioning his real motivation. I didn't want to mention Janet. I could never have a proper conversation with Bobby because once his wife came up, my lips were sealed. I wasn't able to even pretend that I knew what happened to her. I couldn't tell them that she had quit the game. I couldn't tell them that she was dead. Or that she was killed by the very ex-murderer that haunted us in our archetype posters. I could feel my muscles stiffening with stress just thinking about that topic. Why this storyline? I asked. Bobby shook his head. It didn't look like he was trying to justify it. Something that enraged me even more. He was acting like he was a victim. I didn't pick the storyline. I don't even think Lucky did. That's not how this works. You pull a thread, and whatever's on the other end, that's what you get. He said, his voice uneven, his eyes still seeking approval or forgiveness. I took deep breaths. I wasn't going to let my rage control me. I did my best to conceal how I was feeling, and I failed. The truth was, I believed him. This storyline had Carousel's fingerprints all over it. It haunted us so specifically, so personally. Antoine's poor decision and how he ended the first storyline. The fact that both Kimberly and Andrew would have been trapped in the cradle by his actions was all just too perfect. How could Carousel resist? It must have been looking for the chance to throw this one at us. And Bobby gave it the perfect chance. I wanted to ask him what he hoped to gain, but I knew already. He thought that after he ran away and abandoned us, he would walk onto some safe, hidden neighborhood and reunite with his wife. How could he possibly be that naive? That bothered me the most back when he was pleading to go on it. I understood he had to pull his thread, but surely there were safer options first. You did all of this so that we could complete a through line for Lucky, who promised us nothing in return. You risked our lives in the most extreme and terrifying way. That trope gives you access to the script, right? Do you even see how much trouble we're in right now? He nodded. More than you know, he said. More than I know, I repeated. Great. Because what I know is that we've got a movie here without an ending and a bunch of angry cosmic gods roaming around looking for revenge on us. So what don't I know? He didn't answer at first. I thought he was going to say something, but then he seemed to change his mind. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. No, that's about it, he said. Maybe you do know. I hope that you would find a way to change things. You always do. But after this break is over, the shapeless ones will find you. And they will kill all of you. And we will lose this storyline. I don't see any other possibility. There's nothing written after that in the script. That's it. Carousel didn't even come up with the rest because it didn't need to. I didn't know how scripts worked in Carousel. I never got a really good chance to look at them. Most of what I knew was from word of mouth or the atlas. But the way Bobby talked, this sounded bad. How can that be? I said. The detective Paragon changed the win condition to expose the truth. So there is a way to win. Now I was the one searching his face, hoping to hear what I wanted. He shook his head. They won't let you leave, he said. As soon as you leave here trying to get that tape out to the public, they won't let you leave. Don't you understand? It's a kill box out there. We all die. You die. I don't know what happens to me. Lucky threw the detective into the storyline, hoping he could shape the ending into something. And he barely scratched the surface. None of it matters. Nothing changes. Were the shapeless ones so powerful that they had even deceived me about the difficulty of their storyline? It was supposed to be a very high difficulty, but this was on another level. I wanted to argue, to scream in his face and tell him he was wrong, that he just didn't understand the game enough. But I had no doubts about his understanding of the game itself, of storylines, and how games were won or lost. For everything we had accomplished, for everything we had learned. What ending had we helped to craft? I stood in silence because I had no response, because I believed him. You idiot. Ramona screamed at him, and she wasn't the only one. Everybody had something to say. Although Kimberly and Andrew were mostly just confused, they were very behind. They didn't even know who Lucky was. And we didn't have time to tell them because we were about to go on screen in a few minutes. I was the only one willing to do anything. None of you lost anything like I did. No, you lost people, he said. But everyone in the group was all gung-ho to rescue those people, to get you home to your loved ones. I was the only one who suffered and couldn't even talk about her. Do you know what that's like? The leader of the group can't even be in the same room as discussions about planning my wife's rescue. Everyone telling me we would figure it out later. Your wife is dead, Antoine said. And not just temporarily dead, but gone. I froze as he said that. Suddenly, I heard breathing in the far distance. Did Antoine know? The worst part about this curse, about having to keep this secret, was that I had no way of knowing whether the others had figured out the nature of my condition or if they truly were eternally curious. You don't know that, Bobby said. Everyone knows that, Ramona said, screaming as she grabbed my shoulder like she was defending me. She had noticed that I was incapacitated with fear and paranoia. That's the first thing people told me when I got here, and I met you, was that your wife was dead. But don't talk about it because he gets emotional. Trust me, everyone knows. No, Bobby said, suppressing tears. Only he does. He pointed at me. And to his credit, he was right. The others weren't as clueless as I had once feared. But they didn't actually know. They suspected. They reasoned. Only I knew for sure. I had seen her sliced into by a man wearing a black cloak and carrying a simple, sharp axe. And now I heard him breathing louder and louder. And I heard his footsteps. And the next thing I heard was myself screaming, "Be quiet, shut up." I screamed. It's okay. Ramona tried to tell me, but that wasn't the thing I needed. Comforting me didn't help because I wasn't supposed to know about Jeanette's demise. Acknowledging that I knew was like acid on my skin. No, say nothing. I said, say nothing. I took in a deep breath, and I waited. And while I could hear the others growing restless, none of them did speak. Slowly, the footsteps disappeared, but the breathing lingered far in the distance, far enough that I was safe. I breathed in and out until eventually my mind focused on the red wallpaper, and I saw on my call sheet trope that we had less than a minute before we were on screen. My stomach dropped because if Bobby was right, that meant we were about to be killed. We were going to lose the game at Carousel. And there was nothing we could do. If these monsters weren't pretending to be human, then they couldn't be killed like humans. If they remembered what they truly were, then they couldn't be killed at all. I had less than a minute, so I needed to use the time I had left. But what could I ask Bobby that might have any use at all? Are there any other win conditions? I asked. He seemed surprised that I was changing the subject. In fact, he looked angry. Of course, he said. It's all about the game, isn't it? Let me see. Well, you could kill them all, he said. Maybe if they all gave up, but like I said, the script's not done. They have no behaviors planned out. So I guess that's not going to work either. Look, I want you to know that I never meant for any of you to get hurt. That was not part of the plan. I just hope that one day you'll understand. I didn't even have time to process that comment. Right after he said that, he slipped back out of the door and closed it behind him because it was showtime. And he didn't want to be caught on screen. He clearly hoped to use his meaningful sacrifice trope to get out of the storyline now that we were doomed. On screen, we stared at the door, waiting for someone or something to open it and come devour us. We weren't doing our best acting. We were stunned. What is this place anyway? I asked. These are arena viewing lounges, Alastair said. I knew I could ask him because he was the only one here who wouldn't be shaken by that off-screen conversation. A very long time ago, we used to stage competitions in the arena beyond that window. He forced Ramona's arm up to point at the large black void on the other side of the room, where the entire wall appeared to be a black screen. We would choose forms from the many worlds and do battle. He was so matter-of-fact about it. Maybe he didn't pick up on the tension in the room. Or maybe he didn't care. He was immortal, after all. And he had other descendants. Before anyone could respond, a tapping noise echoed throughout the room, coming from the direction of the large wall-sized window that we had just been commenting on. What was that? Kimberly asked as she got to her feet. The rest of us got prepared to run too. Another tap on the window. I couldn't see what was on the other side. There was absolutely no light at all. I had no sense of scale, no understanding of what to expect out there. I heard a voice coming from my magically imbued psychic abilities telling me to look away. If only I had listened, because some of the things beyond the window started to emit light. Not all of them, but it didn't take all of them. In pitch darkness, that glow carried far and revealed much. On the other side of the window, there were dozens of impossible horrors floating there, each the size of skyscrapers, each staring at us with dozens of different kinds of eyes placed haphazardly around their bodies. Some had claws like lizards, others like lions, and still others like insects. Some had mouths like humans, and others had mouths like black holes, and none of them looked even the slightest bit human. And yet all of them looked angry. The arena must have been the size of a small town, and they filled it just fine. They had combined their limitless forms from countless lifetimes to create the deadliest, scariest creatures they could imagine. Yet, the funny part was that nothing was scarier than the parts my brain couldn't understand. A giant mantis claw was far less menacing than the void of fifth-dimensional nonsense it was attached to. We were all incapacitated as we stared. This was the furthest I had seen any of them enfolded. My "it's just a puppet" trope was whispering to me somewhere in the back of my mind, but it didn't have the muscle to do anything against what these creatures were doing to my mind. They were the embodiment of cursed knowledge. Staring at them wasn't just seeing things. It was seeing lifetimes all at once crammed into a single space. And my mind was having a tough time coming to terms with that. I felt the hope leave my body. What tricks or traps could possibly help us now? Luckily for us, monsters in Carousel always took the time to pose for the camera. It might have been just enough time for us to escape. We need to get out of here, I said. I quickly turned back toward the door we had entered through, but predictably, as soon as I did, something on the other side began to open it. Is there another way out of here? I asked quickly. Everyone was mobilizing, but I wasn't actually talking to most of them. I was talking to a specific person, Anna. I made sure to look right at her. She understood what I wanted as soon as we made eye contact. Escaping these cosmic horrors might not have been possible under normal circumstances, but that was the beauty of tropes. They gave you a one-up, and Anna had just the trope for the job. I saw a ventilation shaft right over there, she said. It should be big enough to fit us. She pointed to the nearest wall, and sure enough, When we moved over that direction and pushed the rotten remains of some type of overstuffed chair out of the way, there it was. A ventilation shaft just big enough for a person to fit through. I quickly peeled the cover off and directed Anna to go in, then Ramona, Kimberly, and Antoine. I tried to motion for Danny to go in next, but as my cameraman, he refused. He needed to go after me. That left one person. It would always leave one person. Anna's trope was called a tight squeeze, and it always gave her an escape route, but at a cost. The last person through was never going to make it. Andrew couldn't even fit in the ventilation shaft due to the size of his mechanical apparatus. He looked at the small exit and then up at me. "You should go ahead," he said. "I am certain they will spare me, as they did before. They have no interest in a broken shape." He was lying, and it was obvious, but it was a dignified end. As much as any could be. I felt like I had lost out on some points by not getting the chance to tell him that I was there at his wife's behest, with the goal of finding him. In fact, I wasn't even certain that Andrew, the player, even knew his character's wife was involved in the story. He certainly didn't know she was Roxy. I didn't have time to think about it. I scooted down into the ventilation shaft, and Danny followed behind just as the glass on the prominent side of the room shattered and half a dozen many-shaped beings began to enter. I didn't see what happened to Andrew, but I did hear it. His scream was a mix of biological and mechanical, but in the end, all that was left was the machine caught in a scream that echoed down the shaft, haunting us as we crawled through ancient dust. At least I would be able to tell Roxy what happened to her husband. I didn't want to make that quip out loud. It was too soon, and I had to focus on the chase scene. So I followed what was ahead of me as Anna found an exit to the ventilation shaft. While I expected it to end up in a different room, similar to the one we had been in, we ended up in a hallway dripping with condensation. We poured out of the ventilation shaft one at a time until Danny finally emerged, gracefully holding his camera. I wasn't sure how he managed to survive that far, but I was starting to think that his fate was tied to mine because NPCs normally didn't get to last that long. There was no sign of the shapeless ones in the corridor as we walked through it. Alastair was in the lead because he understood where we were. Part of my essence used to take the shape of a mechanic that worked in these halls. He said, "I know this place like the back of his hand." I had forgotten that this was once a light-hearted adventure story. Hearing goofy jokes come from a horror like him somehow filled me with dread. It made all of this feel so trivial. We were on screen, and it appeared we had lost the shapeless ones. Yet the chase scene indicator was still lit on the red wallpaper. We all had flashlights, but I didn't like to use mine because I felt safer in the darkness. And fortunately, communication had broken down, and the others had forgotten the blanket of safety, my trope. No stab in the dark, provided by making low-light scenes less likely to include plot-important events. "You guys better turn out your lights," I said. "They're going to see us." My friends understood what I was trying to tell them after I said it, and fortunately, Alastair had no meta-awareness and responded, "My brothers and sisters do not need light to see you. To our senses, this hallway is as bright as the sun. If they are here, then they know we are." Still, nobody turned their flashlights back on. We continued onward, and things seemed to slow down. But somehow the chase scene still didn't end. What were we doing crawling through black sewers? Or whatever this place was. If it didn't end the chase scene, it suddenly occurred to me that the chase scene would continue if one of the shapeless ones was among us. If one of us had gotten replaced. Wait, I said. We were going to have to do it. We were going to have to do that scene where everyone accused everyone else of being a shapeless one. And then eventually we would accuse Ramona of being in on it with the bad guys because of her cosmic affliction. The problem was we were on screen, so I couldn't just say that. My character wouldn't know that this was a chase scene. Everyone stopped, but they were not happy about it. They wanted to run because that's what we were supposed to do. "Maybe we should just find a place to hide," I said. We discussed it for a little while, each throwing out lines. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. "We need to move toward the exit," Anna said. "We can hide here until we starve. And it won't matter unless we find a way out." "She's right," Antoine said. "To them, we are specks. Once we're out of their line of sight, they're going to go back to what they were doing and forget we even existed." like we would if we saw a cockroach that scurried away. We clearly have very different reactions to cockroaches, Ramona said. Kimberly said very little. Maybe she was gunchy. Maybe she was exhausted. The Kimberly I knew would have been a bit more vocal, I thought. We just continued like that as we silently tried to figure out who the rat was and why we were still in a chase scene. All of our experience told us that we shouldn't be. And Anna's trope seemed to make it inescapably clear that we should have been safe. It was a conversation of shadows. We were unable to see each other well. We were all suspicious and paranoid. And we tried to show it because we figured that was what Carousel wanted. But that wasn't it. What Carousel wanted was for us to be distracted long enough for the reveal. Bobby had said that this scene was scripted and would always end in our death because it was simply that impossibly hard. I thought he was exaggerating or just outright lying. It was hard to trust that guy. But then I felt something tugging at my shoe. And it tugged at my hand too, and my belt. It was a strange sensation. Like the slight tug of pulling dried glue off your skin. I wasn't the only one who felt it. It was happening to everyone else, too. I could actually hear the noise it made in the otherwise absolutely silent hallway. Burning with curiosity, I grabbed my own flashlight and broke my rule by clicking it on. As I moved it around, I saw that there were dozens of nearly invisible threads attached to my shoes, to my clothes, to the skin around my neck, and even to my hair. The threads were being pulled away, back toward a shadowy corner of the hallway. I stared at my skin, trying to figure out what was being peeled away. And then it occurred to me that it was blood, not mine, luckily. No, it was the aerosolized blood that had been projected into the air after Camden exploded the shapeless ones. We weren't able to see it, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. There was a line coming from my belt, where the silver knife I had picked up and stabbed several shapeless ones with also had a thin line coming off of it. I thought I had wiped the blade clean, but of course, there was still matter there. I just couldn't perceive it. And that's when I realized why there was no way to win. I figured out why we couldn't end the chase scene. Because we were all tracking the remains and residue of all the shapeless ones we had encountered throughout our journey. From what I could tell, we had lots of blood and viscera on the bottoms of our shoes. We just hadn't thought about it, and for the most part, couldn't even see it. But now it was unfolding off of us, leading into a dark part of the hallway, leading all of the shapeless ones to us. We were never going to beat them. We ran as fast as we could in the opposite direction of the threads pulling off our bodies. And yet the threads never disconnected. We were never going to get away. The hallway opened up to a larger room. This one really was a kill box. It was large, with an open ceiling that allowed multiple shapeless ones to lower their hideous forms down toward us slowly. They didn't need to pretend to walk. They were simply flying, ready to kill us with all the deadly parts they had accumulated for eons. And then I heard him, a familiar voice. "You know we do feel pain, don't you?" the Antoine shape said as he rounded a corner and stared down at us. We were at a dead end. The only place we could go was back the way we came, and that was the direction that those threads were connected. There was something waiting for us there. I was sure of it. I hadn't really thought about it, I said. "No, you wouldn't," he said. He was perfectly intact. In fact, he was the only shapeless one who hadn't been there for Camden's surprise explosion. Mortals so often have difficulty understanding the pain we go through. "The pain you go through," Real Antoine said. "The pain you go through is what you copy from us. You choose it." The Antoine shape glared at him. "When I want to hear your voice, I'll speak," he said. There did seem to be a particularly perceptible venom in his voice. Antoine was evidence that he was a faker, that he was not real. I could sense the jealousy there, or at least the storyteller in me wanted it to be there. "You stole my life," Antoine said. "And for what? What do you gain from all this?" The Antoine shape looked at him and took a deep breath, trying to hide his revulsion. "I get all of the things that you take for granted," he said. "All of the women that you never appreciated. All of the praise and adoration that you always treated as such a burden. The truth is, I'm better at being you than you ever were." The shapeshifter reached for his belt, pulled out his revolver, and pointed it at Antoine. "You don't deserve the life you have," he said. "I do." He then fired 6 shots directly at Antoine, who couldn't have been more than 15 feet away. And of course, He missed every single shot because he was using that same old trick revolver that we got from my bridal that could only incapacitate a target but never hit them. And that forced you to fire every shot. Carousel must have put him up to it. The only thing you're good for, the Antoine fraud said, is helping me stay in shape. The shapeshifter turned back to the rest of us. You act like we're the evil ones. But you don't understand who we are or what we're doing here, do you? We aren't trying to harm your people. We're only trying to help recover our own. My brothers and sisters have fallen to our ancient sickness. They sleep in graves, in ditches, in the world, forgetting what they are. All we want to do is save them. And you treat us like we are here to conquer you. Fools. We built this world out of all the parts we had found in so many others. It was supposed to be our paradise, but it became our tomb. Now this cradle, which has done so much good for so many worlds, will be your last adventure. I hope it was worth it. Was that supposed to be his humanizing monologue? These people were genuinely handicapped by how sorry they felt for themselves. At least it was short. I had a plan. Well, I had part of a plan, and fortunately, the fight scene indicator on the red wallpaper turned on, and I realized that it was way too late for a plan. It was always going to be too late. Brothers, Alastair said, you have to see reason. This is not our way. We have journeyed to 1,000 worlds together, and in 1,000 worlds, we have not resorted to this savagery. Why should we now? Why must we lose ourselves at the moment of our rebirth? While he spoke, Ramona looked absolutely terrified because of how the Antoine shape stared at her. She started to back away, but she would never be fast enough. One of the shapeless ones above us rained down on her with tentacles of broken light in an instant. At first, I thought she had been crushed, but the tendrils from these creatures mostly passed through their targets. Mostly. It wasn't until a few moments of horrifying screaming that I understood what they aimed to do, and I could do nothing to stop it. They were tearing Alastair right out of Ramona, not piece by piece, but all at once. The creature above was an indecipherable amalgamation of terror, but what it did was even more terrifying. It ripped her apart. It sounded like squishy Velcro as it tore her into. In the story's lore, Ramona was a descendant of a shapeless one. So the DNA she inherited from him was literally just a part of his body folded into the shape of the original Alastair Mercer's genetic code. I didn't know what was happening to her body. I never claimed to be a scientist. I could only describe what I saw and grasp for an explanation. She screamed loudly as her cells apparently exploded, with huge chunks of biomatter being ripped right from them. What was left of Ramona was a pile of flesh on the ground, not even recognizable as body parts, as every cell had been shredded when the cosmic being was ripped from her. And what remained was a horror beyond my own imagination. He kept her shape. The random strands of tissue that had been pieces of Ramona still stood as they had when they were inside of her, creating her exact form out of bloody pulp and unidentifiable tendrils. Now the mouth that had been inside of her mouth was the only one she had, and she was still there for it. Because while her body had been absolutely destroyed, somehow she lived inside the form that remained. She was screaming. The red wallpaper didn't even show her death. You have to let her die, I screamed. You have to let her die, Alastair. But he was suffering too. He couldn't hear me. And her death was not the only one I had to worry about. Whatever had been done to Alastair had turned him into a feeble, crawling mass, an impossible shape of endless torment. And while he struggled to stay on what was left of Ramona's feet, she continued to scream garbled words of a woman in so much pain that even cosmic horrors stared at her in shock. Perhaps the script was forcing them to stay still so that the camera could focus on the horror of Ramona's situation. That meant it was time to act. I put all my shock and terror into a box in the back of my mind and took action. I began to run as fast as I could, grabbing onto what remained of Ramona, a bloody pulp shaped like wet yarn. Alastair was having difficulty with his form, so he wrapped around my arm, and finally, the screaming stopped. His mouth came to rest on the top of my hand. I knew it was callous, but having a shapeless one as an ally was too useful. I couldn't leave him behind. Ramona had just been eviscerated in front of me. Despite that, she was still clinging to life in this mess. I could actually see her on the red wallpaper when I looked down at the bloody strands wrapping my hand. Her dead indicator was just blinking. It wasn't fully lit, I needed to end this quickly because I could tell she was in pain, although I couldn't fathom what was left of her to even be in pain. A nervous system. Maybe she had an altered anatomy because of her heritage. Or maybe Carousel was just being cruel. The others followed me as if I knew where I was going. I quickly ran wide of where the Antoine shape was standing, watching with a stony look on his face. It didn't matter where we ran because the threads connected to us continued to unravel. We couldn't go anywhere that the shapeless ones couldn't follow. And the fight scene was still ongoing, as was the chase scene from before. If I had a month to prepare for this storyline, knowing everything I knew now, I might have come up with a strategy to be prepared for this scripted event. But I had no prep time. And I had no strategy. I should have known. It was right there in their tropes. They had made things easy until the finale, where everything escalated immediately. Whatever hope we thought we had was built into the story. As soon as these things were let off the leash, they became impossible to beat. The moment they stopped pretending to be humans was the moment we lost. I was blindsided. All it took was finding one dead end, and it was over. We found it soon enough. I knew it immediately. We literally ran into a wall. We all had a moment to react to what we knew was about to happen. It was infinitely frustrating that we had to do it on screen. We had a habit of never breaking character. And though we knew we were about to lose this storyline, we still kept to it. We were well-trained little dogs in this parade. Kimberly and Antoine embraced. Anna looked nearly catatonic. She would be the last to die. She would have to watch each one of us suffer. Me, when I died, I would go to the theater, and maybe I would never leave. I would be a sideshow attraction so that all my fans could come take pictures of me as I sat, possibly paralyzed, in my theater seat. I had thought about it so many times that I almost managed to laugh now that it was about to happen. Almost. I just needed to end this chase scene. If only we could get away to regroup. I felt I could win this thing. In the end, Camden got the best of it, didn't he? He was frozen in space-time. Or at least nearly so, when he was killed. Some guys get all the luck. They caught us with ease. They killed my cameraman Danny first. That's how I knew I was in trouble. I wasn't going to need anyone filming me anymore, but ever the professional. He managed to provide a cushion blow for the camera itself, and somehow, all the tapes that he had been filming just happened to fall out of his pockets as his top half was run through by the claw of a giant mantis attached to one of the shapeless Caillou, floating above us. But a quick death was not the fate Carousel had in mind for the rest of us. No, we would have to suffer. The funny part was, it didn't even fit the story. When you lose, the monsters stop being themselves and start doing cleanup. The needle on the plot cycle jumped to the end. They were going to kill us and be done with it. What little finale there was left was gone now. We hadn't managed to overcome this scripted obstacle, just as Bobby had predicted. And now we would die. The Antoine shape grabbed Antoine and started unfolding his hand straight through the real man's mind. Here I thought that he would never kill Antoine. But character motivations fall away in a storyline fail state. I could hear the screams in my mind, but luckily, they were drowned out whenever my own personal shapeless one grabbed a hold of me. And I heard the voice of Hans Vogler say, "There you are," in a garbled speech from wherever his mouth was on the abomination before me. He said it as if we had some kind of rivalry or rapport. Had we even shared any lines? He started unfolding straight through my mind. And suddenly I understood why they did that. The first time it had happened. The shapeless one was trying to choke me, maybe, or make me pass out so he could take me as a hostage. He wasn't trying to kill me. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. But Vogler was. Each of us was picked off by one of them. I finally got to know what it was to be a shapeless one. If only for a moment. I understood what they were in a way I never could have predicted. They were metaphysical, literal living memory. And as Hans moved his tendrils of light through my mind, I could see it all. I could see so many of the lives he lived all at once. I felt he wanted me to see it. He had been human so many times. Sure, there were other species that dominated this planet in other timelines. But it was clear that the shapeless ones were fond of humans. They loved us. I could feel it. I could feel his love for humanity as he killed me. Was that ironic? Everything began to go white as I began to die, and my thoughts slowed down. My mind could not take all of the memories he was pumping through it. He was too powerful. But then humans had a power that the shapeless ones didn't. Riley, you have to get up. A voice screamed to me from the void. Riley, you have to grab for it. You know what to do. You have to go off screen. Grab for it. What was she talking about? Who was it? My mind was on the brink of death from cosmic overload, which had to be the smuggest way to be killed by a Lovecraftian horror. Cassie. It was Cassie. Her get-up trope was so simple, but in this storyline, where psychic power literally radiated through the cradle created by all those trapped souls, it was at its peak. And I saw her in my mind. Riley, you have to get up. You made a plan to beat them before. You just don't remember, she said. You can do it again. Grab for it. You have to. I ignored her. I didn't mean to. It just happened. In my mind, I saw Camp Dyer again, and I was flooded with joy. I never would have predicted that when I was there. I was standing out on the beach, overlooking the lake. And Cassie was there in the crowd of other players, trying to get my attention. We weren't even on screen. Was this some kind of afterlife? Antoine and Kimberly sat on a picnic blanket, whispering secrets to each other in between kisses, while Anna was playing volleyball with some of the vets. Camden read a book in a folding chair. But there were people there I didn't recognize. So many people were mixed among all the ones I knew. So many faces, all looking at me, all begging me. Who were these people? There were hundreds of them spread around the campground. Cassie screamed at me, but I still ignored her. I didn't mind it there. Not at all. It was a peaceful place. I stared out over the water, and I thought about all the decisions that had led me to where I was. I thought about losing the game at Carousel, and the truth was, I didn't mind it so much. Riley, you had better listen to me, Cassie said. She was right in my face. I looked at her and couldn't speak. You have to grab it, she said. It's right in your pocket. It should help. What was in my pocket? I did a quick mental inventory, and then I remembered. Somehow, through the haze and the fog and the pain, I managed to remember I had an arm. I reached it down into the pocket of my jacket, which had replaced my hoodie, and I grabbed onto it. The puzzle piece that I had never found a place for. I pulled it out of my pocket, and as I did, the pain stopped. Vogler had removed his cosmic presence from my mind. I woke up to find myself on my knees. The others, too, were still alive. How much time had even passed? How long had I been there in that dreamy place my mind sent me as I died? I didn't know. A quick check of the red wallpaper told me that we were off screen, and my call sheet trope said that we had 5 minutes. I looked down into my hand at the object I had pulled from my pocket, and I saw that empty plastic videotape container, the one that I had found inside the hole in the tree at the original entrance to the cradle, the one that Carousel would never let me bring up on screen or talk about. When I pulled it out of my pocket, I had paused the scene. Cassie had said it was part of my plan, and even though I had no memory of how that could possibly be true, I believed it. I had put that there in the tree. But when had I done it? For what reason? Come on, Antoine said. Struggling to get to his feet, he moved to Kimberly to try to help her up. Anna to manage to get to her feet, and she came to help me. All of us together stood up and tried to leave while we were off screen. But while the cosmic horrors above us weren't going to kill us without the cameras rolling, they weren't going to let us go either. One of the beings came down from on high and posted himself up in the only exit. We were trapped with less than 5 minutes to live because when the scene resumed, death was certain. Nothing had changed. My little trick, whenever it was that I had come up with it, had only bought me 5 minutes of life. Well, thanks for trying, Cassie, I said. She had been buffing us and trying her best to keep us alive while we went through that cosmic torment. But it was all for nothing. My mind was numb, and my will had left me. So what now? Anna asked. What do we do next? I didn't have an answer for her. I was sapped of energy, and I could really use a nap. Even if it was a permanent one, I was desperate enough to consider using one of the sweepstakes tickets I had been given. There was one that was supposed to instantly put me on a nice vacation. It wasn't going to happen. None of them would get me out of this. The writhing mass of bloody tendrils wrapped around my right arm continued to struggle. Ramona, through no choice of her own, was still alive in this mass, though her dead indicator was blinking faster, which meant her torment would not be eternal. That was nice. In those last few minutes, we didn't talk. We hugged. That's all we could do. Antoine and Kimberly said their goodbyes. I wasn't sure this was the real Kimberly, but I wasn't going to voice that opinion in front of Antoine just then. We waited for the clock to tick down. Anna suggested trying to use her escape trope again, but I doubted it would work as well twice. And even if it did, we would just get tracked down again. 1 minute left. And I prepared myself for that terrible pain again. Dread overcame me, and though a spark of rage existed still, I could never ignite it into a fire. 30 seconds left. The hug became tighter, and we said our goodbyes. Were we always hopeless? It seemed like Carousel was always going to find a way to show off its prized collection of cosmic horrors. There was no preventing this. Had we simply entered a storyline too strong to beat? How many other teams had this exact same moment? We had never had one. That was remarkable. We never had the team death huddle. In a way, that was a mark of how good we were. An odd thing to be proud of at that moment. There were so many mysteries of Carousel left to unravel, and I mourned them. I would never get to know why we were here or why we were chosen. I would never get to rescue all the people I had pledged to save. 10 seconds left, and the party of promise was about to be broken. And when there were almost no seconds left, that was when he arrived out of breath like he had been running. Bobby squeezed past the shapeless one who had blocked us in. He stared at me directly, tears running down his face. I expected him to be long gone. He had an out. Why would he ever come back, if you ask me? It's the people who adapt too quickly that we should be worried about, Travis said as he stoked the fire. He looked up at Bobby Gill, his face warm from the glow of the fire. They think they're brave. I think they're just submissive. Good luck telling Adeline that during your little classroom sessions, though. Travis Haley, his brother Vernon, and their teammate Jose cackled their hyena laughs at an inside joke that Bobby wasn't in on. They sat around a small fire on the beach of Lake Dyer, listening to the spooky sounds of the campgrounds and waters around them. You belong with us, Jose said with a crooked smile. The heirs of Carousel, the slackers. When the others get themselves killed, we'll be in charge. Travis' team had been in Carousel for years, but they had barely risen above 30 plot armor. They had no intention of trying either, Bobby had learned. Ever since he joined their team, their attitude had perplexed him. They saw themselves as rebels, refusing to join the other players' persistent effort to leave this haunted place. They only did enough to earn their keep. Vernon, the bruiser, was focused on crafting the perfect s'more while Travis and Tori, the final girl, got handsy in the sand, leaning up against a giant log. Bobby couldn't help but gaze over at the group of players he had come to Carousel with. Even if he didn't know them too well, they were the bright, shining hope the vets clung to. New players brought new possibilities and maybe even new clues to the hellish puzzle they were trapped in. I don't know, Bobby said as he sat with his knees to his chest in the sand. Don't you want to figure out the mystery? Don't you wonder why we're here or what this place is? Travis laughed forcefully to make sure Bobby knew how above it all he was. I already know why we're here, he said. You do? Bobby asked. Sure, Travis said. We're here to be tortured. Everybody knows that. They're just afraid to admit it. We are in hell. This is our eternal damnation. Tori, a raven-haired spitfire, leaned up from where she was lying in the sand next to him and asked, You're in hell right now, with a devilish grin. Travis laughed as he playfully grabbed her close. No, they are in hell, the ones trying to make sense of it all. The tryhards. This is their hell. Look at them over there. How long do you think it is until this new batch figures out that Adeline and Arthur have been here for a decade and have nothing to show for it but crow's feet? He kissed Tori, pushing her gently back into the sand, and said, To us, this place is just purgatory because we know the Zen of Carousel. Bobby stared longingly at the other team. They were zealous and unbroken. They had themselves a film buff, and the vets just couldn't stop talking about it. What's the Zen of Carousel? Bobby asked. Travis looked up, slicked back his hair, and said, The Zen of Oh, hey Roxy, you miss me. Tori slapped him and wiggled her way free as he laughed. Bobby looked behind him to see the eye candy. Roxy, as she knelt down beside him, they made eye contact. When he saw the darkness in her eyes, he looked away shamefully. How is she? He asked as he stared at the fire. Roxy hesitated to answer. She's maintaining. She eventually said. I should go talk to her, he said. Is she asking for me? He turned back to her, looking for an answer in her eyes when he didn't hear one from her mouth. This time, it was Roxy who looked away in shame. She was talking about you, she admitted. But I don't think she wants to see you just yet. What she needs right now is time. Time to process. Time to adapt. Jana is a strong-willed woman. What she needs right now is to decide to channel that into something productive. To submit, you mean, Travis said. She needs time to submit to the steel-toed boot of Carousel. Roxy ignored him and said, Bobby, everyone reacts differently to Carousel. Some people try to solve it. Some people give into it. And others. She glanced up at Travis. Pretend to engage in nihilism. Jana will find her own way to get through this. She tenderly patted Bobby on the back and started to walk away. Before she could leave, Bobby asked, how do you deal with it? Roxy looked back at him. For me, it's just a job, she said. I get up every day and go to work. She started to smile, but stopped herself halfway through. She left them there on the beach. It's just a job, Jose said, mocking Roxy's voice. I get up every day, put on 5 pounds of makeup and my sexiest outfit so I can shake my ass for the camera for coins. Travis and Vernon found this quite funny. Bobby's eyes moved from teammate to teammate. They were all lying. He had seen them in action. In storylines. They were a well-oiled machine, deadly, brave, and sometimes even clever. Sometimes. It wasn't the terrors of Carousel that made them put on this show of apathy. It was the waiting, the not knowing, enjoying the story. Show your support by reading it on the official site. That was the worst part. So, how's your old lady doing anyway? Travis asked him after a while of bickering with Tori. Bobby glanced back up the beach toward the cabins where Jana had locked herself in their room and refused to speak to anyone but him or Roxy. Or at least that's how it had been. Now she wouldn't even talk to him. How useless could he be? Not good, he said with a lump in his throat. She hasn't played a single storyline since the final straw. The vets are worried. It's been weeks. His new team stayed silent, suddenly afraid to chime in. Is it true what they say? He asked. That if you don't play the game, you disappear. The others didn't have an immediate answer. Disappear? Travis eventually asked, having found his attitude once more. No, no one disappears. They die. Their body disappears. You don't know that, Tori scolded. Nobody knows that. Travis laughed again. Somebody knows it, he said. He looked out across the beach at a crowded picnic table. Ken, hey, Ken, get over here. A backward hat-wearing frat boy answered the call, sliding off the picnic table and sauntering over with a few of his buddies. Bobby looked at him on the red wallpaper. He was an athlete. He had a scholar on his left and an eye candy on his right. They had gone to the University of Florida together. If the emblem on their clothing gave any clue, they were all in their 30s now, of course. So they didn't quite look the part of college students anymore. What's up, Travis? Ken said with a happy, drunken slur to his words. Travis looked him in the eye and casually asked, the players who disappear. They're all dead, right? Ken's reaction was sudden and sharp. His eyes shot open, his knees buckled, and sobriety hit him like a train as he threw his hands to his ears. He backed away quickly and tripped in doing so. His friends quickly caught him, and the scholar looked back at Travis and said, Travis, you dick. Travis laughed to himself. But Bobby thought he was forcing it. Everyone else, including Bobby, sat upright. It was clear that something unholy had just happened. Bobby scrambled to inch his way away from where Ken had been standing and asked, what was that? Travis shrugged his shoulders. Sometimes when a person disappears, one of their teammates comes back acting just like that. You ask them anything about what happened, they clam up like they just saw the devil. Or maybe something scarier than the devil. They act like they don't know. Tori looked ashamed of her boyfriend. You don't know what happens to them, she repeated. No one knows for sure. And people go missing in tons of different circumstances. We'll figure it out one day. Travis shook his head. Maybe you're hopeless too. There is no mystery here. You guys are torturing yourselves. Carousel likes to play with its food and sometimes, well, sometimes it eats. Then it delights in watching us delude ourselves, hoping that anything other than that happened. Bobby glanced back up toward the cabins where his wife was. He stood to his feet and marched all the way back there without turning around to look at the beach. When he got to his Aunt Jeanette's door, he knocked forcefully 3 times. "Go away," Jeanette yelled with a hoarse voice from the other side. Bobby was having none of it. He tried the handle. "Honey," he said. "It's me. It's Bobby. We need to talk." "I said go away," she responded. "Now that's not fair," he said. "Please open up this door. I really need to see you. I'm scared for you, hon. I'm scared, please. I need to see you." He didn't expect her to open the door, but she managed to surprise him. After a few seconds, the lock unbolted, and she let him into their room. She was drained from weeks of constant stress, but he still saw her as beautiful. Her face was calm, calmer than it had been. "Come in," she said. "I need to talk to you." Bobby did as asked. He sat on the end of one of the twin beds and looked up at her expectantly. She didn't start in with any particular hurry. For a while, they spoke about little things, weather, the food at Camp Dyer, small talk, nothing important. After a while, though, the unspoken things began to wear on Bobby. "Have you decided to run a storyline yet?" he asked, holding his breath as he awaited her reaction. Surprisingly, she didn't react with anger. "Maybe," she said. "We'll see. That's what I wanted to talk to you about right now. I don't think I will be playing any storyline. Just hear me. Stop," he said. Bobby couldn't hear this. How many nights had they spent arguing to the point of tears over this same thing? He couldn't hear her say it again. He didn't know the words it would take to convince her to play the game. He hated himself for that. "This world is not for people like me," she said. "It's not for anyone," he said. "It's not supposed to be. But you can't give up." There they were again in that same old argument. He didn't understand why she couldn't see logic. If she was afraid of storylines, shouldn't she be even more afraid to find out what happened if she refused? "No one knows what happens if you don't play," she said through tears. "It could be the way out." "No," Bobby said. "No, promise me you will try. Promise them. Maybe there is a place in this world for people who refuse. You have to be brave enough to take the chance," she said. "I'll go this time. And maybe one day you'll come too." Bobby could not stand that kind of talk. "Promise me," he started to say again to no avail. "I'll go now. And one day you'll follow," she said. "We'll be together again." What was she suggesting? That she would quit the game and wait for him wherever Carousel put her? He couldn't deal with this. He wasn't built for this kind of confrontation. Jana was supposed to be the one who fought for him. She always had been. People always thought he was an easy mark. Jana was his opposite. She would never let people take advantage of him. She was defiant to her core. She would never submit. But he couldn't take it. "Promise me that you will not do this," he said. "Please promise me." This went on for longer than Bobby could stand, the back and forth. He could never convince her. He could never get her to change her mind. He just needed her to say the words. Eventually, though, she did say them. Jana looked at him, tears in her eyes. "I promise I won't do it," she lied. And he knew it was a lie, deep down in his heart. But he sprang up and hugged her then. He wouldn't let her say another word as he kissed her. "Thank you," he said. Then, with the answer he needed to hear, he left. He hadn't been fooled by anyone but himself. He wouldn't be able to stand it if he didn't hear the words from her. And now he had. She locked the door behind him. He ran from her. He ran from his fears for her and his frustration. He ran to the group of players down near the campfire who saw the world so simply. They pretended not to care about anything. Bobby wanted to learn that. The fire was nearly down to embers, and the conversation had died too. When Travis and Tori got up to leave, Bobby looked up at him and spoke for the first time since he had returned. "What is the Zen of Carousel?" he asked. "The what?" Travis asked. "The Zen of Carousel. You said you knew it before." "Oh," Travis said, laughing. "The Zen of Carousel is the knowledge that nothing here matters. There is no grand design. Everything here is just meant to make us chase our tails. If you understand that, nothing in Carousel can bother you anymore. Nothing here happens for a reason." Then, he and Tori walked back toward their room. Bobby stared at the dying fire until the cold wind off the lake drove him back inside, where he would sleep on a large couch in the common area. He hoped More than anything, that Travis was wrong. Many months later, an NPC that looked very much like Shauna would leave him alone just as the real one had. Her final words before she slipped out the castle gate were, "I'll go now, and one day you'll follow." It was a message just for him, and he was finally ready to hear it. We were on the edge of death with not even a trace of hope. The moment we failed to end the chase scene that had started right after Second Blood, we had essentially failed the storyline. These were the thoughts moving through my mind as the cosmic entity scripted to kill me snatched me from the embrace of my friends and began impaling me with his fifth-dimensional tentacles of light once more. The reason we had lost, as best I could tell, was that Carousel wanted a scene to show exactly how powerful these creatures were. And the game of it was, we had to find a way to end that scene without dying before we moved on to the rest of the finale. We had failed to do that. I didn't have any sort of narrative support to help. Nothing to offer Carousel that was better than what it had in mind. We had followed the path laid for us for so long that we never quite managed to build an ending of our own. The moment it became clear that we couldn't end that chase scene, the Shapeless Ones started attacking us. It would have been out of character for them to kill all of us. It violated all of the established lore and their personality. But that was what happened when you lost a story. The enemies stopped performing and started doing cleanup. Once they became these cosmic horrors, our options were supremely limited. This was what it was like to lose. How demoralizing. A quick and sloppy ending would be tacked onto the storyline we had worked so hard to beat. The bad guys just killed the good guys. That's the end. What a lame final story. Even as my mind was being blown, I could see the countdown. 3 seconds left until we were on screen. And the pain became absolute. 2 seconds left. And then I heard something that seemed far away. It was a question. "Is now the time?" someone asked me. I forced myself to look. I only had a fraction of a moment to live. "Is now the time for me to find out what happened to Jeanette?" Bobby asked. "It seems like now it's the time, right?" I pulled my thread to its end. "Would it help to do it now?" he asked more urgently. Was he asking me what I thought he was asking me? The timer on the red wallpaper was frozen with 1 second left. I could still feel the cosmic essence overloading my mind with knowledge beyond my understanding. But at that moment, I had bigger things to think about. Was he asking me what I thought he was asking me? Was he about to quit the game? How could he be asking me that? I didn't know. But Carousel sure thought it was an important question, seeing as it was delaying my death. I heard footsteps in the distance. I heard breathing. And even with the pain and distraction caused by the Shapeless One, the fear overcame me. The axe murderer was on his way. "Do I need to do it now?" Bobby asked. How could he possibly know what would happen if he quit the game? How could that be what he was asking of me? To tell him it was okay. He must not know what happened. He must not. Or else, how could he ever ask that of me? I turned my head toward him, and we locked eyes. Fear overcame me. I was incapacitated, completely unable to speak, barely able to think, afraid of everlasting death. In that moment, a part of my brain that often guided my decisions kicked in. It was that pragmatic survival instinct, the one that had gotten me so far. It had saved me when I was a child, telling me not to go upstairs, when I had no way of knowing my parents were being killed up there at that moment. It only took a second. I nodded my head. How could I ever forgive myself? I nodded my head. I told him yes. Immediately, regret coursed through me. But the nod was all he needed. He wiped tears from his eyes and then looked up at the beings that were tearing the rest of us apart. And he didn't flinch. "I quit the game at Carousel," he said. And it was like the air was sucked out of the room. The Shapeless One who had once been Vogler dropped me to the ground. I didn't even notice that I was hovering 10 feet in the air at the time. Luckily, I had enough grit not to feel the fall. The others had similar fates, dropping one at a time. Then the shrieking came. It emanated all over the cradle, loud, but not just in the form of sound. It was a shriek that hit me in my chest, that I was feeling in my mind. It was deep and fearful. I was certain of one thing. These Shapeless Ones were terrified. The giant behemoths that had been so threatening before, with their menagerie of kaiju body parts and horrific visages, began unfolding immediately. Those body parts disintegrated as fast as the Shapeless Ones could make them. They went from visible fifth-dimensional nonsense creatures to something bigger that my mind couldn't understand. So it forced my eyes away. They were leaving the material plane altogether. This story originates from Royal Road. And sure, the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. On the red wallpaper, the plot cycle started to go backward, moving from then all the way to right after the beginning of the finale, when Jonna had quit the game. It rewound so that we could reshoot the scenes she had been in. But now it was rewinding for reasons I didn't understand at first. What is happening? Anna screamed, covering her ears. Oh, right. They didn't know about that yet. We need to run, I said. We need to get out of here right now. Get up off the ground. We have to go. The others were more than happy to follow my commands. I could even feel the mixture of Ramona and Alastair wrapped around my arm like some sort of death metal gauntlet, wriggling with fear. I didn't know who was afraid there. And I didn't want to think about it. Whoever it was trying to speak through what was left of Alastair's mouth. This way, I said, leading them the best I could. We were in a dead end. And I heard footsteps coming from the distance. We still had time. But I didn't know how long. What is happening? Antoine asked. I looked him square in the face, and then the others, and I said, the axe-murderer is coming to kill Bobby because he just quit the game. The axe-murderer? Kimberly asked. Yeah, I said. The one on all our posters. Now let's get a move on. It felt great to finally be able to say it. In fact, I didn't get stressed out at all from it. It was natural, like it always should have been. It was always so confusing that I could never speak about it before. But now that they heard his breath, it was like I had permission. We ran, and as we started to go, I noticed that Bobby wasn't following along. But of course he couldn't. He was the target. Come with us, I said. Maybe if we put you inside that dimensional compactor, that will be enough. There was no part of me that believed that. But I had to try something. Riley, he said, staring at me, surprisingly calm given his inevitable fate. It has to be like this. Whatever happens to me, it had to happen. You have to understand, he said. I had to find out what happened to my wife. I was tempted to just run off, chalk him up as a lost cause, but I didn't. Your wife was cut in two, I said. It happened 100 yards away from me. I wish I could have told you, but you couldn't, Bobby said. Yeah, I don't blame you. I figured it had to be something like that, but no risk, no reward. Reward. Did Bobby really think that there was going to be a reward at the end of all this? At that moment, I looked at him, and I realized something had changed on the red wallpaper. His savings on it. The darkest secret through line had 10 pips. He had completed it. That was the risk of pulling a thread. It didn't get you what you wanted. It just made that plot thread more important to the larger narrative. Bobby should have known that wasn't a good idea. I had to know. He said, no matter how it ends, don't waste it. Don't waste it, I said, suddenly outraged. Are you pretending that you did this for us? No, Bobby said. I did it for me, for my wife. But that doesn't mean it did nothing for you. The axe-murderer was getting closer. He was still far away. But I couldn't let this conversation end like that. What have you done for us? You dragged us into this storyline. And now what? You found a creative way to end that chase scene. Well, you're right. I won't waste it. I'm going to make it look like we got away into the darkness. And Carousel will edit it together. Congratulations. You solved a problem that you caused. What a saint. What a hero. Bobby began to laugh, which enraged me even more. You think this is funny? We could have been safe. We could have survived on the river together, but thanks to you, now we go home without a wallflower. And all you get to learn is that your wife was dead, which is what you probably should have known already. What could he have thought was a benefit to us? Oh, and of course, if we survive, we'll probably get good levels. Thanks for that. I added. At that moment, something occurred to me. The storyline we were in was far more powerful than my scouting trope had led me to believe. I thought maybe the Shapeless Ones had somehow tricked me with a trope of theirs. But that was something that even Carousel wouldn't do, telling us that this was a beatable storyline while making it unbeatable. Unless, of course, Carousel knew what Bobby was up to. You did this, I said. You pulled that thread until Carousel made it so this storyline could only be beaten if you were willing to sacrifice yourself like this. A big moment. Something like that. Yeah, I pushed the story forward. Bobby said, I did. When you weren't willing to. I did what was needed. Thank you for that, I said. Then I turned to leave. Bobby stayed still, apparently at peace. That made me even angrier. I ran over and grabbed his arm. Why aren't you trying to survive? I asked. Is this a sacrifice for us to push some story forward? Or are you just giving up? I looked him in the eye and saw almost no fear. It's like you said, he said. It's my time to meet the axe murderer. Maybe I'll ask him about Jonna. I became enraged all over again because it felt like he wasn't taking this seriously. You are going to die, I said. Don't you get that? He nodded. Death isn't the end here. Or at least it never has been before, he said. Aren't you the guy who dies and then wakes up in a theater 40 miles away? I don't know if Shauna is alive somewhere or if death really is final. But I do know that in stories, there is only one way to revive the dead. You have to go to the underworld yourself and bring them back. I'm not giving up. I'm not. Don't you understand that? Bobby thought of himself as a Greek hero. Well, as long as you thought it through, I said with as much venom as possible. I couldn't stand the idea that he could look death in the face so peacefully without knowing what was going to happen. I had died more than my fair share, but I always knew there was a way back. Something about the calmness on his face overwhelmed me. As I stared at him, I saw him on the red wallpaper and was reminded that he had enemy tropes. And in fact, he had been cast as an enemy. The axe murderer was getting closer. I could hear him. Luckily, he never hurried himself, although he seemed to be going extra slow just then. I reached down to the loops on my belt where I kept the knives I had collected on this storyline and grabbed the long silver one. If he was dead already, there would be nothing left to kill. He was just another enemy, right? It was the only way I could save him. We could deal with his betrayal later. I wouldn't do that if I were you. A voice called from down the way, near where I had left the other players when I had come back to confront Bobby. I looked and saw Roxy standing there, a silhouette against a bright light that didn't seem to have a source. If you kill him, the axe murderer will kill all the other players, she said. The only way to save everyone is for everyone to get postered, and even then, I'm not sure it will work. I've only seen it happen once, and that was outside of a storyline. I put my knife back in my belt. Roxy walked over to us, eyeing me intensely. I will say, I am impressed at how quickly you were willing to kill him to save his life. And fortunately, I can't let you do that. A glance at Roxy showed me something strange. Her last name was gone. It had been Hughes before because she was cast as Andrew Hughes's wife. It almost looked like she wasn't even a character anymore. Don't tell me, I said. Are you helping him? Are you on his through line? Paragons, after all, were one of the primary tools that narrators could use to help control and manipulate their through lines. If narrators could, why not a player? As of 10 minutes ago, when he recruited and told me to keep you all safe, she said. Now it's time to hurry. I might suggest you bring him along. If we run into the rule keeper and Bobby isn't with us, he might just kill us all and then find Bobby after. She turned back to the way she had come, and I ran to follow Bobby. Now with the knowledge that he couldn't just wait for death without endangering us, came right behind. Running while in the cradle was proving itself to be a deeply frustrating task. Something that had been a mere mind-blowing curiosity while the storyline was unfolding was that the cradle didn't make physical sense. Apparently, that wasn't Carousel's movie magic tricking me. The cradle itself really was at odds with my understanding of physics and space-time. It was difficult to find a direction we could run that made us feel like we were making any progress. Always seemed to go on forever. And my own internal sense of direction told me that we should have been running in loops based on the turns that we took. Yet the path we were running never intersected with the one we had already run. It's like he's coming from everywhere. Anna screamed as we sprinted along. The others weren't taking it so well. I suddenly felt vindicated over having lost my cool so many times. It wasn't just me. There was something deeply disturbing about the footsteps and the breathing. Sometimes, it would feel like the ex-murderer was right behind you, only for you to realize that it was your own breath you were hearing. Your own footsteps. Just keep running, Roxy said. He's after Bobby. So stick with the group and don't rely on your stats to help you against him. Whatever he is, he doesn't care about that. I won't let any of you get hurt, Bobby said. I promise. Yes, I really sensed how much you cared for our well-being when you dragged us out here into the middle of nowhere, Antoine said, his speech broken up by random bursts of incapacitation. There was no way that could backfire. I just want to know what's going on, Kimberly cried, and no one, not even Antoine, tried to explain it. And fortunately, how we had gotten in this situation was a bit complicated, and she was still operating under the assumption that we were here on a rescue. Antoine did try to comfort her, telling her it was going to be okay. He didn't seem so sure. I did what I had to do, Bobby said. I pushed the story forward. I pushed our story forward. Don't you understand that? In the scheme of things, this moment is going to be very important, and it looks like I'm not going to be around to figure out why. I wanted him to stop talking. He didn't deserve to explain himself now. What story? Antoine asked angrily. The meta-narrative, Bobby said, trying to give it the gravitas it deserved while sprinting down a giant hallway. I knew what he was talking about. We had discussed it at length, usually under the supervision of alcohol, and we had always treated it as hypothetical, mostly because we didn't want to believe it. The idea of the meta-narrative was that everything that had happened to us since our arrival was part of one big storyline. And while I knew there was truth to it, the lack of confirmation had slowly allowed me to push it further and further into the back of my mind. You think that Carousel's big plan involved you sacrificing yourself to save us from a storyline that we didn't even have to be in the first place? I asked. Bobby was ahead of me while we were running, but he stopped to turn back and look at me. No, he said. I don't think that was the plan. I think the slaughter at Camp Dyer was first blood, but after that, we were supposed to pick up the plot and start investigating. But we did whatever we could to avoid it. You did too, and so did I. We didn't push the plot forward. Suddenly he wanted to talk. Bullshit, I said. Do you know how much has happened to us since the reset? How can you say the plot hasn't gone forward? I didn't want to talk to him about this. Not right then. Not ever. Roxy got the others to stop. We were at a five-way intersection in what would have been a very large and crowded market. I had to assume, if all of the furniture, booths, and goods hadn't rotted away long ago. We'll wait here until we get a fix on his location, Roxy said. When he makes his attack from one path, we choose a different route. What she didn't say was that when we ran off in one of the 5 possible directions, Bobby would stay behind. At the center of the intersection were the crumbling remains of a statue. I could tell it had depicted a human before it fell apart. I wasn't even sure what could have caused it to deteriorate in this environment. The plot hasn't gone forward that much, Bobby said. We never let it. Think about it. Project Rewind, my wife's death. It was all about resetting Carousel's through line. And then when we had accomplished it, did we start that through line? No. Then Silas Darkin offered us his through line, designed to take us into the history of Carousel and maybe even find out how it started. But did we take that? No. Carousel even gave us a sanitized version of it that we could run ourselves. And we haven't touched that one either. I don't remember hearing you begging to go on Darkin's through line, I said. Okay. But then you pull off this amazing stunt, and you discover the people behind the curtain, the Manifest Consortium. You find out about narrators that all have through lines we could take. But does that go anywhere? No, we don't trust the narrators. Even when one of them finally reaches out to us about his through line on the river, we turn it down. There are reasons for the things we've done, I said. We always made it a group decision. It was never unilateral. It was never anything, Bobby said. We never made a choice. But then when we got forced into the river anyway, that's when I knew what was happening. Don't you know, it's the meta-narrative. We didn't make any choices, so choices were forced on us. Just like in a storyline, we didn't make a move, so we got thrown and shaken and unprepared. That had not gone unnoticed by me. I was too busy surviving to fear as much. That doesn't justify what you did, I said. We could have survived on the river. Whatever Carousel might have wanted to do to us, we would have had an advantage because we were innocent. And we were trying to save each other. I knew that much. We weren't exactly denying Carousel exciting footage. But that doesn't last forever, he said. You know that. After the midpoint, the players have to start pushing the story forward themselves. or else they just get killed. I think that's what this is. I think this is the midpoint, or it at least will be. Stolen novel, please report. He seemed excited to share his theories with me. The fact that he was about to die was wasted on him. There was a problem with these abstract talks. There was no proof that couldn't be dismissed. I paced back and forth as he talked to me. So many emotions welling up inside me: anger at Bobby, disappointment in myself, agreement with some of what he was saying, and guilt for having given him permission to quit the game in the first place. The midpoint, I asked. This? You thought summoning the ex-murderer would somehow bring about the revelation at the center of the story. How exactly does that work? How does this push Carousel's narrative further? Bobby was quiet for a moment, but then he said, "It brought us all the way out here, didn't it? That wasn't my goal. I didn't choose this storyline out here in the middle of nowhere. I pulled the thread, and it led us here. We are on the edge of a cosmic horror nexus, playing storylines that have never been played before. We may be the first players to ever step this far. Well, other than Lucky's team. While I wasn't 100% on board, it was pretty apparent that Carousel did want us in this location. Whether that was to fulfill Lucky's throughline or for some other reason, I didn't know. I just have a hard time with this, Bobby. I wish we could have this conversation some other time," I said. "There was never going to be another time," he said. "Because you could never talk about Shauna. He had me there." "Yes," I said. "But if we could have talked, I would have told you that your logic is flimsy. You think Carousel relied on you making a pointless sacrifice in order to tell its story." He shook his head. "I think it was relying on you," he said. "What?" I asked. "In what way?" For a moment, there was silence as the others listened in, and even the breathing seemed to quiet down as it echoed from every direction. "Has Carousel been teasing you about your parents lately?" Bobby asked. My eyes widened. And for a moment, I wasn't even thinking about the ex-murderer. "Don't you dare bring them into this." "I can't," he said. "It's too late. Carousel hasn't been teasing you lately, has it? That poster at the movie rental place. It had your parents on it. That's what everybody said. Your murdered parents. And Carousel was literally showing you a storyline poster of them. You could have seen them. You could have saved them if we had found that storyline. That is my business. I am not going to let them become playthings for Carousel so that people can stare at their death all over again. They are not subjects for other people's amusement," I said. "I could never let them be that again. Carousel hadn't brought them up in a while, had it?" "I know," Bobby said. "And that's why you never pulled that thread. What happens to a subplot when you don't pursue it? It dies. Carousel gave us so many options. And I would bet everything that all of those choices would have led us out here eventually. We just had to make one." "Don't put that on me," I said. "I didn't ask for this." "I know," he said. "None of us asked for any of this. Shauna died. And she was barely even a plot point. People made fun of her. I met some people from the consortium when I was talking to Lucky, and they all hated her. They couldn't even remember her name. But Carousel needed us to push the story forward. So if you guys weren't going to do it, I was. If there was even a chance of getting Shauna back." He was showing more emotion now than he had been when he triggered the ex-murderer. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he spoke. "But you pull a plot thread, and it gets bigger and bigger," he continued. "The more it comes up, the more important it becomes. And now Shauna, her death, is important because of what I did. Because it led us here. And we had to come here." "You don't know what you're talking about," I yelled. "I know it in my heart," he said. "We had to come out here one way or another. You may not believe me now, but you will. I think Carousel wants to show you something, and when it does, you have to pay attention." Jeanette's death, as near as I could tell, was just one item on a list of requirements for Project Rewind. They needed someone to be a secret keeper. Someone who would know that the ex-murderer existed if and when that knowledge would be life-saving. It was a precaution. One of several safety nets. I didn't know if Bobby was right. I didn't know if her death was suddenly important because of what it led him to do. That it led him to betray us and bring us out here against an unbeatable storyline. But there was some part of me that greeted that theory with open arms. The same part of me that felt guilty for never pursuing my parents' plot thread. "Bobby," I don't know that we're going to find something that justifies all of this out here. And if we do, and it turns out that you've pushed the meta narrative forward, I'm not sure we'll be glad that you did." "You're not supposed to be glad," he said. "No one should be happy to be a character in Carousel's story, but we are. We can't avoid it." I didn't have anything else to say. All of my emotions had poured out of me over the last few moments, leaving me drained and numb. What if he was right? What if we were taking things too slowly, believing that we could prep and research and grind until we were ready to take on the world Carousel made for us? It could have all been a misstep. Only time would tell. But there was no more time to think about it because the breathing got louder, and the footsteps stopped being in my head. I heard them in my ears. "He's here," I said. The axe murderer was right behind me. And so he was, walking slowly out of the shadows of one of the 5 paths intersecting at that statue. "This way," Roxy screamed, losing most of her composure, barely able to run as her feet tripped over each other. We all moved to follow. "I'm right here," Bobby screamed. "I've been waiting for you." I didn't know how he managed to face down the axe murderer with such conviction. The axe murderer was a man in a black hood and a rough leather cloak, ancient and timeless at once. There was always a shadow over his face. Every inch of his skin was covered in one piece of apparel or another. But his face should have been visible in the pale light of the cradle. The shadow covered it like a living barrier that let no light through. I could barely breathe. I could barely move, though I did my best to make my way past Bobby toward the route the others were taking. The axe murderer didn't run. He walked. Yet with only a few long strides, he was upon me. "I'm over here," Bobby screamed. But the axe murderer didn't care. I had never seen him this close, and I didn't have my psychic powers the last time I saw him. Whatever this thing was, it deceived my eyes and ears. But that small psychic part of my mind, given to me by my background trope, couldn't be fooled. He was pure evil. Looking at the man was enough to paralyze my mind and turn my legs to jelly. He wanted to kill me. He wanted to kill everyone. And he wanted nothing else. I was too slow. And suddenly he was too quick. He pulled back his axe, a simple, handmade implement with a large, sharp blade, and he swung it at me horizontally. There was no way I could dodge. My hustle was useless. After all, it was movie magic, and the cameras weren't rolling now. This was the end. But I was going to try to run as best I could to dodge the strike. It was no use. I lost my balance, and when the blade got to me, there was nothing I could do to stop it. The trope attached to my silver dagger told me as much. It was comically useless without hustle. But then I heard a pop like a balloon filled with too much air, and instead of feeling the blade running through my body, I heard a loud wooden crunch. I heard glass shatter. I fell to the ground, having failed to dodge. And I looked up to see that the axe murderer, who gave no hint of a presence on the red wallpaper and didn't even trigger it, had accidentally sunk his axe into the wrong target. "You won a ticket," a familiar voice chimed, albeit with a bit more distortion than I was used to. The axe murderer's swing had been interrupted when Silas, the mechanical showman, the mysterious dispenser of movie magic itself, had teleported right in the path of his blade. The axe murderer looked as confused as I did, even though I couldn't see his face through the veil of shadow that followed it. Suddenly, I felt myself being picked up by someone. I looked back, expecting to see Antoine, Kimberly, or Anna. Heck, even Roxy might have lent a hand. But it wasn't any of them. It was Cassie, the ghost. Sure, not just a memory of a loved one, but a fully fledged, partially corporeal ghost. "You need to get up," she said as she lifted me to my feet and began pulling me along. All I could do was follow, sending one last glance over my shoulder at Bobby and the axe murderer. Silas, the mechanical showman, flickered away from view, his broken glass and splintered wood disappearing with him. Bobby stood in front of his killer and said, "The script is telling me to cower." Something about it struck him as funny. He laughed openly and loudly, as if it were the greatest news. "I'll die before I do that," he said defiantly after taking a deep breath. And with a swing of the blade, he was proven right. I couldn't actually feel Cassie's ghostly hand as she pulled me. In fact, she wasn't even grabbing at me physically. It was more of a psychokinetic energy type of thing. She ran until we finally met up with the others, scared out of their wits at some dark corner in the middle of this abandoned city. The ex-murderer had done his deed and was moving on. His breath was getting quieter and quieter. I couldn't even hear his steps anymore. When I arrived, Kimberly looked at me, hopeful that maybe Bobby might be right behind. But Antoine seemed to accept the grim truth. Anna would have already known that the worst had come for Bobby because of her ability to sense the emotional state of her allies. Bobby would have none. If only that trope had been a bit more specific. We could have avoided this whole mess. We didn't speak for a while. Even Roxy was still shaken from the encounter. Eventually, Antoine asked, "So what now?" We still had a storyline to win. Now that we had shaken those tracking threads, it might actually be possible. "We have about 20 more minutes," I said after glancing at the timer provided by my call sheet trope. With Bobby's sacrifice, we managed to end that chase scene. So now, we actually have a chance to fight back. "You had a plan," Cassie said, but it didn't sound like she was really responding to anything I was saying. It was more like she was a tape recording that just happened to go off at that moment. "Don't you remember?" I stared at her, waiting for her to stare at me. It looked like she was fighting to stay with us. "I have a plan," I said. "I just couldn't use it." "You had a plan, and you were desperate." "But it didn't work," she said. For a moment, we stared at her. She glowed a light blue, barely perceptible except for the fact that we were in a very dark underground interdimensional city. "You had a plan, but it didn't work," she repeated. "It was in your pocket." I reached and grabbed for the empty plastic videotape container I had deep in my pocket, along with several others I had collected throughout the storyline. I had some that we found at the original entrance to the cradle, a product of my prop department requisition trope, and those that had been filmed by Danny, my late cameraman. His equipment now slung limply from my shoulder. I pulled it out and examined it. "Was this part of my plan?" I asked Cassie, hoping that I could break her out of whatever beyond the grave catatonia she was in. But it didn't work. She didn't acknowledge me. For as much use as we had gotten out of her, she seemed very confused. The trope that was doing all this was called Get Up, and it was only supposed to bring about a quasi-supernatural dream message from the deceased. But with the psychic power built up in the cradle and the presence of the ex-murderer, who might as well have been death himself, it was like her trope had exceeded the limitations of what it was designed for. It was actually incredible. She was trying to remember something, trying to say something. But even as she did, her body began to fade. "It was your memory," she said. "But you don't remember it." I stared at the tape container. It was just a hunk of plastic with the number 4 written on it in what I assumed was my handwriting. "My memory?" I asked. "You had a plan to remember it," she said, "but you forgot." "I hate when that happens," I said as she faded to sparkling moonlight and disappeared. "What is going on?" Anna asked. "The dead get confused," Roxy said. "But that doesn't mean they're wrong. Why in the world would a piece of plastic like this be powerful enough to send us off screen? Even if it didn't belong in the storyline, it wouldn't look out of place. What a strange conundrum. Something that Cassie was tapping into with her psychic powers, perhaps, trying desperately to communicate to us from beyond the veil, for whatever it's worth. It did help. "Bobby barely got to you in time, even with you going off screen," Roxy said. His script had stopped working right whenever his character had finished their role. Funny how that all works. I put the plastic container back in my pocket. "That's a mystery for another day, I hope," I said. "Because if it's important now, I'm afraid I don't remember." It felt like there was something right on the tip of my tongue, right at the periphery of my memory. If I could just figure out what it was, it would slip right into place. "So Bobby's gone now," Anna said. "Forever." I shrugged. "As far as I know," I said. "But how much do any of us really know?" He seemed to think it wasn't the end for him. And maybe he was right. We spent longer than was wise talking about Bobby and how stubborn he was, along with many other things which were much nicer. The truth was, we felt guilty. Maybe if we helped him more, he wouldn't have felt the need to do that, Antoine said. "I thought we had an agreement. I thought he understood why we were putting it off. I thought." "You were never going to prevent this," Roxy said. "There was nothing you could have said or done to stop him once he got it in his mind to do it." Maybe that was what she told herself to relieve the guilt of her role in all of this. It was all but confirmed now that she had tempted Jonna to quit in the first place. He had to know what was going to happen, Kimberly said. We talked about it all the time. Then she shot me a glance, like she was ashamed to admit that because I had never been a part of those conversations. How could he have thought quitting the game would do anything else? This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. That's the thing, Roxy said. What you know is true stays the same forever. It never grows. It never shrinks. It just sits there gathering dust. While what might be true keeps getting bigger and brighter until, eventually, it's all you can see. Bobby made his choice. And every day you'll have to make yours. That's how the game goes. Now I have to get out of here. I'm supposed to be trapped in an interdimensional prison right now. Sorry again for all the deception. Next time I run into you, I hope I'm lying about something a little less hurtful. And then she walked away into the darkness, leaving us there. We were silent. And then Anna looked up at me and said, "So if we had managed to end that chase scene without dying to those terrifying cosmic jerks, what were you going to have us do next?" We only had a few minutes at that point before we were on screen. So if we were going to live and make the best use of Bobby's sacrifice, we were going to have to pull off one hell of a hoodwink. Because there was no way we were going to beat those shapeless ones in a fight. It seems to me that Carousel has virtually limitless power over even cosmic-level horrors. I said, it has them running around here clueless. It must like showing how powerful it is compared to beings like that. But what it likes more than that, what it loves, is pulpy, tropey horror that fans like me can't get enough of. So these things may be Lovecraftian entities beyond our understanding, but they're also shapeshifters. And I'm betting that there are a few classic scenes Carousel is dying to see. I had enough information about these things to know how to beat them on their own terms with as few stat checks as possible. So here's what we do. We have to split up. Antoine with Kimberly. Anna, and me on our own. Split up, Antoine asked. Isn't that always a bad idea? Well, that's not all I had in mind, I said. There's something we need to do that we never could have while they were tracking us with their little threads. I then spent the last few minutes we had going over my plans for the finale, and I was greeted not with awe, but with doubt and downright fear. I should expect nothing less from what I was preparing. On screen, I wandered through a dark hallway by myself, calling for my friends. We had just escaped the shapeless ones, or at least that's what the movie would show if I could count on Carousel to do some good editing work. I carried Danny's camera under the pretense of needing its bright light to shine the way. Poor guy. He would probably end up dying off screen in the final cut. He deserved better than that. He might have even been alive after the rewind. But I didn't see him anywhere. I jumped at every noise, even if I had to pretend to hear them when they weren't there. The cradle was silent when you were alone. I ran along, doing my best to look lost. But I was exactly on my mark. And so was Anna. She stepped out of the darkness, lit only by the camera's bright light. We were both happy to see each other, but of course, we couldn't convey that. Stay right there. Just stay still. Be quiet for a minute. I need to think, I said as I drew out my silver knife in my free hand and held it up so that it would be visible just a little bit to the camera's view. It's me, she said. I swear it's me. Please, I've been all alone. I barely made it away from those things. I was running with my eyes closed so I wouldn't have to look at them. I got lost. I said be quiet. I repeated, as nervously as I could be. We were doing our best. And now all we could hope was that Carousel wanted to play along with our improvisation. Luckily, it did. Another Anna appeared from a different path in the intersection. I only knew she was there because she accidentally kicked a pebble from the crumbling stone statue that had been erected right in the center of the square. I shone the light at her, and then I moved it back to the other Anna. I'm Anna. The second one said, that is not me. That's one of them. I shone the light back and forth. Both were sweaty and dirty, but only one of them could be real. Riley, I swear it's me. I promise. The first Anna said, pleading with me. I quickly put my knife back in my belt and pulled out my firearm. Something I couldn't remember if I had even used once in the entire storyline, except to shoot at gunmen on the water so long ago. I quickly pulled out the clip to see how many bullets I had. What do you know? I only had one left. You could have guessed. The rest, of course, were in my pocket. But it was better to have one for this type of scene. Riley, it's me. The second Anna said. Where did we meet the first time? I said. The charity auction. The second Anna said quickly. While the first one tried her best to match, we both know that. The first Anna said. Which was funny since it wasn't even established on screen. That's not fair. That's not how you can do it. You have to ask about something that happened after that thing was morphed into me. There it was. Our code word we had established off screen, using the word morph instead of the bespoke verb shaped, which had been used in most parts of this storyline. And yet, as I looked between them, I still couldn't tell which one was which. Because those darn creatures had the which one do I shoot trope, which counteracted gimmicky tricks and played with your mind. The only way to tell them apart was to look to the lore and to use clever planning. Fortunately, the bar on lore and clever planning was pretty low. So, I shone the camera's light down at their shoes. The first Anna had hair and blood all over her shoes from when Ramona had been ripped apart. The second one had dirty but otherwise unscathed sneakers because she had unfolded herself after the explosion and then been reshaped. I fired a shot into the second Anna's head. She fell, quickly. I pounced on her and shoved my silver dagger into one of her eyes before she could remember she wasn't dead. I had to leave it there to take her out of the game entirely. I then shone the light back at Anna, refocusing the camera after it had been dangling during my attack. I still acted distrustful, but at least now we had something to build upon as I shone the light back down at her shoes. Ramona, I said. Ramona, she repeated, looking back down toward my own shoes, which were also decorated with blood and hair. How do I know you're you? I'm not sure they could reproduce this so easily, I said, shining the light at the stringy, bloody mass of elastair wrapped around my arm. Elastair had told us earlier that the shapeless ones could not be compacted, so that meant they couldn't be copied, right on time. The tiny mouth that had once been inside of Ramona started to speak. Ramona, he said, she's gone. Yes, she's gone, I said, and we can't get her back. Well, there wasn't really enough of a body left for him to cry with. He did try. I'm so sorry, he said. I couldn't protect you, Ramona. He was still delirious from having been ripped from his host, nucleotide by nucleotide. There's only one way you can make up for what happened, I said. You have to help us escape this place. I will try, he said. But it is impossible. My brothers and sisters are everywhere. Don't you understand? More than you know, I said, trying to put as much emotion into my performance as I could. And they will stop us if they can. They'll take those monstrous forms again. But there's one way you can help us stop them from doing that. How? Elastair asked through whatever pain he was in. That other part of yourself that's down in the cradle. The one that took on the persona of Dean Akano's dead kid. I need you to send it on a mission. I had used my insert shot on a frame of Dina talking to an apparently invisible person from the first movie. We established it was part of Elastair's form in the shape of Dina's son, who was his descendant. It was time to collect on that backstory. To do what? He asked. To free every single human in the cradle. No, Elastair protested. I cannot. We never release our forms until we're through with the world. It's against our customs. I can think of a few things that have happened tonight that are against your customs, I said, but your people, above all else, care about their shapes. They don't want them damaged in case they need a touch-up, right? So you release all the humans. My money says your brothers and sisters will be a bit gentler if all of their shapes are running around. Elastair seemed to consider this, and then, somewhere in the distance, a part of him began to go about the task I had set for him. With all those people running around, how will we know who is an imposter? Anna asked. I casually let the camera face back toward me under the guise of readjusting it, just so that I could show my smirk. We won't, I said. We went off screen shortly after Elastair agreed to do his thing and release all of the human prisoners. Right at that moment, an old friend decided to drop by. He, you want a ticket? Silas, the mechanical showman, said, popping into existence right next to Anna and me. Step right up. 2 for the price of 1. If you don't mind which one. So he wasn't going to talk about how he had just saved my life from the ex-murderer. What humility. His glass was fixed from where it had shattered, and the wood had been repaired, though I could still see where the ex-murderer's blade had struck it. His paint was new in that area. He had gotten all patched up. I knew the drill. It wasn't often that you won a ticket in the middle of a storyline. But it happened. In fact, it had happened to me in my first storyline. I pressed Silas's red button and grabbed the ticket that came out of his dispenser. Anna did the same right after me. We both got the same thing. Apologies. Antoine Stone and the Sunken Cradle Part 2. This pass entitles 1 guest to early dismissal from the above feature. With our compliments. Please present to an usher before the final reel. Concessions non-refundable. We apologize for any inconvenience. We hope a fellow patron's sacrifice on your behalf has not soured your evening. Please come again. The next picture is sure to be a thriller. If dismissal from the above film is not to your satisfaction, don't hesitate to bargain for a substitution. Warmest regards, management. He read through it. It dripped with the dark humor I came to expect from Carousel. Bobby had a trope called a meaningful sacrifice, which would have allowed him to leave the story as soon as his role was finished. But by sacrificing himself, he gave us the same option. Although I doubted that this situation was the intention of the trope when it was first made. Well, maybe. So what do we do? Anna asked. I'm staying, I said. If we leave, Ramona and Camden won't be revived. But are you certain your plan is going to work? She asked. Sure, I said casually, trying to sound confident. It seems like we're being taught a lesson here about how important it is to play the game, even when unprepared and outmatched. We just have to show we learned our lesson. Now, I was talking like Bobby had. Anna didn't seem sure, but she pocketed the ticket the same as I did. Neither of us activated it. Silas, the mechanical showman, had one last word of advice before he left. Step right up, step right up. Remember, folks, the best seats in the house are always the ones somebody else paid for. And then he simply vanished as quickly as he had come. We were still off screen for a few minutes before Carousel was ready to move on to the next part of the fun. This one I hardly had to do any setup for because it was so inherent to the situation. There were a bunch of innocent people running through the cradle as we made our way back toward the shaping machine. And because of them, we got to play a game of Find the Imposter. And Carousel refused to disappoint. It was dark and silent. We would find more people around every corner, scared and panicked. Some of them looked off, like maybe they hadn't folded a bit. Not much, of course. That would ruin the game, but just enough to make us question every single bulging muscle that might be in the wrong spot, or if their arms were too long. A woman with wild hair ran past me. She seemed perfectly normal for someone who had been trapped for a period of years in a timeless void. Then a man with a long neck. Was it too long to be a real person? It wasn't clear. But we didn't attack them. And they didn't attack us. Then Roxy came by, mixed in with a crowd, not stopping to say hello. Next, a man missing a hand. The very man who had unfolded that hand into my face to try to suffocate me. He appeared in a crowd of people moving about, running as they panicked, looking for a way out. I let my eyes move from one side of him to the other, never showing that I suspected him even a little bit. It was pretty easy. I had been using oblivious bystander for so many of the storylines. It was second nature to look none the wiser. Anna was doing her part. Sir, are you okay? She asked after he lingered on us for a little too long, waiting for us to notice his missing hand. What's your name? That question took him aback, and he sputtered out, Julio, in a way that almost sounded like a question, like he was asking if it was okay for him to respond civilly when Carousel had him scripted to be spooky. Well, Julio, we can't panic now. We need to find a way out. Can you do that? Can you help us find a way out? The shapeless one eyed us suspiciously, wondering what game we were playing, thinking we must be crazy or stupid, but whatever he decided, he chose to play along. I'll look for an exit, he said. We need to get out of here. A smile began to form on the edges of his lips as he ran off with another group. More people were finding us in the darkness as we moved toward the shaping machine. Some of them looked strange, stretched out or compressed. But did we ever notice the imposter? No, of course not. We said hello. And Anna asked their name. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. They love their names. Or at least the names of their shapes. They seemed very proud of them. More people, more faces. Camden's soldier and PCs came by, but didn't stay. Roxy's bodyguard stood head and shoulders over a group running through the dark city like kids playing laser tag. It was a montage of faces. A Where's Waldo in real life. The crazed Nord we had found trying to dig his way into the cradle was there. Or at least his shape was. Hosea Greenside ran through in one direction. It was a surreal, spooky collage. Among them, I saw a familiar face, and she saw mine. It was Jeanne, NPC Jeanne, being led through the dark by Jules, who gave me a wink before they disappeared into the inky black, never to be seen again. Dozens of people appearing from darkness and disappearing again in an endless loop. New faces, old faces. So many people, NPCs, enemies. It was a dizzying, mad run orchestrated for maximum terror and confusion. We ran across a woman whose hair was made of folded light, not human, obviously, a shapeless one. There was no way we could guess wrong here. Are you okay, ma'am? I asked. She looked at me in frustration, wondering what I was up to. We were on screen, and I should have been acting frightened, but I didn't. I laid it on thick. It wasn't me acting. It was my character who was pretending not to be afraid. And I asked for her name, and she said it was Machina. And like earlier, Anna said, Machina, you don't have to be afraid. We're going to find a way out. Try looking around, and then meet back here when you're done. The shapeless one didn't know what to make of how we were acting at first, but then a look of understanding came over her. Our plan was working. Carousel sent us through a few dozen more people running around, screaming in the dark, trying to find a way out, and among them were more shapeless ones who had taken the forms of ordinary people, and with each of them, we took turns greeting and ignoring whichever features were abnormal. And Anna would always ask for their name, because we weren't trying to identify imposters. We were treating them the same as we would any other human, because wasn't that what they wanted? Eventually, Carousel had gotten all the footage it wanted of us, and we went off screen for a bit, but not for long, because we found where the cameras were pointing. Antoine and Kimberly were doing their job. It was the final cliché shapeshifter scene, the face-off, the mirror match. Antoine versus the Antoine shape. While it was easy to tell them apart visibly because our adventurer was not doing so well physically, the fight was a miserable back-and forth. The very sight of Antoine set his doppelganger off in a fit of rage. You don't deserve what you have, he repeated from the monologue he had given before, tears streaming down his face. All we wanted was to live normal lives. We just wanted to be normal. The Antoine shape looked up into the inky blackness above as he continued to beat on the real Antoine, lashing out in the most human way possible. And then Antoine did the thing I asked him to. He stayed down. I had to assume that the footage they had captured before we showed up was good enough. It was time to seal the deal. Antoine, Anna cried out as she ran to hug the apparent victor. Antoine shape recoiled at her touch, clearly aware that she must be up to something, but when she had no weapons, he refrained from attacking and instead looked at her confused. What are you doing? He asked. You're my friend, Anna said. You're Antoine Stone. We've known each other for years. She had to say his name. Her final call-out trope gave narrative power to names in the finale. He looked at her with a visceral skepticism. Next, Kimberly came in, grabbed him, and kissed him. I would never not be impressed by how good of an actress she was. I almost believed it for a second. He was breathing fast and nervously. Antoine, she said, I'm pregnant. And it's your child. We need to escape this place to go live our lives out in the real world. Please. You're the only one who can help us. No, he said nervously. I can't. Yes, you can, Anna said. You're Antoine Stone. You are the most famous explorer in the whole world. There is not a man, woman, or child who doesn't know your name or your adventures. Don't you want to go with us? The Antoine imposter looked afraid. Worse than that, he looked almost hungry to say yes. Glad we finally caught up with you, I said. I reached down into my belt and grabbed a knife. Not the silver one with the trope, but the large knife that Antoine had thrown to me before he was completely reckoned as a shapeshifter. A knife that had been empowered by his sentimental outfitting adventure trope, fueling it with narrative weight. As soon as I took it out of my belt, the Antoine shape prepared to defend himself, as if I was about to stab him or something. But then I flipped it over, grabbed it by the blade, and held the handle out toward him. Now don't lose this again, I said. He looked me in the eye, and I looked back at him as he grabbed the knife. There was a moment where our lives rested on the choice that this shapeless one made. We weren't fooling them. They weren't stupid. They might have had shaping sickness, but it wasn't like we could just gaslight them into submission. No, we were making an offer. We were tempting them with the promise of a human life. It was the thing they wanted more than anything. There was no secret to beating unbeatable enemies in Carousel. The rule of thumb was that if an enemy looked too hard to beat in a fight, it probably was. Whether it was a cosmic shapeshifter or a sorcerer who looked like Fabio, there was no use fighting gravity. The trick was to find the game, the puzzle, of these enemies. And for the shapeless ones, Carousel had given us no shortage of clues. One of the first things we had learned about the shapeless ones, even though we didn't know it, was that they really didn't want to be themselves. We had found a man who had apparently handcuffed himself to a tree and swallowed the key to avoid re-entering the cradle. I had no idea what it meant at the time, but now I did. These cosmic entities would rather die human than live forever as emotionless, many-dimensional horrors. Heck, even the Antoine imposter I was talking to had wanted to escape his life so badly that he had blown up the original entrance to the cradle. He didn't want to be here. Carousel had wanted the shapeless ones to be its cliché shape-shifting movie monsters, and then it wanted them to be its cosmic horrors. But what the shapeless ones wanted more than anything was to be human, to have no forbidden knowledge of the universe. The Hosea Green side we had met before the storyline had said it all. In a drunken scramble, we didn't understand it at the time. Well, I still wasn't sure about some of the stuff, but it was clear he was a shapeless one who drank to forget. We had to offer them an out. We had to give them permission to do what they wanted anyway. None of my other ideas compared. And I had thought of things like shaping more of these creatures into the bombs that Camden had brought and using them to blow up the shaping machine. I thought about turning the last air into some of the videotapes Danny had filmed and asking him to travel fifth-dimensionally out of the cradle to get the news out, to fulfill one of our win conditions. There were plenty of options, but I chose this. And all I could do was hope. Antoine gripped the knife firmly, pulled it from me, stared at it intently, and then he put it in his belt, right back in the sheath where it belonged. "I'll try to hold on to it this time," he said with a smile that only someone with Antoine's face could give. We all exchanged glances. It wasn't just Anna, Kimberly, and me. No, it was the real Antoine playing dead on the ground. It was the crowd of shapeless ones who had mixed in with the freed humans. We all looked at each other slyly, and we knew what we were all agreeing to. They were giving up on their race. For a time at least. They were giving up their post. And they were thrilled to do it. "All right, folks. Let's find a way out of this place," the Antoine shape said as he grabbed Kimberly by the waist and began leading us all out of the sunken cradle. The needle on the plot cycle moved from finale to the end, where it would stay for some time. I had no idea how Carousel would edit all of this into one cohesive narrative. I did know one thing. It was going to have a lot of footage. There were tens of thousands of us climbing out of the cradle. Carousel wanted its big impact shot, and that was it. Or so I thought. I spent my time filming with the camera I got from Danny. While the storyline had ended and we had won, that didn't mean the filming was over. Not for a storyline like this, where the win condition was something other than a traditional happy ending. Eventually, we found Isaac and Kelsey, multiple times, actually, because they had been copied. But the real versions of them, I had to assume, stuck with us as we moved along. They were emotionally and mentally drained. Timelessness was a real drag, as I understood it. The whole escape was an absolute mess, with very little coordination. And most of it was on screen, in the masses of non-player characters. I eventually found one I had not seen in quite a while, Bonesabar, who had never even entered the cradle and gotten written off because of it, stared at us in amazement as soon as he found us. "We went off screen for this meeting. I sent you in there to save 2 or 3 little players. And you come out with all this," he said. "What can I say? I'm an overachiever," I said. Antoine Stone, or at least the one being played by a shapeless one, ignored Bones completely. He wasn't meta-aware. Bones pointed to him and said, "Well, you're not that much of an overachiever. I believe these things were supposed to stay inside. My job was to get to the end of the story," I said. No one said I had to actually beat the enemy. Although I'm sure we'll get docked points for being anticlimactic, Bones shrugged his shoulders. I'm telling you, something's brewing on the script, he said. It might not be so anticlimactic after all. Not for the audience, at least. Yeah, well, I feel like we're just along for the ride at this point, I said. Story of my afterlife, Bones said. If you have need of a river guide or treasure hunter, I hope you'll think of me. Dark days are ahead, weren't they always? He left us and went to find the actual Antoine to have a chat with. Adventurer to adventure. To think, my plan for him, had I not come up with a better one, was to have him crash his helicopter into the entrance of the cradle in order to seal it. Yes, we had certainly gone a different direction from that. It was time for Carousel to show us exactly how different. The red wallpaper was suddenly overtaken by video footage projected onto it. The footage played so loudly in my mind that it was hard to see anything else. I saw a news anchor seated at a desk with a serious look on his face. The Peruvian government tonight is calling it the largest civilian recovery operation in the country's history, he said. At last count, over 4,000, I'm sorry. That's 14,000 people have now been pulled from the rainforest after suffering what is reported to be some sort of prolonged captivity. Peruvian authorities are coordinating with the Red Cross and multiple NGOs in an effort to untangle what must be one of the most perplexing mysteries, or viral stunts, in the history of the modern world. The footage suddenly cut away. We were in a montage. Overhead, a news helicopter filmed us all. We were a sea of silver, as we all wore those emergency blankets that were supposed to keep us warm. Their silvery color reflected all the various light sources in the dark forest as the camera captured all. It was only then that I realized that I, too, was trying to cover up with one of those emergency blankets to keep off a light trickle of rain as I continued to film. Carousel was playing with us now, teleporting us around like it was nothing. Heck, it might have simply been blanking our memories to make it seem like we were teleporting. It was getting that last bit of footage, and for whatever reason, it didn't want us to have much agency in the matter. That same news anchor's voice continued. Officials have not yet released a coherent account of how so many people came to be captured in one location, or what criminal organization or military might be responsible. Survivors themselves are giving accounts that our network is still working to verify. Rapid cuts between footage of random people being interviewed about their time in the cradle flickered onto the screen, with each sound bite crazier than the last, as they claimed interdimensional invaders and shapeshifters were to blame. The news anchors and reporters always scoffed or acted incredibly skeptical, but only at first. The next piece of footage was of two news hosts. They were arguing about some of the claims made by survivors. And this is how you know it's legitimate. Tom, the woman was saying, we have well over 10,000 survivors, all of whom give different stories of their abduction, its circumstances, and its culprits. But they all use the same two words, shapeless ones, Diana. Lots of NAS trauma situations create a shared vocabulary. We've had experts on Whowl, stolen from its rightful author. This tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. But then he was cut off as the first host said. With nearly 19,000 people from different ethnic groups and 11 different language groups all repeating the same two words, the other host threw up his hands with no response. Next was footage from what I first assumed was a podcast, but then realized was probably talk radio because of the time period, where the host was talking to an alleged survivor. Now tell us, if you can, about these shapeless ones. What do they look like? The host asked. His guest was shaken. I know this is going to sound ridiculous, he said. I know it does. But they looked just like us when they wanted to. But sometimes they unfolded themselves like, I don't know, like maybe they were made of millions of little threads. I saw one of them get shot in the back once, and the hole, it looked normal at first. There was even blood coming out of it. But a few seconds later, it just kind of undid itself. And suddenly the hole didn't look like a gunshot wound. It looked like, I can't even explain it, like some sort of giant hallway 20 miles deep right in the guy's back. I know it sounds ridiculous, but these things, they don't make any sense if you see them. When you see the real them. The next piece of footage was the title of a documentary titled The Sunken Cradle, a film by Riley Lawrence. It was the documentary my character must have made from all the footage I took from the cradle. The neat part was that, as the montage skipped through the documentary, much of the footage was the same I was filming at that very moment of our escape through the jungle. The footage changed as I moved my hand. It was little things like that that let you know Carousel had a wonderful AV specialist on staff. Not much of the documentary was shown, but its content was clear. Footage of the shapeless ones in their many forms was shown as the storyline's credits rolled. I even saw my name, Riley Lawrence, as Riley Lawrence. The footage came interspersed with several news pundits arguing it was basic bickering, and then it shut off as the credits continued. Some believed the accounts of the shapeless ones. Others said that this Riley Lawrence character was clearly off his rocker after a distinguished career. Then the footage cut to a talk show set, with a man delivering a monologue. What was funny is I had actually seen him before, but I couldn't remember his name. He was one of the characters from the Eternal Savers Club storyline. One of the ones who got kidnapped at the very beginning, which told me that he probably was a talk show host in real life. Carousel sure did love to recycle. We need to straighten our backs and take a deep breath, he said. Listen to what we're talking about. Yesterday, I had a man sitting on my couch debating with me the difference between an extraterrestrial and an interdimensional threat. Is this really the reaction we have to what must be a hoax? These so-called shapeless ones, what a lazy moniker. By the way, they came here to do one thing, to copy our shapes. Of course, they did. It's a good thing they didn't call themselves brainless ones, or they'd be taking our brains. Either way, the result seems to be the same. The audience gave him a polite chuckle. This Lawrence fellow, he continued, clearly a hack, uses his documentaries as his personal travel fund. And now he wants us to believe that we are beset by creatures beyond our understanding, that they have been here throughout all time, and governments around the world are latching onto the story, news organizations, corporations. And why is that? It's because of fear. Scared people don't ask why their taxes are high, and their grocery prices are even higher. They want us afraid. Now, I don't know where we get these 20-some thousand refugees, most of whom were never reported missing. But I will tell you one thing, the mass hysteria will die down, and some of us will retain our self-respect, and others of us. Something must have happened in front of the speaker that disturbed him. Some sort of sound. What's happening? Turn on the house lights, he said. Someone listened to him. And then one of the cameramen for his show turned to film a member of the audience. She was standing up, clearly straining and struggling. Ma'am, are you in distress? Someone help her. But before anyone could, suddenly her body burst apart, parts sloughing off like wet watermelon. What remained was something that looked a lot like what was left over of last air. It was a red mass shaped like shredded veins and viscera. The audience started to scream and scatter. Meanwhile, the shapeless one, who had for a very long time been in the shape of that poor woman's DNA, and probably some of her ancestors, too, had suddenly remembered that it wasn't DNA at all. It was something much greater than that. It turned out that no matter how little DNA was stripped from your body, you pretty much turned to soup. The building blocks of life were finicky that way. You can survive with your DNA cooked by radiation for a while, but when it bursts out of your cells, death comes quicker. The being continued unfolding itself until, eventually, it disappeared. The camera turned back to the host, who was absolutely flabbergasted and at a loss for words until a producer somewhere said, "Cut to commercial." And so the montage changed. Instead of skeptical news hosts, there were dozens of clips of people doing exactly what the woman in the audience had done, liquefying. Rumors of the shapeless ones had begun waking up all the slumbering pieces of themselves they had left over. Sometimes they woke from within the genetic code of their descendants, other times, in places you would never think of. I certainly had gotten the news out. Some shapeless ones must have gotten eaten by various decomposers, bitten by mosquitoes, or swallowed alive in oceans and become part of the food chain. Since the creatures were basically infinite, even one drop was enough to cause a massacre whenever the shapeless one would wake up and decide to stop being whatever it had pretended to be. Entire parts of forests fell as trees just collapsed. Society went into unrest as entire family lines just kind of stopped existing. Ancient shapeless ones in the form of corpses began to rise from their graves when little Distant pieces of themselves somehow heard the story of what happened at the sunken cradle. It was a disaster of apocalyptic proportions. In the end, one final line was sent out over a black screen as the credits ended. "We always believed that we were alone in the universe," a man said, whimpering over a radio. "And now we are." Suddenly, the red wallpaper show stopped, and I found myself standing outside the entrance to the cradle. The tens of thousands of escapees were gone, and all who remained were players. Even Camden was there. That saved him quite a walk. Kimberly had disappeared. But then we expected that. I didn't know what she was. But she wasn't the Kimberly we lost. I hoped that the real Kimberly would have her memories, though. Carousel had done something similar when hundreds of Dinas from different timelines helped us kill an army of time-traveling serial killers. "Where's Bobby?" Isaac asked. But I ignored him as Antoine and Anna were forced to tell him that they didn't know where he had gone. They were going to have to get used to that, never being able to acknowledge that they knew the truth. I had been reset. All of the sweat, dirt, and blood that had covered me were now gone. And I had my old familiar hoodie back. The thing was, I wasn't the only person wearing my hoodie. Standing in the entrance of the cradle was an exact copy of me. My name, my plot armor, my troops. All of it checked out on the red wallpaper. The only thing that revealed his true nature was the fact that, for whatever reason, his right hand morphed and elongated as it seemed to fuse with an object. It only took me a few moments to realize what that object was. It was a videotape. Shapeless One interlude among the shapeless ones. There is a select group of revered individuals said to have a long memory. They alone, it is claimed, can remember the twists and turns of our mysterious past. Some are even said to remember back before we left our physical bodies and became higher dimensional beings. The word for these people is charlatans. They exploit our desire to remember our past for clout and personal gain, though most mortals would have trouble understanding what beings such as us would have to gain from the deception. We are beyond the need for money, for food, for shelter. There is only one currency left to our civilization, and that is the narrative. We are obsessed with the story of our species. The shapeless one who controls the zeitgeist gains tremendous power. It isn't that they fool us into believing things that aren't true. They simply give us a shiny new backstory, and we are thankful to them. The fact is that even before we came here, we always had a deep love for role-playing. We always imagined ourselves as part of a bigger story. We believed we held an important place among the many worlds. We believed it right up until the day we fled to Carousel. My guess is that we aren't the only ones. The way I see it, being immortal is only impressive if you've been that way for a long time. That's something the Manifest Consortium and all the other colonies of magical humans don't understand. The shapeless ones have been around longer than we can describe. Longer than a physicist could find the notation to record. When you're that old, sometimes you hear stories about yourself, and you have no idea if they're true. After a while, all memories become exactly that, stories. You sit in the audience of your own history, and you wonder what came before, and whether any of it ever mattered. I've been so many people in my time. I've been world leaders and scientists. I've fought in wars on more versions of Earth than I could count. I've had so many names I couldn't begin to relay them all. Today, my name is Riley Lawrence. It won't be forever. The real Riley Lawrence and I walked as we talked. We had nowhere to go, but we had all the time in the world to get there. The valley was wide and cast in a golden hue of light. We walked along the river that ran through it. Riley a few steps ahead of me, his shoulders set in a way I recognized from the inside. I had taken his shape so well. I knew the ache in his lower back from sleeping on the boat. I knew the small habit of flexing his fingers like he was typing on an invisible keyboard in his mind when he was thinking. I knew there was always a movie playing in the back of his mind. And I knew the guilt he felt for never really engaging with his own life before Carousel. It is strange, taking someone's identity. As soon as the shaping machine finishes the last fold of their brain, you have all of it, their memories, their personality, every hope and dream served to you on a platter. Whatever baggage they carry feels light because deep down, you know it doesn't belong to you. Riley Lawrence had baggage. He carried it as quietly as Carousel allowed him to. I didn't know how he was going to react when I'd first caught his attention after he beat the storyline. There are only so many realistic responses to meeting your own copy. and I had seen them all. Anger, fear, sometimes a kind of brittle, performative humor. I hoped he would handle it as he had the first time we met. When the moment came, Riley did not let me down. It wasn't anger. It wasn't fear. It was curiosity. Wonder, even badly hidden. Our little game of lost memories and secrets had clearly gone both ways. I don't remember one of you taking my shape, he said. I don't think Carousel wanted you to, I answered. Mortals waste so much of their lives on small talk. I got none of it from him. He took a plastic tape container from his hoodie pocket, the number 4 drawn on the spine in his own handwriting, and held it out between us like a question. I knew all about that tape. Care to explain? He asked when he saw the recognition on my face. The last time we met, I said. You told me you wanted to remember everything. Is that still true? As eager as he was to chase down the last loose end of the storyline, he was rightly cautious of me. His eyes drifted to my hand, his hand, technically, where it blended seamlessly into the plastic body of the 4th videotape. The film unspooling and trailing in the wind like a long black ribbon. What kind of trick are you trying to play? He asked. None. He was doing remarkably well for a man in conversation with his own doppelganger. Maybe he was just too tired to psych himself out. Or maybe the filmmaker in him recognized a scene when he saw one and knew better than to break character. This has my handwriting on it, he said, holding the tape container up. Is that because I wrote it? What do you think? I asked. I wasn't being rude. If he didn't put it together himself, I wouldn't be allowed to tell him. He thought about it. I think the title of the trope prop department requisition refers to an actual place, and that when we need props, we have to make them ourselves. We have to earn them. I smiled then and offered him the chance to remember. Now, I was almost certain Carousel would let me. Why else would it have allowed me to come here? He nodded. I reached out, and folding my good hand, and gave him back what I could of the memories he had lost. I had never been to the props department before. Riley went there many times. Though he didn't remember them, I remembered, through him, the moment he first realized what he got himself into. He was forced to film The Sunken Cradle Part 1 from the outside. Not the real storyline. Just a movie that walked off the silver screen and went 3-dimensional. He could never go on screen, which meant he had to film everything from a distance. He could rarely hear the dialogue. It frustrated him to no end. But he learned about the storyline, regardless. He was good at picking up details and reworking them into actionable intelligence. That's what made being him so fun. My interaction with him didn't begin until much later, after he filled 3 videotapes and started a 4th. Carousel made the rule plain. He was not allowed to go down into the cradle. We were in Carousel a long time, my people, and it was my distinct impression that Carousel liked the cradle more than it liked us. An interdimensional hub, a doorway to so many worlds, all at once. We were a means to a setting. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Riley, of course, did not care for Carousel's rules. What Carousel laid down as a restriction, Riley read as a challenge. And maybe he was right too, because he found his way in. I'm still not sure if he regrets it. He filmed us at our most devious. For a species in love with roleplay, Carousel should have been a paradise, but it always had such limited ideas about which roles we were allowed to play. It wanted us as antagonists, as monsters of the week. I understood the appeal. Carousel wants stories of mortals struggling against terrible odds, and we are good at being those odds. The shapeless ones have only been protagonists in that kind of story once. It's not something I would care to relive. If you were to believe the charlatans, with their long memory, we were not always like this. They tell grand myths of our rise from simple mortals to the divine. Some of us eat up those stories, even amongst more modest shapeless ones. It is almost universally agreed that we had bodies once, though I keep a small dose of skepticism. There's no real way to know. One common theory is that we came from a version of Earth that shattered across the dimensions, and that our ability to ascend was a necessary product of evolution. Another, the one I prefer, posits that we were once great scientists, that we taught ourselves to travel the dimensions and the multiverse itself, and that somewhere in the vast cosmos, there is a forgotten realm where our bodies still wait, frozen in time, patient as glaciers, waiting for our souls, whatever a soul is, to come home. I like the idea that I have a body somewhere, waiting for me. I don't believe it, but at this point, anything could be true. Riley filmed everything that happened inside the cradle. Everything. He filmed us as we took the shapes of his friends in that first film. He filmed us from a distance. And because we ignored him, he believed we could not interact with him. He was wrong about that. He knew better than to come down. He knew information like that wouldn't be free, but he could not have imagined the cost. While he was filming our shaping machine, I received a directive from the script. The rogue shapeless one captures Riley and compacts him into a dimensional void in order to take his shape. We don't have names, my people. Maybe my body does. Somewhere back in Universe X. But if I ever had a name that belonged to me, I don't remember it. We have always preferred the names of our shapes anyway. If a name was even needed, we recognize each other instantly, by proximity alone, an ability that Carousel has never bothered to write into its movies. We have a great many powers that Carousel does not let us use in its storylines. Capturing Riley was easy. I was off-screen. And being off-screen has its perks. I can be myself when no one is looking. I had no clue about Carousel's purpose for Riley. Perhaps I would be tasked with running the storyline as Riley Lawrence, the film buff. Perhaps that was how he was meant to learn his lesson. I would never find out, because Riley never had to learn it. As I was being shaped into him, something went wrong. My hand, and the videotape pinched inside of it, the one he pulled from his camera, didn't form correctly. I came out the other side incomplete. Hand and tape fused into a single bad knot of plastic and flesh. The shaping machine doesn't make mistakes. Not that I can remember. And the script said nothing about this particular shaping going awry. Then I saw him. Out on the floor. Standing where he should not have been. He escaped the timeless prison I stuck him in. I looked at the tape in my malformed hand and at the identical tape in his. And I understood. That clever little bastard unspooled the film, gripped the loose end in one fist, and threw the cassette like a grappling hook. The tape paid out behind it in a long black streamer until it crossed through the radius of the compactor, with a physical medium connecting him to the outer dimension. The dimensional void was compromised, and he was expelled from within it. Too bad he ruined all his footage in the process. He wasn't the first creature to figure that trick out. Usually, it's the things with tentacles or long searching roots. It's not every day that a human gets out using nothing but quick thinking and a length of videotape. Up until that moment, Carousel had no problem with me feeding him back his own memories. He earned the knowledge of the props department. He pieced it together. That was fair. Carousel only stripped players of their memories in the department because it would be an unfair advantage. Not because the place was taboo. But for whatever reason, Carousel didn't want him to know what happened next. I wanted to show him the plan he made, the one he needed the little plastic cassette container for. I wanted him to know how well he had learned from his time in the cradle. He had such a daring plan. He deserves to know, I thought. The script bound me anyway. He deserves to know. He earned it. Let me show him. Carousel would not budge. Maybe it didn't want him haunted by the psychic pain that plagued him in the cradle. Maybe it just didn't want him to get smug. Or maybe Carousel planned on recycling his plan just like it did so many other things. I tried my best, anyway. To give him context. To show him our long conversation between Shape and Shapeless One. In the dark near the shaping machine. I'm still not sure how much of it he picked up. He had a plan to win it all. And he would never get to know it. We talked for hours. He interrogated me, hoping to learn every little detail about my kind. Even when he knew he would forget it. At one point, he turned toward a dark hallway that I knew to be empty. He cocked his head, the way an animal does when it hears the snap of a twig. Cassie? He asked. I looked where he was looking. There was nothing there. Even with all my senses, I couldn't perceive it. He waited. He got no answer. But he kept staring into the dark long after a man without a reason would have turned away. Humans can become attuned to the cosmos through some kind of psychic ability. That is a power shapeless ones can only covet, even wearing a human shape. We are too vast to feel the smallest vibrations in the immense array of existence. It seems counterintuitive that such simple creatures could be more sensitive than we are. But then, a butterfly is probably more sensitive to a small stir of wind than a man is. I watched him stare into that darkness for some time before he gave up searching. I could tell that something about the aura of the cradle was weighing on him. If you don't want me to tell him his plan, then why did you want me to find him after the storyline? The script gave me no answer. Not for a long time. I stopped showing him his past. He took a slow breath. The memories finished settling. Is that it? He asked. He didn't look at me. He spoke to the valley. Cassie said I had an idea for beating the storyline. That there was something I forgot. She was there. Somehow she knew I was onto something. I can't speak about that, I said. A pause. But I did have a plan. I can't speak about that. He didn't press. He knew the shape of a wall when he hit one. He breathed out through his nose, long and even, and watched the river. I could tell he was in pain. If you're not going to tell me, he said quietly, then what is all of this about? I told him the truth. I don't know, I said. I'm just following the script. He looked at me then, really looked at me. His own face wearing his own expression. The small annoyance of a man who has come a long way for an answer that turns out to be a dead end. He breathed deeply, recovering from the weight of having his own memories pushed back through him. And only then, standing at the edge of the great valley, did the script finally give me my next line. Do you want to know why we came to Carousel? I asked. Sure, he said, still grinding his teeth against the ache of old memories returned. We came here running. I said. Why would Carousel want me to tell him that? What good would it do? We knew so little about what had hunted us. From what? He asked. I didn't have to come up with an answer. Carousel had one prepared for me. But as soon as I read it, I paused. Was it even true? We were running from something we couldn't see or understand, I said. A destroyer of worlds. Something down even us. It took all of us but 100 or so. All who perceived it perished. Was that true? 100? That couldn't be. We were powerful beings. Our numbers were in the millions. It had to be a lie. Surely I would remember. It hadn't been that long. Did I remember there being more of us? I searched the recesses of my mind. No, I didn't. I had no recollection of millions of my kind in Carousel. What had happened to us? What's wrong? Riley asked. Nothing, I said. We came to Carousel running. Had the enemy really taken so many? Why couldn't I remember? More words appeared on the script. We came here on the brink of extinction, I said. Carousel saved us. That was true, wasn't it? We were almost all gone. The memory hit me in the gut. I couldn't take it. Please, I begged. Let me forget. Had I asked for that before, Carousel answered my prayer. I forgot the truth. It all became a story again. What could drive shapeless ones to extinction? He asked. It was a good question. Carousel did not let me answer it. Instead, it told me to leave, and I obliged. Wait, Riley said. Are you really just here to tease me? Maybe I was. My memories became stories again, and I found some small measure of peace in letting them go. But a thread remained. One last gasp that remembered the truth. The shapeless ones have a timeless existence. Every memory I still hold, original or borrowed, happens all at once, right now. I am a ship captain fighting through a hurricane, right now. I am the ruler of the Roman Empire. I am freezing to death in the Arctic on a doomed journey to rediscover the cradle. I am soaring through space, fleeing every version of Earth I have ever known. I am a sorcerer. I am a saint. I am a mother. I am a father. I am a child with my whole life ahead of me. I am the survivor of a purge played out across many worlds. I am Riley Lawrence, a film buff, on the verge of discovering the horrifying reality of my situation for the 100th time. I am curious and excited. As that last little spark of memory faded, I worried about Riley. If Carousel had gone through all of this to bring him to us, did that mean it planned to send him further into the darkness? What horrid plot was it unfurling? I wish you luck, my human friend. Curiosity is a spear no shield can block. But where you are going, they are very curious too. Being confused about the nature of Carousel and my purpose in it was not a new thing. But usually, that was because I had too little information and very few solid facts to work with. Suddenly, I felt overwhelmed with a litany of details and an entirely different type of confusion. I knew a scripted encounter when I experienced one. There were things that the shapeless version of me wanted to say but was not allowed to. And they had nothing to do with this storyline we had just run. I was left feeling like I needed to sift through everything I had experienced since before setting sail on the Carousel River. If only I had a minute of peace. Bobby seemed to think that Carousel had used all of its tricks to get us out here into the middle of nowhere for some purpose that even he didn't know. But he was probably just telling himself that. He had clearly constructed some elaborate justification for the choice he wanted to make. He wanted to blame his actions on Carousel, essentially. Just because he was lying about his motivations didn't mean he was wrong. I walked back toward the others, and as I did, a familiar voice popped into existence. Hee. You won a ticket, Silas. The mechanical showman said. The faintest scars from the wounds the ex-murderer had inflicted on him were still visible. All the players lined up to see what we had won. I noticed that Ramona was pretty shaken up. So, I decided to go grab her arm and guide her toward him. I didn't know how much she remembered, but from the look on her face, it was too much. She wasn't even speaking. In the storyline, her body had been host to a cosmic being, which had somehow allowed her to survive injuries that should have killed any person. A big chunk of her DNA had been ripped out of her, causing her cells to basically explode. And yet she lingered on. She was still just lingering. Everyone was exhausted. It was hard to describe how tiring the sunken cradle had been, with its constant psychic debuffs echoing in your mind even after we were returned to our pre-storyline state. That mental fatigue was still there. The memories were painful, like lumps of burning coal in our minds. I pressed the red button. Maybe all of our suffering had been worth it. We got all the usual things, tropes, stats, money, but we got a few extras too. I got to licenses. I was glad that one day there might be answers to my questions. But to be honest, I would have also accepted having all memory of that plastic video case erased from my mind. I already had enough to juggle. The other license was for Bobby's dogs. It was much simpler than the one that he got. It had no rules or restrictions. It didn't even call them the Cole's dogs, which it probably should have, since they were the original owners. It called them Bobby's dogs. Honestly, I was shocked that he was even acknowledged after going missing. That was a thread that I wasn't going to pull anytime soon. If Bobby died for nothing else, it was proving that sometimes the thread you're pulling is actually a noose. I got 5 stat tickets, and I wasn't afraid to say that I was proud of it. In the end, the storyline could only be beaten with an incredibly risky gambit of simply giving the bad guys what they wanted. Honestly, even thinking about it as I looked at those tickets, I almost felt my bowels go watery. All the adrenaline had helped me sharpen my decision-making and make the call that let us win. But looking back, that was crazy. We didn't beat them with a single stat check. At least not in the finale. Once they had basically infinite plot armor. How could I have taken that risk? In another sense, however, the solution was obvious. If you can't beat M, join M. I would continue to wonder for many weeks whether or not my plan to give in would have worked without Bobby's sacrifice. Theoretically, we needed that chase scene to end, but maybe my lingering and resolved emotions with Bobby forced me to theorize about whether his death was needed at all. The truth was, I was angry at him, and I was angry at myself, and I didn't know if that would ever end. Anyway, I got 3 tropes. Familiar filmographer type, insight work archetype, film buff aspect, filmmaker stat used. Sometimes the best eyes and ears are those built into a video camera. Maybe the camera operator is a friend documenting your joint revelry or a stranger who happened to be birdwatching nearby. Having someone to capture clues and kills on film can be very convenient. The user will control an NPC camera operator, whose role they will determine. Their stats are an extension of the user's stats. Meet Danny. He's been filming horrific events since before he came to Carousel. He'd gladly lend you his point of view. I was pretty happy to get my own companion cameraman. While the benefits weren't exactly clear to the novice survivor, in Carousel's land of horrors, being able to point a camera in the direction you wanted is a powerful narrative ability, and it is so much more convenient when you don't have to do it yourself. Animal whisper type, perk insider chat type, adventure spec, stat used, animals know first. The dog stiffens at an empty hallway. The cat stares at a spot on the ceiling. A horse refuses the trail it has taken 100 times. By the time the characters understand what's wrong, the animals have already warned them many times over. The user will have a psychic connection with plot-important animals. These animals will gain the trope animals are psychic, granting them knowledge and guidance they could not otherwise possess. They say animals can sense evil. Now, so can you. This trope didn't come from anything I had done in the storyline. It was one of Bobby's. He was able to use it because of his background trope, which made him an animal doctor. It just so happened that I was also able to use it because of my psychic background trope. Carousel did know how to twist the knife, didn't it? Maybe I could look at it as a positive. One last legacy of everything Bobby had accomplished. Studio interferencity rule insider type film buff aspect filmmaker stat used. Every screenwriter learns it eventually. The studio has notes. The character you wrote to die in Act 1 tested too well with the focus group. The execs love her. They want her on the poster. You change the story to make it work. Oh well. You'll just kill her off later, during the choice phase. The user may delay the assigned first blood to second blood, granting the targeted character more narrative weight in the meantime. First blood will then be based on narrative plot triggers. Notes from the studio. She lives. Figure it out. What was interesting about this trope was that its primary use wasn't actually what interested me. Simply by equipping it, we would have a prolonged choice phase, which would allow us to change out our tropes after getting a bit more information. Being able to adjust the death order was just a cherry on top. You had better give her a mental health trope, I said as I stared at Silas, the mechanical showman. I didn't know what his deal was, but despite his prominence in the game, I had mostly managed to ignore him as of late. But now that he had saved me from the ex-murderer, he had my full attention, and he didn't disappoint. Ramona was our lowest level player, but because of a little narrative footwork, she had been imbued with a cosmic deity that kept her alive long after she should have been captured or killed. This gave her the opportunity to have a lot of prominence, and I had to assume she got credit for the things that her eldritch parasite had accomplished. She got 7 stat tickets and a few tropes. Restorative catatonia type, insight, healing archetype, hysteric, aspect, craven stat used. She was going to be locked up whether she told them what she saw or not. Now, she doesn't tell anyone anything. When the evil comes again, she may be the only person who knows how to survive. The user will have an informative pre-storyline encounter with the enemy and begin the storyline in a roughly catatonic state, leaving the user in an impenetrable mental fog. This state can be healed through contact with allies as they try to reach through the trauma. Outside of a storyline, the healing effect works the same way. The user can recover from trauma through contact with allies. The doctors called her hopeless, but you'll call her a witness. This was a fun, creepy trope that could be incredibly useful for both restoring Ramona's mental health and gaining great insight into future antagonists. The question was she up for it? Knowing her, she was going to say she was. Whether she was or not, knowing me, I would probably let her. Adverse reaction type, perk ruler type, hysteric aspect, defiant stat used. There is no accounting for the power of emotion. The same terror that paralyzes one person might only embolden another. In a dangerous situation, unpredictability might be a liability, but it might sometimes be an asset. The user will have an unexpected or counterintuitive reaction to tropes and powers meant to cause a particular emotional or mental state. There's no telling how you'll react, but odds are, anything is better than what the enemy intended. Sometimes you come across a trope and just want to see it in action. I couldn't imagine all the uses for being able to counter the various mental manipulations Carousel's enemies had to offer. It had great utility and entertainment value. Solution by exhaustion type, rule insider type, hysteric aspect. Frantic stat used, hustle. The enemy must be weak to something, but sometimes it isn't so clear what that is. Without book learning, meta insight, or psychic intuition, finding an enemy's weakness can be impossible. Unless you're willing to try anything, the user will not be penalized for making multiple attempts to solve a narrative puzzle or to figure out an enemy's weakness. The more solutions they try, the more information will appear on the red wallpaper about the true solution. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways not to slay a vampire. Not all archetypes and aspects were great at gaining information, and it turned out that the frantic aspect was particularly bad at it. But it wasn't without tools. I didn't see her ever needing to use this, given how insight-heavy our player base was. But it was nice to have. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Cassie was our MVP. It was hard to deny. I would later ask her what it was like as nothing more than a spirit trying to guide us away from the afterlife. She told me that it was like knowing everything but not being able to remember anything. That sounded about right. It would have been too easy for Carousel to just give her the information she needed to pass along. She remembered her time in the afterlife, but not well. The ex-murderer made a distinct impression on her, but her response to my questions about him intrigued me. I knew that both she and Ramona were aware of the cognitohazard enforcer of Carousel because I could freely talk about him in their presence without feeling his breath in my ears. The thing was, when I asked Cassie what she thought about the ex-murderer, given her unique perspective on him, all she could say was, "Is that what you saw?" Her mind was to scramble to clarify what that meant. She got 8 stat tickets due to her low level and her huge impact on keeping us alive. She also got a few tropes: a peek beyond type, action, ruler type, psychic aspect, stat used. The camera can follow characters anywhere they go, even the great beyond. All mortals must take that trip, but some will make it more than once. The user may project their consciousness from their body, becoming a disembodied spirit until they return. The user gains Death Watch while in use and may continue on after their body dies. The user may equip departed tropes for use while projected. She left the room. She just didn't take the body with her. It was no surprise that she would gain the power of astral projection. The problem with this trope, like many psychic tropes, was that in a mundane storyline, it would be practically useless. I guess literal superpowers had to be balanced somehow. Death disorder type, action, and buff archetype, psychic aspect, occultist that used. Horror has a pecking order. When the wrong character dies first, the whole story gets flipped around. The audience is ready to revolt. The killer has made a misstep. He was supposed to start with someone else. Using ominous phrasing, magic, or other means, the user may mark a player for death as first blood. The enemy is debuffed based on how far down the death priority the marked player fell. Some deaths are scheduled. This one isn't. More blood control was always welcome. We would have to work together to come up with a combo that let us use all these tropes to great effect. We had enough of them by now that we could probably stop leaving things to chance. Although having people volunteer to die was always a hard conversation. I've seen this day. Type, insight, archetype, psychic aspect, stat used. She has watched her own death so many times that it has stopped frightening her. She knows the day, the moment. She won't flinch. The user will be given visions of their death. This will numb their fear and pain in the moment. The vision will change if they change the future. She woke up already knowing. The day has been waiting for her. It was nice that she wouldn't have to fear or feel pain from dying. What I was most interested in was seeing how much future knowledge she could get simply by preventing each death for which she was given information. It would take some experimenting. Death word type, action, archetype, psychic aspect, exorcist that used. Evil does not have power everywhere. The shaman's hut, the church on the hill, the little curiosities museum that gets blessed by priests. The killer pauses at the threshold, and the camera lingers there with him, and for a moment, the audience can breathe. The user may figuratively bless a location, establishing a sanctuary. Within the sanctuary, enemy threats can only manifest as weak portents. Step inside. He cannot follow you here. He will be waiting. Sanctuary tropes were always welcome. Better yet, this one seemed to work on mundane killers as well. Some types of spirituality are still acceptable even in storylines without magic. In a storyline where everyone went home with a pretty good haul, Anna somehow hit the jackpot on tropes while getting modest stat tickets. She only got 3, poor thing, but when it came to tropes, she got 6. It was hard to decipher how Carousel decided to hand things out like that. Break in Act 3 type, buffer type, final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. Every audience knows the moment. The kind one stops being kind. The girl who flinched at every shadow picks up the weapon and walks toward the dark. Relying on the goodness of others hasn't worked. Now, it's time to break through the chrysalis. In the finale, the user's grit and mettle will be buffed by the level of trauma they have endured throughout the narrative. She was never going to stay quiet. The audience just had to wait for it. Basically, she would get stronger depending on how sad the audience was for her. She hadn't quite found a way to really live up to her role as a main character. But tropes like this could at least give her some easy steps to create a character arc the audience would like. I'm right hero-type, action archetype, final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. It was always going to come down to this. She's the one the killer was after. Now, the chase is on. The camera tracks her, only her. And the rest of the cast slips into darkness where the audience can't follow. It's no longer their time to protect her. It's her time to protect them. During the finale, the user may initiate a solo chase scene that will take them through all nearby set pieces. All living allies are moved off screen for the duration of the scene. Stop looking at them. Look at me. Yes, the final girl circuit. I was wondering when she would get a trope for that. Looking at this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I wondered if it could have been the key to ending that chase scene. Plea from the heart type, healing archetype, final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. It is the cry that cuts through walls and miles and reason. The audience hears it. And so does everyone who ever loved her. They run before they decide to run. They fight through the pain, ready to make a stand. When the user is mutilated, they can call for allies to aid them. Allies that hear the call and respond will heal based on the user's degree of injury. They were in pain, but her pain was more important. Solid healing. But again, it would require Anna to step into the spotlight after having stepped out of it for so long. The second choice type, background archetype, aspect, stat used. The user is cast as a backup chosen one. While destiny doesn't favor them at first, they will get the opportunity to rise to the occasion. The player may equip the following tropes. From humble beginnings, underdog wallflower. Fall from grace, sport athlete. The missing piece, newcomer outsider. Written into a corner, critic, film buff, equivocation, evocation, seer, psychic. I wasn't exactly sure how this background would play out. Would she have bad luck until she forced her way into prominence? It was too soon to tell. But if she could find the narrative hook for this background trope, it could definitely help her build her character up. Have you seen them? Type, rescued insight. Archetype, final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. Carousel never runs out of missing posters. They go up faster than they come down, taped over each other on telephone poles and gas station windows. Just decorations at this point. Most people stop seeing them. She does not. While this trope is equipped, if the user makes an impassioned plea for help finding a postered player to an NPC, the NPC will share rumors about the missing player's death. Following their leads will trigger the storyline even without the omen. The storyline will be a rescue. The plot will be changed to a search for the missing players, whose fate will be modified from their original to help create a narratively compelling reveal. The storyline will become a solo run. No player allies may be added. Takeover. This trope will cancel out any story alterations except those inherent to the archetype or advanced archetype associated with this ticket. Find the truth is the only win condition. No others may be added to the rescue. Digging for answers may mean digging your own grave. I was astounded to see that not only did she get a rescue trope that did not require her to have the omen or know where it was, but also allowed her to rescue people on her own during a solo run. Solo runs were a bit controversial. They were seen as incredibly reckless. But on the other hand, if you managed to beat one, they rewarded you handsomely. From humble beginnings type, ruled buff. Archetype, wallflower aspect, underdog stat used. Everyone loves an underdog story. And fortunately, the first step of climbing up out of the mud is being thrown in the mud in the first place. With this trope equipped, the player's stats will receive a 30% debuff in the party. However, their stats will raise 15% of their original amount in rebirth, then again in the finale, and then once more in the final battle. If you can stick around long enough, you might just get the hang of this. Another one of Bobby's tropes back to haunt us. It was one of his better tropes. Camden did a solid job playing a bit character. He was my old army buddy, and he proved his worth by providing the supplies we needed and delivering a big bang at his end. He didn't live long enough to know that firepower wasn't enough to beat these things, but I like to think he made the film a little more fun to watch for the audience. He got for stat tickets. Carousel seemed to recognize the overall difficulty of the storyline. He also got some tropes. Risk engineer type, action archetype, scholar aspect, strategist stat used. Every blueprint has its own short list of ways it can kill you, and the engineer who drew it knows all of them. As long as the audience knows some of the dangers of a high-octane plan, they can rest their mind about others. The user can state several realistic dangers associated with a plan or event about to take place. The party will be tested on its ability to survive only those dangers. All other dangers will become trivial. The audience can't feel the shockwaves from the explosion, so why bring them up? Camden would have a heyday with this. Being able to decide the downside of any plan or stunt could be incredibly useful. Supplies on hand type, prohibited type, scholar spec, researcher stat used, sometimes. The audience doesn't care to know the details. They just want the highlights. You say you can make a bomb from household ingredients. All they care about is watching the explosion. If the user has established the credentials to plausibly construct a contraption or device, the construction materials are hand-waved as being in his reach. Oh, he's a master mechanic. I guess he could get that abandoned vehicle running. Tires don't rot in this apocalypse. In the future, it looked like Camden would be able to build improvised bombs without the trouble of actually finding explosives to put in them. Mega secret security clearance setup, background RGB, aspect, stat used. The user has some mysterious security clearance that elevates them from the level of a citizen. How did they get it? Who knows? What are they capable of? The audience will have to wait to find out. The player may equip the following tropes. Need to know agent soldier. Character upgrade celebrity eye candy. Up for interpretation stranger outsider. Secret history doomsday prepper. Anything can be a weapon commando soldier. This background trope would be useful in basically every storyline, although it would probably pigeonhole his casting. Not that he would complain. Need to know type, action insider chat type, soldier aspect, stat used. Secretive organizations can be a godsend to a screenwriter. They can know everything, or nothing. They can be everywhere or nowhere. They might be a government, a cult, or a secret society. They are a plot device incarnate. They are listening. The user may invoke their clearance to compel an NPC to share information they could only obtain through membership in a high-level organization. Depending on the story, the NPC's membership need not have existed prior to the invocation. Usually, the organization will be pretty mundane, but in some stories, it will be anything but. That information is need to know. And if you're going to survive, you need to know. It was nice to get some general information gathering tropes. Having lost Bobby, that was what we needed most. Carousel was clearly impressed with Antoine's performance, and I was too. Even though the twist was that he wasn't the main character, I assumed I hadn't yet watched the finished product. He still performed it very well. I had to wonder whether he got credit for his clone's acting performance. If anything, he would lose points if that were the case. Carousel had very specific ideas about what it wanted the Shapeless Ones to do in this storyline, but it didn't really align with their actual motivations. I wondered how that would end up in the final cut. He got 5 stat tickets and a few TROPS. Map travel sequence type, prohibited type. Adventure spec, stat used, hustle. The dotted red line traces across the parchment while music marches in the background. Mountains and rivers are passed over with ease. Oceans crossed in a smear of ink. The audience understands the journey. They don't need to meet the travel agent. The user may initiate instant travel between set pieces by opening their map. The trope may be used shortly after a storyline to travel around Carousel. The available range scales with the difficulty of the completed storyline. Be careful with fast travel. You never know how soon the action will begin when you get to the next scene. This was a literal treasure. If we used it soon enough, did that mean we could get back to Hollow Castle without having to go back on the river? I sure hoped so. Quarantine quarry type, resquircha type, athlete spec, health nut state used. Staying healthy is a marathon, not a race. While defeating a microscopic foe can be impossible, outlasting it is possible. Taking this trope and relevant missing posters into a storyline will trigger a rescue. The setting in which the omen is triggered becomes the containment zone, wherein hosts of the viral pathogen central to the original storyline will attempt to infect the user and their allies. If they survive the waves of infected until the chosen time, e.g., sunrise, then all infected will be cured. Most storylines can be converted into an infection of some kind, takeover. This trope will cancel out any story alterations except those inherent to the archetype or advanced archetype associated with this ticket. Survive the night, combined with saved innocence, is the only win condition. No others may be added to the rescue. Live to tell the tale. Any players who survive a storyline altered by this trope will not die regardless of whether the storyline is failed. Those who die will need to be rescued. Hold the line. They're still in there. The biggest reward of all was a rescue trope designed specifically to help us get Kimberly back. It said that it would adapt to pretty much any storyline. Did that mean the infection would sometimes be a curse? What about mundane storylines with simple slashers? Would that turn into a rage virus situation? There was no telling. The death cheat. Type, ruler type, adventure spec, stat used. The body falls off the cliff. The music goes sour. The team grieves and moves on without him, but somewhere off screen, he is still climbing. The audience will refuse to believe a rugged adventurer died like that. The user may sacrifice themselves for first blood or second blood, suffering an apparent death. However, the user will now enter a physically arduous subplot, the completion of which will allow them to rejoin the cast after the next player dies. If the audience doesn't believe you are dead, maybe you won't be. A classic adventure trope and more blood control. We were doing well. Tickets were not our only rewards. I got 3 pips in the Adventurer's Advanced Archetype Tracker, as well as 2 in the Detective Tracker, and 1 additional point in my Mystery, Advanced Archetype. I still wasn't sure what it was, but I was only 2 pips away from finding out. Ramona got 6 pips in her Eldritch Conduit AA, bringing her up to 8. I didn't know what Carousel was waiting for. She deserved more than that. Anna got 3 in Adventurer, as did Camden. Kelsey and Isaac went up and pressed the red button, but got almost nothing. Isaac got a single stat ticket. They didn't manage to escape before being copied by the shapeless ones, and we never really had time to rescue them and fold them into the story. That was a bummer. Cassie jumped up to 8 points in the Departed AA. I didn't know whether that was something she earned all at once from this one storyline or had accumulated from other storylines. I suspected the latter. After Silas disappeared, we sat around waiting, thinking about what our plan should be. We still had to debrief on what had happened, and we had to do it with the complication of the ex-murderer and his bewildering need for secrecy. We were tired, but we were alive. Little did we know that the end of that storyline was only the beginning. On the Throughline Tracker, a throughline was labeled Lucian's Carousel River Cruise. It was maxed out. 10 out of 10 pips. It was time to see what that had earned us. Not so long ago. After receiving our rewards, we knew exactly what we would do next. We were going back to the loft. It was a simple routine, but it was one I missed. Ever since we set sail on the river, the question of what to do next changed constantly. Did we try to find our allies? Did we try to find shelter? Do we try to return to Carousel proper? I didn't always know the right answers, but we had to do something. After the Sunken Cradle Part 2, I still had questions, but I was too tired to ask them. Not everyone was. Where's Bobby? Isaac asked. He was back in his tie-dye shirt and cargo shorts. We had given them all a rundown of the storyline, and they had shared their perspectives, which mostly involved waiting while captured and then being frozen in time. But there was one explanation we could never give them, and that was what had happened to Bobby. We don't know where he is, Antoine said, not meeting Isaac's gaze. He's missing. No one added to that. So that means that we wait around until he shows up? Camden asked. Camden had not actually seen the ex-murderer, but he was no fool, and he knew what it meant to say that someone disappeared or went missing with no further explanation. You're not saying what I think you're saying, are you? He asked Antoine. Anna and I exchanged glances. Cassie looked down at the ground, ashamed, and Ramona started laughing. But a strange fear overtook her, and her laughter was caught in her throat. That was all it took for Camden to understand. He was a smart guy. You've got to be kidding me, he said. All of them are in on it now. I couldn't confirm or deny it. The trick was, we weren't allowed to acknowledge that we knew what had happened to Bobby or any of the others, and I certainly wasn't brave enough to try to come up with some goofy workaround, especially after my close encounter with the ex-murderer himself. I could feel his desire to kill so potently. It was like he was only waiting for an excuse. I think I know what happened, Isaac said. You probably shouldn't say, Camden said, still huffing over being the only one not in on the secret. No, I have an idea, Isaac said. Look, Bobby had that trope that let him escape a storyline once his role was finished. Right. Well, I bet that's what happened. I bet he saw things were going south, and he abandoned us. He was acting weird. We couldn't exactly argue against it. But we didn't need to. That's not what happened, you idiot, Kelsey said. She was a veteran and had been around a lot longer than us. So she was familiar with what it meant when someone never returned. He went missing. No, what I'm saying is that he ran off in the middle of the storyline, Isaac said. That's the most logical explanation. This went on for a couple more seconds. Him trying to explain what he remembered of the rules for Bobby's meaningful sacrifice trope. And then eventually it clicked. Luckily, he figured it out before Kelsey managed to glare him to death. Oh, he went missing, Isaac said eventually. That is some crazy timing, isn't it? He just happens to, whatever happened to him. Right as we seemed to beat Lucky's through line. I still don't understand how that worked. I looked around at Antoine, Cassie, Hannah, and Ramona. They were not appreciating all this conjecture about Bobby's fate. I always thought it was hard on me, but apparently, I had gotten used to it to some degree, just as Roxy had. I was glad for the change in subject. It would seem that our time on the river wasn't wasted, I said. Makes you wonder whether or not Lucky was involved in this somehow. Seeing as he got what he wanted, Bobby had mentioned that Lucky was involved. I was just throwing it out there. Did he get what he wanted? Antoine asked, his relief at the change of subject palpable. I thought he was trying to get us to some sanctuary neighborhood, and it looks like we're in the middle of the jungle. That's why I said it would seem that our time wasn't wasted, I responded. I haven't exactly tested my theory. Okay, well, how do we test your theory? Anna asked. Are we really in the middle of a jungle? She gestured around at the valley and forests that surrounded it. Seems pretty simple to me, Camden said. We go up high, and we look for some suburbs, and we go there and ask if they have anything to eat. We were still at the bottom of the valley, but luckily, we didn't have to travel far to find a way up the cliffside that would lead us to the top of the waterfall. I didn't know what I would see when we got there. To tell the truth, I didn't really care whether there was a sanctuary neighborhood at the end of all this. Normally, I was all for indulging curiosities, but we had paid too high a price for this. We had risked too much, taken from Royal Road. This narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. We emerged at the top of the cliff with nothing to show for our effort except a long stretch of grassland pockmarked by large boulders sporadically scattered across the land. The river ran strong up here, but we had no boat to navigate it, and even if we did, we would have to go upstream to continue in the direction we were headed. While I contemplated our next move, Antoine called me over to him, away from the rest of the group. Funny enough, he looked to be in much better spirits than he had just minutes earlier. The climb up the cliffside had triggered his mountain as a metaphor trope to help heal whatever mental health irritation the ex-murderer had caused. The climb had gotten me nothing but dirt under my fingernails and a bruised shin. I don't understand this, Antoine said. We were always theorizing about why you couldn't tell us where people went when they disappeared. But I thought that when we found out, there would be some explanation for it all. Some reason that it had to be a secret. It appeared his mind was still occupied with that. I wish I could help you, I said. Whenever I learned the secret, even the other people who knew hated talking about it. And they didn't know anything to begin with. It was majorly frustrating being terrified of this enforcer or whatever he is, but not getting to know anything about him. In fact, it still was frustrating, right? Antoine said as he knocked some dirt off his pant leg. Because wouldn't it make more sense to let everyone know he existed? I had asked the same thing. I don't know, I said. If you're Carousel, maybe the name bureaucracy of it all is part of the fun. I stared over at where the water fell off the edge of the cliff. I didn't want to think about this anymore. I wanted to sleep. Still, I couldn't help but devote a great deal of my brain power to reviewing all the facts. It can't be that simple, can it? Antoine asked. Carousel wants some strange mystery that people are afraid to reveal the truth to for no reason. I don't know, I said. There's at least one reason. What's that? Antoine asked. I looked up at the sky. It was huge and blue. Not a cloud in sight. Well, I figure, I started to say before biting my lip for a moment just to give it a little bit more thought. If you know that quitting the game results in your death, then it's not really a choice, is it? But if there's a chance, even the smallest, most unlikely chance that something else happens. Well, maybe that's enough for Carousel to say it's a real choice. We talked for a bit longer. I wasn't completely satisfied with my answer, but it was the only one I had. And we all knew how Carousel liked to skirt around the idea of consent and true free will. After all, the power of players was their ability to make choices. We were under no one's control, at least by Carousel's definition. So what do you think happened to him? Antoine asked. He got cut from the left side of his neck to his right armpit. I said, who knows what might happen after that? I had two ideas fighting inside of me. The first was that Bobby's choice had mattered, and that there was something on the other side of it. The other idea was that he was a complete idiot and had accomplished nothing. I didn't know which idea I liked more. I didn't have much more time to think about that because, as we walked back over to the group and rejoined them, our attention was stolen by a particularly strange sight in the field. In the area of about an acre by my best guess, maybe more than that, trees started to grow where there had only been grass. And they weren't growing slowly. In fact, it looked like we were watching a time lapse. They would jump up and hide a few times a second, moving just slow enough that we could register the jumps in time. And the trees were not even the most unusual thing, because standing in front of them was a team of men. The men moved much more quickly. They were dressed like they were performing at one of those colonial villages designed to show you what life was like back in the Old West or something like that. They had aprons and large sews as well as huge crates filled with supplies. What the heck is going on? Isaac asked. We either need to watch or run, Kelsey said. We need to make a decision quickly. Let's watch, I said. The men jumped forward in time so quickly that we could actually see their beards growing and then getting trimmed back suddenly. It wasn't a particularly cinematic showing. The men would show up, stare at the trees, then walk away, disappearing from our sight. This would happen once or twice every 10 seconds as the trees grew. I don't see them on the red wallpaper, Anna said. I didn't either. Luckily, we were a pretty safe distance away from what was happening. So, we all silently decided to watch. Eventually, the trees were big enough to tower over the men. But this didn't last long because the men brought out their big saws and started cutting them down one at a time. And then the real work began. They took the wood from the trees and began to hew it into lumber. They leveled a square of land, built a stone foundation, and then began to take wood from the trees to construct a small cabin. As far as I could tell, the men worked tirelessly from our perspective. But the way that they would work and then disappear and then work and then disappear told me that in whatever strange temporal situation they were in, a lot of time was passing, days or even weeks, as the house was being built right in front of us. The workmen didn't seem to notice us or care one way or another. They worked diligently as the cabin took form, got walls, a roof, and then finally a door, all of which must have happened in less than 5 minutes. From the first sprout of a tree to a finished cabin in the last seconds. The men finally turned to us, tipped their hats at us, smiling under their big mustaches, and then disappeared altogether. The strange time-lapse stopped. The trees and plants in the background stopped growing, and a large burst of wind tore from that area, moving over the field and us. All we could do was look at each other. Did Carousel just build us somewhere to sleep? Anna asked. That was a good guess, but it wasn't right. Carousel had nothing to do with this. Moments after the workmen disappeared, and the burst of wind struck us, the door to the cabin opened, and someone within it stuck their head out. It was a man who appeared to be in his late 40s and probably had appeared that way for thousands of years. He wore a suit that would have been out of date back home on Earth, but the Manifest Consortium didn't really care about clothing going out of date. They were obsessed with the time periods and trends of the worlds they came from and with those that they never got to experience. He wore gloves and a thin, polite smile. As soon as he got sight of us, he turned back into the cabin and yelled something out that sounded like, "I found them." Then he stepped out of the cabin completely, followed by an assortment of immortal sorcerers, some of whom I vaguely recognized, others of whom I knew by name. Silas Darkin, Lucian Lucky Graves, Dr. Aldrich Rose, Dr. Masha Striga, Vincent St. Vane, and many others all emerged from the door with their own unique theatrical flourishes. My friends looked absolutely petrified. The Manifest Consortium were an odd bunch, the way they dressed, the way they talked, the way they viewed us mortals, and we would have to put up with it. We were at their mercy. I decided to walk ahead of the group and greet the narrators first. The others followed me. If I didn't show fear, if I didn't grovel at these sorcerers' feet, maybe the others wouldn't feel so nervous. Maybe. It looks like they just did a photo shoot, I said, as the narrators were walking toward us. It was true that they were all dressed up, playing their characters. But I said it because I didn't want my friends to be intimidated. I thought maybe if I made fun of the immortal sorcerers, that might signal that everything would be okay. Despite my run-ins with the Manifest Consortium, I had to admit I was shaking as they walked toward us. The last time I had faced this many of them, I was in the middle of pulling the wool over their eyes, and I felt powerful because of it. This time, I felt vulnerable. That didn't mean I was going to cower. Not with everyone watching. And everyone was watching, because soon after the narrators made their way out, a gaggle of reporters, several of whom I recognized, found their way through the cabin door. I turned to my friends and said, as boldly and clearly as I could, do not act afraid. You have to pretend that none of this bothers you. Pretend that you're a celebrity or something. We need these people to support us, but they do not pity us. So don't try to ask them to. What else could I say? Normally, people in a desperate situation can reliably ask for help from other humans. But these immortals were out of touch, or at least willfully apathetic to our plight. Vincent St. Vane was in the lead, in his crimson and gold suit, with Lucky right behind him. Mr. Lawrence, St. Vane was saying as he approached, we never had any doubts in your success. He looked back at what I assumed must have been some sort of invisible camera and smiled. Then he turned back and said, that final strategy, acquiescing to the enemy's desire even though it destroyed the world just so that you could finish the storyline, was truly marvelous. We had countless viewers calling in, metaphorically reaching through the silver screen to urge us to do anything we could to help you. They should have known you would pull it out in the end, as you always have. Little did they know how close we came to failure. I like to keep you guessing, I said. He combed his fingers through his auburn hair as he threw back his head and laughed. Then he looked me in the eye and said, you certainly do. Now, if you'll excuse me, we have a very exciting undertaking ahead of us, and I must be at the helm. He reached out to shake my hand as flashbulbs burst somewhere in the ether, capturing my image on cameras I couldn't see. I shook his hand, as much as I didn't want to. The strange thing was, I was aware of the cameras. These weren't like the ones that filmed our storylines. It was almost as if the camera was a part of my body, and as soon as it got close and started filming me, I became aware of it. It followed Vincent St. Vane as he walked away to go talk to the reporters before he let them come feast on us. Congratulations, Lucky said. See, I knew you could do it. You just had to believe in yourselves. A spout of rage rose up within me, and I had to do everything I could not to tell him off. Again, we had to play our roles, and I knew that making him care about our well-being was a lost cause. As honest and relatable as Lucky had seemed, at the end of the day, he was just another immortal. To him, we were only tools. Though if I were honest, I did see shame in his eyes, embarrassment, perhaps. Just wait here. We'll make sure that you have good accommodations. After a storyline like that, you've earned a little relaxation, he said. Antoine stepped forward, and I nearly put my hand out to stop him because I thought he was going in for a punch. But instead, he held out his hand for Lucky to shake, and Lucky, smiling, obliged him. I looked over at Antoine, and he looked back at me, and I could see he understood what I was trying to tell them. A voice came from the back of the pack of narrators, most of whom were preoccupied with excited chatter. Why, Lucien, here I thought the extent of your capability lay in gambling and drinking. I recognized the voice as belonging to Silas Dyerkin. It was a stage performer's voice dipped in cynicism. He made his way through the pack and stood next to Lucky as he surveyed the other players and me. Don't go telling people that, Lucky said. It might ruin my image. Lucky wasn't dressed casually as he had been before. In fact, he was wearing some derivation of a safari outfit, playing the character that the audience knew him to be. Silas wore a dark suit with subtle frills, like some sort of boring Addams Family cousin. It looks like you've found a way to motivate this group, Silas continued. I must say, You made my efforts appear quite misguided. I just told them the truth, Lucky said. Mortals can surprise you when you let them. Silas looked over us, then back at Lucky. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. No, they can't, he said with a forced smile before turning his back and leaving. Lucky looked at us like he was searching for someone, and then he asked, "Where's Bobby? He should be here, shouldn't he?" Did they not know what happened to Bobby? I don't know, I lied. He disappeared. He disappeared, Lucky asked, hoping that I would offer further clarification. I see, like his wife disappeared. Well, that certainly is curious. We have teams looking into that phenomenon. He looked at me sharply, hoping to see some sign in my face. But I couldn't say what. He never brought up the subject of Bobby again, although he seemed to understand the implication, because that small amount of shame I had seen in his face before now became his general expression. Luckily, he managed to hide his emotions after a few moments of concentration. "Well, come over this way," he said. "It's time to claim our prize." He began walking away, back toward where all the other narrators had headed. "I thought you said there was no prize for your through line," Camden said, catching up with Antoine and me at the front of the pack. "No," Lucky said. "I said that I wouldn't give you anything. I didn't say there was no prize at all." There were several men and women huddled around a small wooden table object, about the size of a small bedside table. I assumed that most of them were narrators based on their costumes alone. While all members of the Manifest Consortium dressed funny, it was easy to tell the ones who were playing things up and who were just wearing their work clothes. All around us, various low-level immortals were working under the direction of Vincent St. Vane. It wasn't clear what they were doing at first. But then trees began to grow, and new buildings started to be built, much in the same way the original cabin had been. I didn't know why they were building here. Perhaps it was a settlement, or more likely some sort of strategic base of operations. But it was truly a wondrous sight to see all these buildings being put up around us. The immortals didn't seem to care one way or another and were far more interested in the small wooden table. I did my best to squeeze in to get a view. When Lucky saw I was being pushed out, he turned to me and said, "Riley, come take a look," signaling his fellow immortals to let me through. What I saw looked to my eyes like a very antique wooden version of that spinner used when playing the party game Twister. But I would bet everything I owned that wasn't the case. There was a ton of ornate writing on it in tiny copper script. It was octagonal in design, with all 8 sides separated by lines that ran to the middle, where the spinner was. One of the immortals, I didn't know who, because, of course, these people didn't show up on the red wallpaper, called out, "Place your bets." "I think this supposed sanctuary is that direction," he said as he took a ticket from thin air and placed it on the table within one of the 8 sections. The ticket was for a refreshing shave. Quickly, other immortals did the same, each of them placing a ticket that they had won in the sweepstakes on a different section of the small table. When the final space was about to be filled, Lucky stopped the sorcerer who was going to do it. And then he looked to me and said, "Would you like to play?" The other immortals cheered me on. I felt like a child getting to drink his first sip of beer. And to tell the truth, I was excited. All of the writing on the table was the same stuff I had seen on those sweepstakes tickets, as well as the ticket that had been on the lanyard around my double's neck when I went to the tower beyond the mountain. This was a magical device enchanted by what the immortals called MBW, which they pronounced as imbue. No amount of anger or fear could wash away my curiosity about real magic. I reached into thin air and pulled out one of the tickets I had been given by the narrator, Dr. Masha Striga, who at that time was working in some capacity to help build a large building at the center of the forward base. I had several tickets, but the one I chose was supposed to make a perfect casserole. I had been tempted to use it many times, but I never did. I placed it in the one remaining spot on the table that was not taken. Others had offered up tickets of similar value. One seemed to be related to liquor, and another to tailoring. I didn't get to see all of them. The crowd was clearly amazed that I even owned a sweepstakes ticket. As soon as the last bet was in, the spinner in the middle activated, twirling so fast I could barely see it. The table also let loose a cheerful little tune like a music box would. All of the immortals began clapping like they were playing some silly drinking game. And then, After about 30 seconds, the spinner slowed down and eventually stopped altogether while pointing away from the valley and to the left a bit. It landed on the opposite side of where I had put my ticket. As soon as it stopped, everything everyone else had bet disappeared and then reappeared on top of the ticket wagered by the winner. He eagerly scooped them up and put them in his pocket. "Looks like it's that way, ladies and gents," one of the immortals cried as the whole group began to march away. One of the lower-level Manifest Consortium members grabbed the little spinning table that we had bet on and folded it up in a way that didn't seem physically possible, folding it in half several times until they could put it in their pocket. I looked back at my friends, and we were all undeniably interested in what we were seeing. Lucky stayed back and looked at me, ready to answer any question I might ask, and so I did. "It was just a game?" I asked, which admittedly sounded stupider than I was hoping. I had been told a bit about how this magic worked, but I was hoping for an overview. "Of course it's a game," Lucky said as he began walking in the direction that the needle had pointed. "You'll find that everything is a game if you've got enough imagination." I had been told briefly how MBW worked. It wasn't usable magic in and of itself, but it did have the ability to enforce and balance rule sets. I knew what that meant in broad strokes. I knew that it was the power by which the sweepstakes worked, and the game at Carousel as well. But to see it applied to such a simple betting game amazed me. I looked back at the others and saw a smile plastered on Camden's face. We quickly followed the narrators. I walked as fast as I could to catch up to Lucky. I was going to ask him a question, but Camden beat me to it. I had told him everything I knew about the magic itself, which wasn't much, but it was enough to form theories. "So I assume there are limits to what that little betting game can do, right?" he asked. "Or else you would have found this place all on your own." Lucky laughed, apparently thrilled at our amazement. "I reckon it's possible that we could find something to wager that would have been worth the directions to the sanctuary, but I can't imagine what that might be. Magic table or no magic table, Carousel's rules still apply, and there's nothing it values more than a good show. That's why we needed you." It was nice to feel needed. We followed the group away from the base camp. We were eager, but in Carousel, fear was never far from our minds. It wasn't a long trek across the fields and along stony paths around the distant hills. There were, however, some obstacles. The first was a large boulder that had fallen across the trail we were following. Only one person could pass it at a time, and doing so was still dangerous because the path was already a narrow ledge that dropped off into a canyon. One misstep could kill a person. I didn't know what it would do to the immortals, but they clearly didn't want to risk it. "Mortimer," one of the narrators, Dr. Aldrich Rose, said, "why don't you show us some of your quick thinking?" A man wearing a wool cloak and gloves stepped forward. He took out a pad of paper that looked like a checkbook and began writing on it for a few moments. Then, he tore out the page and punched a hole in it with a silver hole puncher. Ahead of us, some of the very same men I had seen building the cabin earlier appeared, and a time lapse began as they widened and cleared the path forward around the edge of the canyon. They installed a railing and left a trail of gravel as they worked. "It's starting to look like magic is just the strategic use of other people's work," Camden said. "Just be happy they aren't making us do it," I said. The group followed the construction of the path with great excitement. I got the feeling that this feat of magic was rather complicated, despite how quickly it had been accomplished. I had to wonder what rule sets MBW was being used to enforce and balance here. It didn't seem very balanced at all. Not only did the builders enhance the path around the hill when they came upon a rickety old rope bridge, but they also began fixing it immediately. They brought out new ropes and boards, making the structure bigger and sturdier than ever. This was seen as a truly impressive addition to the magic by the other sorcerers. To me, it was all amazing. But what did I know? After the bridge was complete, the workers paused on the other side of the gap, faced us, and tipped their hats just as they had previously. This time, I was close enough to see that some of these men were crying. They weren't tears of sadness, but more like reverence or awe. The workers flickered out of existence, and the journey continued forward. Some of the worker bees were using magical instruments made of brass and wood, doing their best to detect danger. As far as I could tell, I watched one in particular as he worked. He dressed like a young sailor setting forth on a steampunk adventure, but he acted like an IT guy. After his machine finished its reading, the man pulled a ticket from the slot it had been inserted into and read it to one of the higher-ups. His boss seemed to like what he heard, and he shouted, "This way. We're safe to move forward." I wish I had a safety tracking machine. All I had to detect danger was a trope that gave me supernatural anxiety. I was able to use it to confirm that there were no omens in the direction we were heading. This continued for about a mile until the little machine eventually spit out a ticket that said, "Don't go any further," or something to that effect. The mortals were very careful not to disobey their little machine, but the path had opened up, and there was enough room to see where we had arrived. Down below us, in the valley, not too different than the one that our last storyline had been set in, was a small neighborhood that seemed to start from nowhere and end abruptly on the other side, as if Carousel had literally cut and pasted it from whatever world it grabbed it from. The rest of the area was populated by fields scarred by battle. The mortals began clapping each other's backs until someone grabbed Lucky, and they all brought him in for the back-slappingest group hug I had ever seen. It was an odd sight to see the mortals like this, men in suits, women in dresses, some of them, none of them matching by the standards of the world I came from, most of them completely ignoring us puny mortals. I looked out over the neighborhood that we had unknowingly worked so hard to get to, and I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to be looking for. The sorcerers were abuzz with discussion, much of which intrigued my friends and me. Tension seems to be holding steady at 3-5. One of them said. That would support the sustained danger theory. Several of them concurred. Others argued that the mythical recursive throughline model had not been disproven, nor did they have sufficient information to come to a conclusion on the ambient momentum conjecture, though the unresolved Act 2 hypothesis had been soundly rejected, as no ongoing storyline had been detected. All we could do was watch as one of the bickering wizards began construction of a watchtower on the vista where we all stood. The magic was different here, as it seemed to flicker into existence rather than be built to fit the scene. As I watched, I noticed that the sorcerer known as Mortimer had stepped back from the pack, clearly unimpressed with the new watchtower. We had been standing around for half an hour at that point, so I decided to close in and ask the man a question. My friends followed me. He didn't turn his head when I arrived, but he seemed plenty aware of my presence. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. If you seek to learn the art of the magic between worlds, please take no lesson from this, he said. I drew on all my memories of MBW. Is it not balanced? I asked, hoping not to sound like an idiot. For now it is, the man said, gritting his teeth. If they desire to build upon that structure or shield it from Carousel's trickery, they might find difficulty. Only then did he look at me and extend a gloved hand. My name is Mortimer the 304th. I have been a devoted observer of your exploits. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mortimer the 304th. How long did that family line go? And what convinced them the name Mortimer needed to stick around? I decided not to question him on it. Where do the workers come from in your spell? I asked. They are real people, aren't they, my flock? Yes, he said. It is advanced MBW. Preceptuism. They build their monuments to us as instructed in exchange for otherworldly recompense. Of course, the real struggle is building a loyal and capable congregation to begin with. That takes time and patience. Don't tax your mind with the particulars. It is beyond you in more ways than one. We said our goodbyes and backed away. Trying to cut through the man's manner of speaking was difficult enough. He's saying that those people he got to build the road and the bridge are his worshippers. Camden said, he's their god. No, Anna said, that can't be. I laughed. It doesn't contradict a single thing I know about them, I said. Did this Mortimer the 304th really have some group of followers stashed away somewhere in the many worlds whose sole purpose was building things for him? It sent a chill down my spine as I looked at the men and women as they argued about the sanctuary. Did they each have their own cult somewhere whose only purpose was creating mundane convenience? We didn't have much time to think about it. The reporters we had seen earlier had made their way down the path to us and finally got their chance to get their scoop. Party of Promise. One woman whose hole puncher I had once used held a microphone toward me and asked, "Now that you've finished Lucien Graves's throughline, what are you going to do next?" I looked over at Antoine, and then at Camden, Anna, and the others. I turned to the reporter and said, "We're going to rescue our leading lady. They like that. Kimberly was popular, as I remembered, and it seemed her sudden demise had been bad for ratings. It was sickening to talk about her like she was a basketball player who would have to sit out a few games because of a twisted ankle. We did what we had to." Antoine even proclaimed his love for her when put on the spot. Did these reporters also have devoted cults at their beck and call? I had to hope not. The gaggle of journalists had more questions. They mostly asked us about the storyline. We gave our answers. Almost all of it was lies. They didn't want to hear about the terror. We didn't want to tell them. Somehow, playing these heroic versions of ourselves made us feel like we weren't so insignificant. That's the power of make-believe. Eventually, we were able to get away from them and go stand next to the other members of the Manifest Consortium as they stared down at the neighborhood and talked about all the good they could do for the refugees across the many worlds. It certainly looked like a beautiful place, but it was too perfect. My eyes had become keenly aware of how Carousel made traps. There had to be something wrong. I could see people down in the neighborhood walking their dogs and working in their gardens. Something was wrong, but I didn't know what. I found Lucky and managed to ask him something that I had been wondering for quite a while. "You said that your team managed to tell you about the sanctuary, but you never told us how. If they never came back once they discovered it, and you'd never been here, how did they get a message to you?" He seemed to think my question reasonable. So, he reached into thin air and pulled out a ticket and handed it to me. It was about as big as your average concert ticket, with the outsides covered in the words of MBW and the inside blank filled with handwriting. A simple hole had been punched in it sometime in the past, and the word Instant Telegram was watermarked over the background. The writing was crude but very straightforward, and it explained everything that Lucky had told us. A neighborhood out in the middle of nowhere where middleware NPCs lived in peace, occasionally fighting rogue monsters. There were a few extra details, but nothing substantial. Lucky couldn't stick around too long. He needed to go off somewhere else to get a pint of beer forced into his hand. I looked back at the neighborhood and saw things I hadn't noticed before. There were barricades set up on one side of the neighborhood, where the roads abruptly cut off. The water tower, which had been upgraded with a platform beneath it, appeared to be occupied by someone looking through a telescope. It was peacetime down in this sanctuary neighborhood. I wondered what would happen when the peace ended. "We need to set up our escape plan," I said, looking at Camden. He nodded. "Antoine's trope would be ideal since we don't have my boat," he said. "Trouble is, we don't have a map of where we are." Antoine had gotten one of the most iconic adventure tropes there was, map travel sequence. As Camden had pointed out, you needed a map for it to work. We had maps of Carousel proper, but not of wherever we were. "Maybe we can draw a map," I said. "We know most of the landmarks we covered on the river. I'm not saying it would be perfect, but we can try." We argued back and forth. "Can I see the ticket?" Anna asked, interrupting us. Antoine gave it to her. She then started walking back toward Mortimer the 304th. It was just like a woman to ask for directions while the men argue about a map. "Can you tell us whether this works with hand-drawn maps that aren't exactly perfect?" she asked in her sweetest voice. Mortimer didn't look particularly interested in us, but he wasn't going to miss a chance to show his command of MBW. "I can take a look at it," he said. "You must remember that this ticket only encapsulates a magic that already existed in Carousel's MBW. We translated it as best we could. But when you need a mortal to understand something, no translation can be perfect. We already knew the rules on the tropes were not exact explanations of the tropes they describe. In our dealings, plenty of our tropes worked beyond the written text. For instance, the insert shot implied it only worked in the party phase, but in truth, that was only when it was most powerful. "Well, could you explain it to me?" Anna asked, playing up her mortal ignorance. "We're totally confused." Mortimer smiled. "I suppose it couldn't hurt," he said. "First, you must learn to read the MBW, which is hidden here as marginalia cloaked from view. However, by simply reading these words placed randomly around the perimeter in the right order, you will be able to see what was obscured before." He showed us that words were scattered throughout the various decorations on the trope. While there were many such words, only a handful were used. Power lies at the end of these words. As I followed him along, suddenly, I could see much more writing. I could see the MBW. That was the end of our lesson, however. From there, he began studying the magic that bound the trope to the ticket. Yes, he eventually said, it is quite simple. A hand-drawn map will do. Carousel only cares that there be enough for a montage visual to play out. He tossed the ticket back to us and tipped his hat, which he had not been wearing previously nor had on his person. It seemed like he summoned it from within his glove. With that, he left us like we were dorks he didn't want to be seen with. With that information, we began constructing a map of all the landmarks we had seen on our way to the cradle, both within and outside the storyline. It was crude, but we had to hope it would work. I had a feeling that the immortals wouldn't have planned for our survival as diligently as I might hope. When danger came to bear, we would be ready. Once the reporters were gone, the Manifest Consortium put on a new face, one that I had never quite seen before, even in my time lurking around their headquarters on the other side of the mountain. Back then, they were still being watched all the time, either by the media or by the refugees that they endeavored to rescue. Here, they were only being seen by us, Carousel, and the capital audience. Suddenly, I was surrounded by a fast-moving operation far beyond my expectations. Vincent St. Vane had taken off his flashy suit jacket and had actually rolled up his sleeves as he directed his underlings. I need to know what's going on right now, he said. If this is some kind of experiment by Carousel, find me facts that support that. If this is a trap, you had better not let us walk into it. He said things like that a lot from his perch in the center of the command center. A small lesson about architecture in the Manifest Consortium was that just because two buildings appeared separate on the outside did not mean they were separate on the inside. Before long, the busybodies running around doing MBW had managed to string together the tower overlooking the sanctuary with all the other buildings that had been built in the main base back near the cradle. My friends and I were, for the most part, overlooked. It wasn't that no one was interested in us. It was that no one wanted to be yelled at by St. Vane or whatever his real name was. I'm telling you, Mortimer the 304th said, Carousel is not pushing back at our presence. If I didn't know any better, I would say she wants us here. Or at the very least, she wants the players here, and she doesn't seem to mind our operation. St. Vane was not having it. It isn't that I don't trust your analysis, old friend. But I have never known Carousel to want us anywhere. Not truly. Get darken over here. See what he makes of this. I sat on a long red couch near the command center, which was sort of like a geographic hub between all the buildings that had been constructed. It reminded me of the command center back at the consortium's tower. There were lots of desks with machines that came to life at the whim of the various immortals who operated them. This was the intelligence apparatus, and they were buzzing. One of the analysts in a long red dress and shawl looked back toward St. Vane and yelled, "We haven't reached permanence yet. Do you have an estimate on when we might expect it?" St. Vane asked. "Sir, this is the first time the sanctuary has emerged in decades. We won't know for certain that it won't be folded away for some time." They had been talking about the sanctuary for hours, using technical jargon that I partially understood. They were speaking English, or at least that's what I heard. It seemed there was a big debate about whether the sanctuary would stay where it was or if Carousel would withdraw it back to where it was before we triggered the Sunken Cradle Part 2. St. Vane was very worried about this. Mortimer the 304th was not. It is not going to disappear while we're observing it. I know how she thinks. She wants us here. She's trying to show us something after all this time, he said. St. Vane turned to him and said, "That is the very thing that I am afraid of." Eventually, someone managed to get a hold of Silas Dyrkin and dragged him up to the central platform of the command center like someone being brought center stage in the middle of a circus. "What is your take on all this?" St. Vane asked him. "I believe Mortimer has the best of it," Silas said. "We're an audience right now. I suggest we observe and have our escape tickets primed to punch." Silas didn't seem to like St. Vane, or at the very least resented his authority. All of the immortals had lanyards around their necks for identification, but they also had an additional ticket hanging from those same lanyards, which had been handed out earlier in the day. To my understanding, all they had to do was rip it or punch it, and suddenly they would be out of harm's way. For whatever reason, the players didn't get any such ticket. Go figure. A few minutes later, Dr. Aldrich Rose, a man who dressed like a fun science teacher, arrived at the central platform, bursting with excitement. "Sir," he said, "I performed a weather walk." This was apparently a very big deal because even the busybodies surrounding St. Vane stopped to listen to the results of whatever experiment it was Dr. Rose had performed, and St. Vane asked, "Speak to us, Aldrich." Mortimer said, "Time is of the essence." "Nothing happened," he said. "I managed to climb all the way down the hill, down into the valley, and walked right into the sanctuary without being molested or causing a stir." "Did you speak to any of the residents?" A voice called from a distance. It was Lucky. He had been tasked with some boring, complicated magic they used to secure their base. "I hadn't seen him in a while. I made contact with several residents," Aldrich said. "They seemed wary of me, perhaps, but none of them attacked. They were out as if it were a normal day in the neighborhood, although I could see that the houses are greatly fortified on the inside, as are the vehicles in the garages. The normalcy is only superficial. As far as I could tell, there was work around the clock preparing for something that they expected to happen very soon." St. Vane took this information without giving any indication of his opinion. Then he asked, "Mortimer, how much can we trust weather walking in this situation? Carousel could easily alter the recreation. Weather walking was never a scientific exercise," Mortimer said as he took notes in a large leather notebook, never stopping his diligent writing as he spoke. "It is, after all, meant as more of a psychological catharsis than a proper augur. It's best we proceed with caution. When we're ready for proper experimentation, we will need boots on the ground. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation." It would be a while before I could get someone to tell me what weather walking was. When I first heard it, I thought it was about weather, as in rain clouds and lightning. But it turned out to be a simple magic designed to let the user simulate a future possibility without actually trying it in real life. In this case, it turned out that Dr. Rose had walked down to the sanctuary to look around without actually having to do it. This was only one of a dozen reports that St. Vane was receiving every hour as the various, dare I say, scientists around him conducted experiments. Dr. Strigo was next up to bat, and her news was quite dire. She gave me a polite nod, but never came to speak to us. Her report was nonsensical at first, but I eventually understood. "Possibilities are opening," was the first thing out of her mouth, and St. Vane was not happy about that at all. "Are you certain?" he asked. "You can't tell me that Carousel is about to bring in another world right before us." "I'm not telling you that," she said matter-of-factly. "I'm telling you that the possibilities are opening. Potential realities are about to merge right before our eyes. I cannot tell you the nature of this occurrence." From his position in the command center on the central platform, St. Vane could look forward out toward the large window of the lookout tower they had built near the sanctuary. He stared at the tiny neighborhood and didn't speak for a while. "Can you tell me when it's going to happen?" he asked eventually. 10 minutes approximately in the sanctuary's time, but I cannot tell you when we will perceive it. It may be several hours or so, our time," she said before turning to leave. I must continue to monitor the situation. When she said the possibilities were opening, she meant Carousel was about to tear a hole in reality and let something else in from across the many worlds. Apparently, a possibility was a unit of measurement. It was all rather scientific. Ideally, you would want only one possibility, but it turned out we had far too many. "Lucky," St. Vane said. "Your contacts told you that monsters would attack the town regularly and need to be repelled." "Correct, yes," Lucky said, with his hands behind his back, one grasping another like he was some sort of soldier. He looked ridiculous in his safari outfit. Even though he had taken off the hat, Mortimer was quick to understand the implication. "Do you believe that this is where Carousel admits new enemies, testing them against the population of this sanctuary?" he asked. "It would certainly explain why the non-player characters can live so freely in this environment despite Carousel's narrative laws," St. Vane said. "What's an omen compared to a constant onslaught of otherworldly creatures?" Lucky said. "I haven't been able to make contact with any of my team. I was hoping that once we were in proximity of the sanctuary, my beacons would begin to function. But there's been no indication of my player's presence. Saint Vane looked back at Lucky for the first time since their conversation began. And then he said, "You always knew that was a possibility. We have no measure of how much time has passed in the sanctuary since you last made contact. And it is possible, even likely, that your players disappeared when all of ours did. All Lucky could do was nod the whole time. Camden and I were making theories about what we were seeing and hearing. Most of the others were trying not to be seen by the immortal mages around us. We were sunk into a giant red, oversized couch in a back corner where we had been told to sit hours ago, trying not to get in the way, fearing what reason they might have for keeping us around. Another hour passed this way. Eventually, they brought us food. Which is to say they handed us tickets that we could rip or punch a hole in to make a delicious banquet appear. Our food was delivered by what appeared to my eyes to be a young man dressed like a bellhop, though immortality complicated my estimation of his age. He didn't exactly pop into place like he was teleporting, but he arrived carrying trays from a hallway in the distance. But I could tell he wasn't always in the hallway. It was like he was walking in and out of whatever kitchen all this food had come out of, fading between time and space. Antoine got a roasted turkey that was all dark meat, along with all the fixings and side dishes that some strange-sounding country liked to eat. I got a tray of savory pastries crammed with meat and other fillings. Whenever I picked one up, another one would appear in its place. "Say, do I know you from somewhere?" the delivery guy asked when he looked at me. This wasn't the first time I had been recognized. We really were famous. Gravy was dribbling down my face from one of the pastries I was eating. "Nope," I said. "I get that a lot." He had a very old-fashioned New York accent, and he was pushy. So, he asked again, saying, "No, I got an eye for faces. Have I delivered to you before?" "Nope," I said, "first time." And right after I said that, he pointed his finger at me in recognition. But before he could say my name or say where he knew me, he began looking around at where he was. "Tell me I'm not in Carousel," he said. "What the hell is wrong with you bringing me here?" And then he ran back down the hallway until he faded from existence. We all had a good laugh about that, because of Antoine and my tickets and how much food they got us. The others kept theirs and punched for use later. It turned out, though, that the food came with strings attached, and we weren't allowed to watch the undertakings of the Manifest Consortium just because they were being nice. Soon after we had eaten our fill, Vincent St. Vane himself came to us with a request. "I assume your accommodations thus far have been adequate," he said. "Perhaps you're tired. We could arrange for you to have a place to sleep. I told you it was coming," Isaac said as he anticipated the request. One of the first things he had said was that we were here to be guinea pigs. "Well, it is your destiny, after all, to explore Carousel and overcome its obstacles," St. Vane said. "You are the party of promise, aren't you?" I didn't realize flattery or begging would be required to obtain your assistance. "We're not going down there," I said. "We have literally no incentive to. So if it is a trap, it will absolutely trigger, and we'll be surrounded by narrative sinking sand because we were dumb enough to walk right into it." He didn't lose his composure. "I understand your hesitation," he said, "and I am impressed at your grasp of the situation, but I assure you, we have no indication that Carousel intends to harm you or us. We have become very adept at anticipating Carousel's tricks. This is not one of them. You would think that people as smart as all these magical wordsmiths would have learned not to speak in such bold declarative sentences in Carousel. But perhaps, in the same way the Manifest Consortium had fattened us up with food before asking us to walk to the slaughter, Carousel was fattening them up by letting them believe they were some exception to the rule. Then again, with all I had seen them accomplish in just a few hours, I had to wonder if they actually were as powerful as their egos seemed to suggest. "No, that couldn't be it." "Very well," St. Vane said. "I understand that you need to look out for your bottom line, but I would encourage you to stay here so that you might get a glimpse at the bigger picture. I believe that Lucky told you why we're here, did he not?" "He did," Antoine said. "You're looking to build homes for refugees from other worlds. I get it, but we're not walking down into that neighborhood. We've already lost enough to get you here." St. Vane didn't push back. Instead, he simply nodded and said, "Well, if you are not up to the task, then others must be." He walked away, and I didn't know what he was referring to for quite some time until I saw the man brought into the command center. He might have been in his late 30s or early 40s, and in most rooms, he would be overlooked completely. He was just an average guy, maybe a little more muscular, with a working man's hands and a face that had seen the sun year after year. He wore jeans, a t-shirt, and a plaid jacket. It was all too modern for what I was used to from the consortium. They never introduced him to us or anything like that, but they did begin outfitting him with various magical implements, such as a belt and a special pair of shoes. I couldn't tell what they were supposed to do, and I didn't know the significance of any of it at first. It took a while to confirm what this man was here for. I overheard a few of the analysts talking about him. He was a refugee from a world that was destroyed. It wasn't clear how he had come to Carousel or whether he was immortal, but I did pick up that his name was Jim. Jim was going to be the guinea pig instead of us, and we were going to have to watch. Sometimes when I think about my interactions with Carousel, I feel a pang of guilt. Maybe what I feel is actually impotent rage at being forced to play the game, to witness so much suffering, to cause some of it. Being part of an evil system numbs you to your core. Was there any part of the game I wouldn't shrug off at this point? There was no choice but to play, after all. Bobby found that out the hard way. My friends claimed that I understood Carousel better than they did. I always thought they were just being nice. What else are they going to say when they see how comfortable I am navigating a death game like I was born to do it? Despite how devoted I was to understanding Carousel and its horrifying game, I never forgot the underlying truth that Carousel is an evil place. It is an evil thing. It's funny that when something is powerful enough to be unbeatable, you think of it more as a law of nature than some thinking entity with the ability to make choices. And maybe that was for good reason. Carousel did present itself as a set of laws, rules that must be abided by, a balance that must be kept. You may not like the tornado ripping your life apart, but you accept it. The problem is that if Carousel is just a set of rules, a terrifying horror nexus where the laws of the universe simply work differently, then can you say that it is actually evil? I mean, obviously, you should. You would be dumb not to see the inherent cruelty inflicted upon non-player characters and player characters alike. Most people would be sickened by the audience that exists somewhere out there watching us, presumably for pleasure. But all these musings aren't worth anything when you have to get up every day and play the game regardless. It seemed that whatever game Carousel was playing that day, it wasn't playing with us. It was playing with the consortium. Those egotistical immortals who seemed to think of Carousel as a phenomenon to be studied. Surely the punchline was coming as they exercised unbridled hubris. Their test subject, Jim, was getting the full rundown of the risks he was about to take. I could at least credit them for that. They could have lied to him, but they didn't. I didn't know what I was supposed to do, honestly. I didn't want myself or any of my friends involved. I didn't want to be complicit in yet another horror in Carousel. I wanted to believe I could really be an oblivious bystander, that I could just watch this one. Cassie had different opinions. From the moment she started playing, she was instantly willing to die for others. It was no coincidence that one of her first tropes gave her the ability to do that easily. You can't let him go, she screamed eventually as it became clear that this refugee, Jim, was about to be sent out toward the sanctuary neighborhood on a scientific expedition of sorts. I couldn't help but compare it to those scenes where one member of the group would go out into the darkness with a rope tied around their waist, and then when they came back, all that would be left was their bottom half. Cassie screamed again. More warnings, more admonitions. Don't do this, please. She was talking to Jim this time, hoping to reason with him. One of the immortals that was working with him said something to him softly, something like, "Just ignore those silly players. They don't know what they're talking about." And Jim obeyed. After all, we couldn't do magic tricks. The consortium had us there. Cassie screamed. Jim ignored. She warned him of the danger he was stepping into, and that there was no way the manifest consortium could possibly be prepared to save him. That Carousel was obviously setting a trap. The immortals ignored her, and Jim did too. For the most part, one of the analysts, a young woman who couldn't have been more than 14 years old when she gained her immortality, said suddenly, "He has plot armor. Look at this. Is this Carousel's doing?" Another analyst looked at her screen and then started to laugh. "Oh, look. The psychic just used a trope on him," she said. She gave him grit. The little circle of immortals all laughed at our puny efforts. Cassie had used her empathic shield trope. By showing concern for the man, she gave him a better chance of surviving. It wouldn't be enough. But she wasn't the type to sit still and watch someone die. Before long, it was time for Jim to go. And the moment he stepped out of the control room, a giant screen came to life on one of the walls. It looked like the AV department had done its job. A series of cameras captured every move he made, like he was in a movie. "We can do cinematics once he moves past the barrier," one of the analysts told SD. "No cinematics," Saint Vane responded. "I want to see raw footage. Be ready to pull him back at a moment's notice." It really was like that scene where the character goes into the unknown with a rope around his waist. But apparently, it was a magical, invisible rope. Jim talked as he walked. He seemed to want to explain himself. Not to the Manifest Consortium, but to us, the players. Maybe even Cassie herself after the big scene she had made. "I know what I'm doing," he said. "There are millions like me. Hundreds of millions. And the things that chased us out of our homes still chase us. If there's even a chance we can find safety here, and I can help us do it, then I'm going to try my best." He walked along. Whatever bravery he had set out with was fading from his voice. He was afraid, but he marched forward anyway. I had to hope that perhaps his innocence would save him. After all, in his mind, he was doing a noble thing. Maybe not just in his mind, but it was hard for me to see it. It was hard to watch a man walk to his doom and pretend it was a good thing. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. The trail down to the sanctuary was very steep. Getting to the bottom was dangerous enough, but having to get back up would be time-consuming. As I watched the video, it was clear there was an established footpath, so it wasn't exactly uncharted territory. He made it down the hill into the valley easily enough, and we followed him as he walked. All I could do was watch. After that was a simple walk down routes that weaved between vegetable patches and fields of grain. It looked like these people had to grow their own food. Or perhaps it was more of a hobby. Who knew? 10 minutes after he left, he was walking on pavement as he climbed over one of the weaker fortified streets that seemed to cut off out of nowhere. There were some sandbags and some cars lined up to create a barrier, but it was nothing he couldn't pass. It didn't take long for people to notice him. They were non-player characters, and I could get glimpses of them on the red wallpaper as they appeared on the raw footage. But I couldn't see much information. It was clear they were very powerful NPCs. Not your average background fodder. For the most part, they were dressed like the normal people you would see in Carousel, though some signs of their situation did show. Some of them carried shotguns or large knives. Some even had proper military fatigues, but they were rare. That wasn't all too surprising. In Carousel, looking like a normal person didn't mean you weren't prepared for a fight. And in some cases, it could actually help, depending on what tropes Carousel had given them. I had never actually learned much about NPC tropes. That was high-level wallflower information. I scanned through the crowd until one of the townsfolk stepped forward. It was an aging biker chick, one of the people openly carrying a gun, and the first person I noticed who wasn't an NPC. She was a player. Her plot armor was 84. She was an outsider criminal named Darlene. She might have been in her mid-50s, maybe a little younger, given the wear and tear she had been put through. The immortals watching the screen reacted differently to her appearance than I did. They started gasping. Some of them even clapped. Others found Lucky where he stood watching and gave him even more pats on the back. Lucky himself was honestly quite emotional. He was actually crying. Even as he tried to hide it, he looked overjoyed. I watched him, looking for any sign that this was all an act, that he was doing it for my benefit, somehow fooling us into thinking he actually cared about his team. I didn't see any deception, though. He seemed genuinely relieved. Back on the screen, there was very little progress occurring. The townsfolk were wary of Jim, and he was trying to explain to them what he was doing there and who he was with. The people were on edge about it, though. They didn't seem confused about the mention of the Manifest Consortium whatsoever, which made sense since Darlene was there. "Can we get a message out?" Lucky asked. "I mean, Is there a way we could do it without undermining his agency? I'm sorry. My friend, Saint Vane said, we can't risk it. Every ounce of control that we exert over him has the potential to backfire. Even something as simple as communication, not directly to him, Lucky said. How about a message to her? That's still complicated. At the moment, we didn't even register her as being there. Carousel hasn't pulled back the curtain completely yet, I'm afraid. Mortimer the 304th said. Lucky paced back and forth. He seemed to accept their responses. Back in the sanctuary, everything seemed perfectly calm and mundane as Jim explained what he was doing there. In fact, it was a little too mundane for my taste, a little too calm. A feeling of dread overtook me as I watched what was sure to be a slow-moving train wreck. But then I heard a voice I recognized. What the hell are you doing out of place? You people need to get on your marks. We have a strategy, and we can't lose anyone else just because you're lolly-g-g-g-ang. Oh hell, what is this? The people immediately began dispersing. Is that Jules? Anna whispered. It was. And soon she moved into frame, giving us a good look at her. Jules had been an NPC that Bobby could summon through his companion trope, the bickering duo, yet here she was, apparently in a leadership role at the very sanctuary that Bobby's betrayal and sacrifice had led us to. My friends and I were shocked because we knew that was too much of a coincidence. Get this bag of blood out of my town, Jules said as soon as she somehow found the nearest camera and stared straight into it like she knew she was talking to the Manifest Consortium directly. She was dressed for battle or some sort of suburban kickboxing workshop, whichever came first. It was almost as if she were undercover. It must have been part of their strategy. Maybe playing their part as a realistic neighborhood helped them fight against whatever was coming. Back on your marks, people. And you, whoever you are, she said. Jim, my name is Jim. Jim, go back up that hill before something far worse than death happens to you. Yes, ma'am, Jim said. And then he turned to leave. But he didn't leave quite fast enough. In Carousel, I had often found myself at a loss for words when describing the terrors that I had seen. I had seen a cartoonish, yet somehow sadistic version of hell in the basement of a pizza parlor that had defied my understanding of base reality. I had seen the shapeless ones and had completely given up on truly understanding what my eyes were seeing at any given time. When this enemy came, I had no such problem because whatever it was refused to show itself. But there were signs. The valley was bordered on one side by a large, verdant prairie where the residents apparently did their gardening. But on the other side was a much smaller field pockmarked by battle and bordered by a large forest that disappeared into a wall of mist. This was a standard practice in Carousel borders. It must have learned from playing Silent Hill. You could walk into the mist, but you probably wouldn't walk out of it. The forest looked quite standard at first. Only after I stared at it intently, when the camera zoomed in on it, did I understand what was going on. It was growing. No, that wasn't the right word. It was morphing. Changing. The trees were becoming bigger, greener, healthier. The shrubs became thicker. They flowered. They bore fruit. The forest was alive with transformation. It was becoming prettier. It was becoming hardier. Healthier. But the strangest thing was that all the while it was doing it, I could see limbs falling from the canopy. And I heard cracks as entire tree trunks were broken in two. Was something walking through the forest toward us? No, that wasn't right. My kids, Jim said suddenly, as if he heard something coming from the woods beyond. It's my kids. He quickly began to run through the neighborhood in the direction of the forest, which loomed over the neighborhood that rested at the bottom of the valley. What is he talking about? Kids, Saint Vane asked. I thought he was childless. He is childless, one of the analysts said. We double-checked. Well, somebody must have been wrong, because Jim was running toward the forest as fast as he could. Concerned with his children and your stations, Jules was yelling. The screen had split into several angles so we could get good footage of what was happening. Jules, the NPCs, and Darlene were all getting ready for battle. Pull him back, Saint Vane said. Pull him back right now. We can't. Someone on the control platform said. It's not working. Mortimer, Saint Vane said, finding the sorcerer in the crowd. What is Carousel doing? It's not Carousel, Mortimer pleaded as he analyzed some fancy readouts. I promise you, she is not behind this. Nothing has changed. If anything, she's fighting it. Clearly not. Saint Vane said. Figure out a way to get him back right now. We went over this with him countless times, Dr. Striga said. He would not depart from the mission parameters. He is clearly being manipulated. Jim was running as fast as he could. He was already out of the neighborhood, and he was halfway across the field when he mumbled a word that sent a chill down the spine of every single immortal in the room. Hunger, he said, as if trying to explain something to us. It was loud and clear, echoing through the command center. Every soul who heard it seemed to hang on it, hoping they had misheard. Every eye looking at the screen at that moment was wide with surprise. The word hunger carried strong connotations within the Manifest Consortium. Get me Rose right now, Saint Vane said. Aldrich Rose was standing right behind him, right here. Sir, the meek man said. Explain this, Saint Vane commanded. Explain what? Dr. Rose said. It can't be the manifold hunger. There's no way that he could have been infected. We haven't seen any signs of it among the refugees we've taken in. We haven't been able to get within 10 possibilities of the hunger. This has to be some sort of coincidence. As far as I understood, the manifold hunger was some sort of hive mind disease that wormed its way through the multiverse, searching after its quarry. Dr. Rose had a through-line designed specifically to find a cure for it. He talked about it as if it were a pathogen to be researched and eliminated. Lucky, however, talked about it like it was a common cold to be ignored. It was starting to look like neither of them was correct. Before long, Jim made it into the forest, and after that, all I could hear were screams from within the trees. But the thing was, they weren't exactly screams of horror. They were more like the kind of thing you would hear from someone riding a roller coaster, mixed with a woman giving birth. The cameras changed their focus. It was apparent that they couldn't follow Jim into the forest, or at least Carousel didn't let them. Our next view was of the townsfolk as they prepared for what was about to happen. Nothing did happen for a time, but soon, Jim was running out of the forest on all fours as his body sprouted hair. His teeth got bigger, and his face formed a snout. Was he suddenly a werewolf? If so, this wasn't the same kind of werewolf we had fought against before. While its face was definitely more carnivorous looking than a normal human, it didn't have the proper wolf head, and while it did run on all fours, it was awkward as its arms weren't quite long enough, so its back legs had to sprawl out as it ran. Jules was on top of one of the houses down in the sanctuary with a pair of binoculars and a radio. She pushed the button and said, "Give it a silver bullet." Soon, the platform I had seen built under the water tower let off a flash, and a bullet tore through Jim's chest as he fell down onto the ground. The silver bullet appeared to be effective. Jim was left dying. "Treehouse," Jules said. "Keep eyes on him." But there was something strange because the Jim I had just seen transform into a werewolf wasn't wearing a shirt. And he also wasn't wearing the jeans he had been when he walked into the forest. He had on shorts. Had he changed clothes for some reason? "We got another one," Jules said over the radio. And she was right, because another werewolf Jim emerged from the forest already further into its transformation. This one was dressed like a fisherman, literally wearing rubber waders as if he had just been in a river. "What the hell is going on?" Camden asked. Of course, no one knew the answer. Not the players, certainly. Not even the Manifest Consortium had an explanation. "I thought you were tracking this, Rose," Lucky said as he jumped into action, sitting down at one of the strange quasi-steampunk machines and looking at readouts. "We are still in our early stages of understanding the manifold hunger," Dr. Rose said. "It wasn't given priority. I don't see how any of this has to do with it, though. Our best estimate was that it was a hive mind. This can't be the hunger." Some analysts began discussing their failed attempts to desync any hive mind. "Look at the trees," one of the analysts said. Dr. Rose followed her gaze and saw what looked to me to be a very beautiful but otherwise uninsightful view of the forest. A realization came over Rose's face. I remembered the first time I saw Dr. Rose. We hadn't met officially. I was sneaking around, and he was explaining how the manifold hunger seemed to have the strangest ability to cure it and bolster ecosystems on worlds that didn't have humans. "This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon." Is that what I was seeing? That whatever this force was, it was somehow improving the forest. But what did that mean for Jim? The second werewolf was dropped shortly after the first. The silver bullets were effective. As soon as they died, they turned back into Jim. 3 more wolves emerged from the forest shortly after, but they were dispatched just as easily. Again. They were all dressed differently, but they all appeared to be the same man. And then Jim himself re-emerged. Or at least a Jim did. This man was wrapped in bandages. At first, I thought that he was some sort of mummy, but that wasn't it. Analysis. Saint Vane called out, "It's leprosy, sir." One of the immortals called back as the bandaged Jim emerged from the forest and did his best to run back toward the sanctuary with a look of terror upon his scarred face. No one knew what to do, not in the command center at least, but Jules had a very strong opinion of what to do. "Put him out of his misery," she said. And that's what her people did. Another shot rang out, and this version of Jim fell to the ground dead. I couldn't see him or any of the others on the red wallpaper. So while I was fairly certain the wolves had been enemies, surely a man with leprosy was not. But it was all the same to Jules. A risk she couldn't take. And then the flood came down, not a metaphorical flood, but a flowing stream of water that defied physics as it flowed out of the forest, almost like a living thing. And within it was a drowning Jim. He was wearing a swimsuit and struggling to put on a life jacket. Jules didn't do anything about this because the water simply spilled out over the field, and whatever force had created that river died down as a drowned Jim fell to the ground. Another wolf came out afterward and was quickly dispatched, but then Jim followed. The real Jim. I could tell it was him because he was wearing the same clothes he had been wearing earlier. He wasn't running, but he did stare up into the sky like he had had some sort of cosmic revelation. Tears were streaming down his face, and then he flickered. Not like a TV flickered, which was an effect that Carousel liked to do. It was more like an optical illusion. There was one Jim, and then there were 2. The second one had already died, but that didn't keep him from walking forward, his face rotten, his teeth exposed because his lips were gone. He was a proper zombie. Jim saw his undead doppelganger and gasped. Zombie Jim didn't seem nearly as perplexed at seeing his double. He simply attacked the original, luckily. Whatever type of zombie this was, it was a lightweight, and the real Jim was able to push it down, where it slipped in the mud from the river that had flowed through there moments earlier and had trouble getting back up. Our Jim pressed on back toward the sanctuary. Unfortunately, that was not the only zombie version of himself to slough off. Jim flickered 3 more times and was encumbered by 3 more zombies. "Take them out," Jules said. "The original." A voice called back to her on the radio. She thought for a moment and then said, "Let's give him some time. He doesn't look like too much of a troublemaker." A few moments later, a squad of 3 NPCs, dressed like suburban crusaders, wielding baseball bats and a shotgun, and covered in improvised armor, ran out onto the field past the original Jim and proceeded to beat down his zombie pursuers. The original Jim didn't seem to notice them all that much. He was very distracted. I watched all of this in bewilderment and horror, and some gears began to turn in my mind. In Carousel, the midpoint isn't always the biggest or most important part of a story. In fact, it usually comes and goes without the players realizing it, and they only figure out what it was on reflection. Sometimes it's the revelation that the person you thought was the main character was secretly and unknowingly an ancient shape-shifting cosmic horror. Other times, it was the simple realization that what you thought was a sci-fi post-apocalyptic adventure was actually a simple fairy tale that happened to take place in the future. It could tell you what the enemy was. It could tell you more about the plot. But whatever the midpoint revelation was, it was important to pay attention because it would tell you the nature of the story you were in. Bobby had said that his efforts to revive his wife had led us to the midpoint by bringing us out here. And while I wasn't exactly certain he was correct, it was difficult for me to deny him completely. His foolhardy plan had dragged us out into the middle of nowhere to a battlefield that we didn't understand. And in doing so, he had accidentally introduced us to a species of shapeshifters so far beyond our understanding that Carousel had to weaken them just so we would have a chance at beating them. A species that just happened to be going extinct before they came to Carousel and were placed in this exact location. If this really was the midpoint of whatever twisted tale Carousel was trying to tell, then I had to wonder if Carousel was giving us a glimpse of the monster it had cast for its big bad. Jim fell to his knees before he made it back to the sanctuary. His face was red, his body bloated. The occasional zombie seemed to spawn from him, only to be dispatched quickly by the team that Jules had sent out. He looked up to the sky, and what he said I would never forget. "It's bigger than you think," he said through a raspy voice. "You don't know gravity until you hit the ground. You don't know satiety until the hunger comes. It wants. It searches. But not for me. From many worlds, it will make one, and the one will rejoice. And then Jim, a brave and noble man, fell to the ground. But before his face hit the dirt, he disappeared entirely. The dead wolves, too, were gone. As were the zombies, the drowned man, and the leper. The camera cut back to the forest. Standing at its edge were hundreds of Jims, dazed and lethargic. Werewolves, zombies, even creatures I didn't even recognize. Mixed with every variation of injured man I could think of. Jims in hospital gowns. Jims in his funeral suit. Jims splattered in a skydiving rig, but still standing. Jims who reached old age, all one man. All vanished in an instant. The big and beautiful trees were replaced by the normal ones soon after. Whatever had curated them receded back to where it hid. Is this what Carousel wanted us to see? An invasion from something that might be as big and unknowable as itself. I didn't know how Carousel came to be, but I knew Carousel. I knew the town, the place. It was a world of terror, a world of injustice, a suffering. Yes, Carousel was an evil entity with power and scope beyond all mortal understanding. Its magic was inscrutable, its motives indecipherable. It could kill, destroy, and create all without any known restriction. It was a terrifying force, a plague upon the many worlds. But it was not the only one.